Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
According to the information Luo Wen initially received through the brood nest, this talent should have been innate from his hatching. However, this mysterious planet lacked a specific type of energy required for Luo Wen's abilities to manifest, leaving them dormant since his birth here. Later, through the connection to the brood nest and the self-sacrifice of countless bugs, a unique energy derived from life and soul replaced the original required energy, successfully activating Luo Wen's talent. Yet, due to the environmental and energy differences, this talent underwent unknown changes. It became unique, completely different from that of any other Ephi-ish. At present, Luo Wen only knew that there was now a peculiar energy in his mind. While intangible, he could clearly sense its presence, a phenomenon that defied all logic. This revelation was a blow to Luo Wen, who had been raised with a firm belief in science and materialism. But then he thought about how he had been transformed into an insect by a green-haired old pervert. Compared to that, a strange energy in his brain seemed almost mundane. Still, the one-of-a-kind nature of this energy meant that discovering how to use it required constant trial and error. For now, what Luo Wen needed most was sleep. His consciousness gradually sank into darkness as a layer of cocoon enveloped him. When he woke up, Luo Wen let out a relieved sigh. This place wasn't completely safe, but luckily, no mishaps had occurred. His claws had regrown, and their once soft exoskeleton quickly hardened as he emerged from the cocoon. Luo Wen tested them briefly. They were as agile as before and fully functional. He was no stranger to regrowing claws. During his experiments with the hyperbolic system, losing claws had been a regular occurrence. However, losing both at once was a first. Glancing at his carapace, Luo Wen carefully sensed it. After a moment, he concluded that this cocooning hadn't granted him wings. He had anticipated this. The energy supply before cocooning had been insufficient. While he appeared full, most of it had been nutrient-poor water. Growing back both claws had already exceeded expectations. The hunger pangs and overall weakness he felt reminded him that this extraordinary regeneration came at a cost. While his exoskeleton concealed it, removing the armor would reveal severely atrophied and emaciated muscles. His top priority was finding food, preferably a hearty, all-meat feast. Meat-based energy conversion far outstripped that of tree sap. Carefully sensing his surroundings, Luo Wen detected nothing unusual. Even the vibrations from afar had ceased. Cautiously crawling out of his leaf-covered burrow, he used his legs to clean off the grime sticking to his body. Such dirt could create imperfections in his optical camouflage system. His legs moved rapidly. Luo Wen's legs, with their numerous joints and reverse joint capabilities, were highly versatile, a talent he used frequently, particularly for cleaning. Activating his optical camouflage had become second nature to him in a short time. Previously, surrounded by other bugs, pheromones were the primary means of identifying friend from foe. Luo Wen had rarely needed to act personally by the time he gained this talent. Yet now, it proved to be far more useful than he had ever imagined. It reminded him of how, during the pheromone era, bugs were easily countered by spy bugs. This realization served as a warning. He needed to develop multiple detection methods to avoid being too easily countered. Moving cautiously among the towering trees, Luo Wen proceeded carefully. Previously, he only needed to watch for enemies from the ground or underground, which his leg hair sensory system could detect from a distance. In the past, few enemies could sneak up on him thanks to these skills. Now, however, he also had to guard against attacks from the sky, elevating his enemy detection to three-dimensional levels. While his nearly omnidirectional vision was an advantage, it was similar to how untrained humans often overlooked peripheral stimuli. It would take him some time to fully adapt to information from above. Fortunately, this adjustment wouldn't take long. Since awakening, Luo Wen's ability to process information had increased significantly. It felt like upgrading a computer's CPU. Handling additional visual data barely taxed his mental capacity. Luo Wen walked lightly and slowly, carefully placing each step. He even kept his swimming legs raised, using only 6 ordinary legs to minimize noise. His camouflage only fooled visual senses, it didn't mask sound. To avoid alerting enemies or prey, he strove to remain silent. Occasionally, small bugs flitting through the forest vanished as if transported elsewhere, never to reappear. Strange calls echoed intermittently around him, most of which Luo Wen couldn't identify. Only one was familiar. It belonged to the small birds that had gathered in his stomach the previous day. Aside from these birds, Luo Wen noticed numerous other avian species perched on branches, preening their feathers. These birds, small in size and insectivorous, thrived in the dense forest. There were no pterosaurs here. Their larger size and superior flight capabilities allowed them to soar higher and farther. The dense forest canopy obstructed their vision, and the complex terrain of the undergrowth was unsuitable for their wings, which were prone to injury in such an environment and difficult to heal. Birds, on the other hand, didn't face these issues. Losing a few feathers didn't impair their flight, and feathers regenerated quickly. This forest was their domain. Here, only a select few creatures posed a threat to them and Luo Wen was one of them. Although he couldn't yet fly, climbing trees was a trivial task for Luo Wen, who could move effortlessly even on cliff faces. A few singing, brightly feathered birds suddenly disappeared one by one, leaving behind only a handful of feathers to mark their fate. For Luo Wen, these small birds and insects were mere snacks. The energy gained from eating them was only marginally better than tree sap. Tree sap provided low energy but was a consistent source. Small birds and insects, though meat, were sparse and, when factoring in time spent hunting, barely outperformed tree sap in energy efficiency. Suddenly, Luo Wen's eyes narrowed. In the distance, a green stream flowed down from the canopy of a massive tree, trickling along the trunk before disappearing into the ground and beyond his sight. This familiar sight filled Luo Wen with both excitement and renewed confusion. The unfamiliar environment and strange creatures gradually convinced Luo Wen of the reality that he had traversed worlds once more. This time, however, he had crossed over along with his insectoid body. But who could have anticipated that at such a moment, a creature he recognized would appear? Beneath the leaves, with heads resembling buttocks, black exoskeletons, and a coordinated infantry armor patrol pattern, they were unmistakably the big-headed ants he was familiar with. What the hell is going on here? For a moment, Luo Wen felt as if his newly upgraded CPU was overheating. If he hadn't traversed worlds, it meant his hibernation period had been unimaginably long enough for the world outside to undergo seismic changes and for species to evolve. But if he had traversed, it would mean the genetic blueprint of the big-headed ants was so potent that an identical species had evolved elsewhere. Luo Wen's movie-trained mind ventured further, considering the possibility of alien experiments or the presence of unknown human interference. He also speculated, perhaps inspired by Lost World movies, about a hidden continent that harbored these extraordinary species, which later thrived and expanded to conquer other lands. The hypotheses and conjectures multiplied in his mind, turning his thoughts into a tangled mess. Shaking his head vigorously, Luo Wen forced himself to calm down. Perhaps this situation was advantageous for him. A diverse array of species implied a rich gene pool. As long as he had a little time to recover, Luo Wen was confident he could uncover the truth. He quietly approached the green stream, scouting for targets. The worker ants carrying leaves were not his prey. Only the ultra-giant soldier ants, those wandering at the edges of the group and crawling with small soldier ants, were worthy of becoming his feast. These creatures were pure protein. Just a few of them could fill Luo Wen's stomach. However, the small soldier ants crawling all over them posed an annoyance. If he couldn't clear them out quickly and became entangled, he'd be in trouble, especially now, being alone. Previously, ultra-giant soldier ants had some small soldier ants on them for protection, but never as many as now. Observing the small birds circling above the ants, Luo Wen made a guess. It was now an era of fully integrated, multidimensional combat. It made sense to bring extra aerial units as protection. Luo Wen had a certain area of effect skill perfect for this scenario. However, it reminded him of unpleasant memories. Yet, with the pressure and crisis he felt, he could no longer afford hesitation. Activating pheromone camouflage and optical invisibility simultaneously, Luo Wen stealthily approached. A patrolling ultra-giant soldier ant was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of white mist on its flank. Instantly, a barrage of liquid projectiles, infused with high temperatures and strong corrosiveness, sprayed toward it. The relentless assault inflicted severe damage immediately. Despite its injuries, the ultra-giant soldier ant's sheer size kept it from dying on the spot. Unfortunately for the small soldier ants riding on its back, they weren't so lucky. With Luo Wen's massive form unleashing such a concentrated attack, the high heat and strong acid quickly incapacitated and withered them. After one round of attacks, the air reeked of a foul stench. The lingering white mist was abruptly dispersed by a strong gust of wind, revealing a vibrant-colored claw-like appendage. The claw clamped onto the ultra-giant soldier ant's body and, amid its fierce struggles, dragged it into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. The entire operation happened in the blink of an eye. Due to their limited reconnaissance capabilities, the big-headed ants' leaf harvesting team didn't even notice the attack. Soon after, several other patrolling ultra-giant soldier ants also vanished. Only then did the big-headed ants sense something was amiss. Unfortunately for them, by this time, the hunter had already retreated with his spoils. Luo Wen hadn't gone far. For one, there were too many prey to carry. Secondly, for a creature like the big-headed ants, with poor vision, cutting off their pheromone signals meant Luo Wen could stay within a meter of them and still avoid detection. Back in his days with the reconnaissance squad, they'd exploited this weakness of the big-headed ants to great advantage. Luo Wen was particularly skilled at it. After feasting, Luo Wen took advantage of the big-headed ants' relaxed defenses to hunt a few more ultra-giant soldier ants. Finally, he felt somewhat satiated. Following the green stream for over 100 meters, he caught sight of the big-headed ant's nest from afar. Not far from the nest, at a location with complex terrain, Luo Wen began digging. With his stomach full, it was time to construct a base. Building near the big-headed ant's nest was an excellent choice for establishing his territory. By deploying misleading pheromones in the area, Luo Wen could ensure the new base's security during its early stages. Though it had been a long time since Luo Wen last dug a burrow himself, his skills were far from rusty. Even though he now used his claw-like appendages for digging, his efficiency remained high. However, his large size made the excavation a considerable undertaking. With no other insects to assist him, Luo Wen could only dig a bit and then push the soil out of the burrow. This approach slowed progress significantly. As the burrow extended underground, the sky gradually darkened. When Luo Wen once again pushed soil out of the burrow, night had fully fallen. Threads of moonlight stubbornly filtered through the canopy, casting a serene, distant glow on the ground. Luo Wen lay at the entrance of the burrow, gazing at the moonlight in a daze. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he darted out and climbed a nearby tree at high speed. At the treetop, a black insect was lost in thought. This is still the original planet, Luo Wen murmured. He suddenly realized how simple it was to verify. In the sky, two light sources hung high, one slightly yellowish-white and the other faintly red. They were unmistakably familiar. How long have I been asleep? Luo Wen fell into contemplation. Unexpectedly, his hibernation ability had such hidden risks. Thinking back, he was fortunate the noisy frog had woken him up earlier. Otherwise, who knew how much longer he would have slept? Though this hibernation skill was remarkably effective slowing his body's state to near stasis, it couldn't hide its glaring flaw. Now that Luo Wen was certain of his location and had dismissed those implausible theories, he felt much more at ease. With his sense of crisis significantly reduced, even digging lost its appeal. The late hour called for rest. Camouflaging the burrow entrance, Luo Wen burrowed into a pile of decaying leaves nearby and fell into a deep sleep. As for why he didn't sleep inside the burrow, a single-passaged burrow without escape routes wasn't secure enough for Luo Wen's peace of mind. The ultra-giant soldier ants were a marvel of biology, managing to achieve such massive sizes despite the severely outdated oxygen supply system typical of ant physiology. They relied entirely on their incredibly dense and powerful muscles to physically pump oxygen throughout their bodies. This impressive muscle density also translated into a highly efficient energy conversion rate. When Luo Wen awoke, not only had he grown wings, but his brood nest had also regenerated. Previously, Luo Wen had only speculated about the possibility of his brood nest regenerating. Now, with his hypothesis confirmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to insufficient energy supply during growth, the regenerated brood nest appeared somewhat underdeveloped. However, this was only in relation to Luo Wen's large size. Compared to its initial state when it was first formed, the reborn brood nest was already several times larger. Scooping up some rotting branches and leaves from the surroundings, Luo Wen stuffed them into the feeding orifice of the brood nest. Though this first meal for the regenerated brood nest was lackluster, the circumstances left little room for luxury. Something was better than nothing. The brood nest wasn't nearly as picky as Luo Wen. Ever since it acquired earthworm genes, it could even consume soil and pebbles, earning it the title of everything within sight is edible. Rotting leaves, therefore, were an effortless choice. After attending to the brood nest, Luo Wen crawled out of his burrow. If not for the importance of the brood nest, he would have been unable to suppress his excitement. Soaring freely through the blue sky was a dream cherished by all living creatures. Luo Wen, whether in his past human life or his current insect form, had always longed for a pair of wings of his own. Now, that dream had come true. The sturdy black carapace on his back split open and lifted upward, revealing a pair of delicate, transparent wings that unfolded. The intricate patterns on the wings were clearly visible, with black accents along their edges and roots. The wings began to vibrate, their speed increasing rapidly. Gradually, Luo Wen's cumbersome body lifted off the ground. Though his first flight was clumsy, rocking left and right with a constant risk of crashing, Luo Wen couldn't help but emit a hiss of exhilaration. Flying was a highly energy-intensive activity. For Luo Wen, using a pair of thin, translucent wings to lift his tens of kilograms heavy body required an immense amount of energy. Still recovering from hibernation and with his energy reserves critically low, Luo Wen was forced to land after less than half a minute of flight, having barely risen 20 centimeters off the ground. While Luo Wen felt a twinge of disappointment, he didn't complain. After all, his wings weren't rented, there was plenty of time to enjoy them once he'd eaten his fill. Meanwhile, the big-headed ants' leaf-cutting convoy, after enjoying 2 days of relative peace, suffered another ambush. Several ultra-giant soldier ants were lost to an unknown assailant during transportation. Infuriated, the big-headed ants dispatched a large force to sweep the area of the attack, but all they found were lingering stench and chaotic pheromone trails. The perpetrator had long since vanished. Replenished and brimming with energy, Luo Wen even brought 2 ants back to his brood nest to hasten its recovery. Once everything was in order, he eagerly began his second flight experiment. In the jungle, a large black beetle hovered half a meter above the ground, flying at a leisurely pace. Its mandibles and limbs dangled naturally as its wings beat so quickly that even their afterimages blurred. Despite successfully flying, Luo Wen couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. He could fly, sure, but it wasn't anything like what he'd envisioned. In his imagination, flight meant dazzling aerial maneuvers, breakneck speeds, and intense dogfights with opponents, reminiscent of the pterosaurs battling for food in the sky he'd once witnessed. But now, watching the scenery slowly recede around him, Luo Wen realized his flight speed was slower than his crawling speed on the ground. The gap between expectation and reality left him momentarily uninspired. At this speed, the only advantage he could think of was avoiding embarrassment during another freefall situation like last time. However, his slow flight wasn't due to a lack of capability in his flying system. On the contrary, his wings incorporated several advanced technologies. First, Luo Wen had developed a set of muscles dedicated to wing movement. The protein fibers within these muscles were highly organized, with cross-sections forming a precise hexagonal pattern. This structural regularity allowed for rapid wing vibrations. Luo Wen's wings flapped at a standard rate of over 1,000 times per minute, with a maximum speed exceeding 20,000 flaps per minute. However, such high-speed flapping generated significant noise and consumed a massive amount of energy, though it did considerably increase flight speed. The wings themselves were membranous and featured hidden folding patterns. When in use, the elytra, wing covers, opened, and the concealed wings unfurled like umbrellas. Retracting the wings was a bit more complex. It required leveraging the elasticity and flexibility within the wing's internal structures to fold them back along their creases. In simpler terms, the wings needed to be folded back into place. Initially, Luo Wen struggled with this operation. After folding his wings and elytra, parts of the wings remained exposed. Assuming this was normal, he paid it little attention. Later, after observing green beetles, he realized the wings could be fully retracted. It required the assistance of his hind legs to manually push the wings back under the elytra, where they would automatically fold along their creases. Even with these features, the wings alone wouldn't have been sufficient to lift Luo Wen's heavy body. Here's where the most advanced feature came into play. The elytra housed an enormous amount of ultramicroscopic pyramid structures. When the wings vibrated at high speed, these structures emitted magnetic particle longitudinal waves. The directional waves created a polarized magnetic particle phenomenon, which in turn generated an anti-gravity field effect. Simply put, it was anti-gravity? The elytra's unique structure allowed Luo Wen to partially negate gravity, enabling his lightweight wings to lift his bulky body into the air. However, this system wasn't omnipotent. Otherwise, Luo Wen wouldn't have been so dissatisfied with his flight speed. Improving his speed was straightforward in theory: permanently alter his body structure, shedding parts of his exoskeleton and protective layers to reduce weight. Reshaping his rotund body into an aerodynamic form would also enhance his speed. Such modifications were entirely possible with his newfound ability to choose genetic segments to transform himself, a talent awakened after his prolonged hibernation. With sufficient energy, a single session of cocooned metamorphosis could achieve these changes. Yet after careful consideration, Luo Wen decided against it for now. The jungle terrain was treacherous, and his delicate membranous wings couldn't withstand much abuse. Above the treetops, the domain of the pterosaurs, Luo Wen was utterly outclassed in both size and numbers. All things considered, faster flight offered little advantage in his current situation. Thus, when forced to choose between speed and defense, he opted for defense. The novelty of having wings soon wore off, and Luo Wen's initial excitement cooled as rationality reclaimed its position. His plans for soaring the skies were temporarily shelved. The top priority now was nurturing the brood nest and rebuilding the structure of the swarm. Over the next few days, nothing noteworthy occurred except for the daily loss of varying numbers of ultra-giant soldier ants from the big-headed ants. The underground temporary base was completed yesterday. In addition to personal chambers for Luo Wen and the brood nest, it also included facilities like a hatchery and storage rooms, along with as many as 5 escape tunnels. After several days of recovery, the brood nest had also largely regained its functionality. Luo Wen immediately issued a production order for the first batch, 50 fully grown worker ants. This method of production consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Fortunately, worker ants were relatively small compared to the current size of the brood nest, so there was no repeat of the situation from before when the queen ant produced big black and became debilitated for over a week. Within half a day, 50 worker ants were ready. Next, Luo Wen issued a daily order for 10,000 eggs, which would eventually hatch into worker ants, burrower ants, and spy bugs. There was no need to produce combat units at this stage of the swarm's development. Current resources simply couldn't support them. For now, the focus was on replenishing labor and steadily growing. The base gradually came into operation. Luo Wen personally handled the hunting tasks outside. With the nearby granary available, the risks were minimal. The base saw an increase of 10,000 eggs daily, and as they began hatching, the 50 worker ants struggled to manage them. The brood nest paused egg production to prioritize a week of producing adult worker ants. The addition of hundreds of worker ants, though insufficient to meet the needs of the hatchery, provided some relief for now. Thanks to several rounds of genetic optimization, the worker ants' growth speed was significantly faster. If this pace could be maintained for a dozen more days, the first batch of insect pupae would hatch, alleviating the labor shortage. In the meantime, the larvae were fed less frequently, but a little hunger wouldn't harm them. It was manageable. On this day, as Luo Wen emerged from his burrow to hunt, he noticed faint tremors from the ground. Unlike the distant earth-shaking vibrations from earlier days, these were lighter, indicating the source was smaller in size and relatively close. The dense jungle vegetation obstructed visibility, making it difficult to see far. Luo Wen cautiously activated optical camouflage and climbed a nearby tree trunk to gain a height advantage for observing the source of the disturbance. However, the view from above was also limited. Unfurling his membranous wings from beneath the elytra, Luo Wen pushed off the tree trunk with his legs while spreading his wings. By flapping lightly, he glided silently to another nearby trunk. This wasn't true flight but a quiet gliding technique Luo Wen had recently discovered. While daydreaming in the treetops, he observed a creature far off in a taller tree. It had wing-like membranes under its arms, and despite its small size, it leapt from a height, spread its limbs, and glided out of sight. From a distance, it seemed like some type of frog or lizard. Inspired, Luo Wen practiced this method repeatedly. Though his equipment was far from specialized, his membranous wings could suffice in a pinch. Because of his weight, his gliding range was short, only effective for traveling between nearby trunks with the aid of jumps. While limited, this method provided a safe way to navigate situations like the current one. After gliding around 20 meters, Luo Wen was surprised to discover that the unknown creature was heading straight for his position. Remaining motionless, he soon got a clear look at the intruder. It was a creature resembling a dog, but with an unusually elongated head that gave it a sinister appearance. Standing over a meter tall and nearly 3 meters long including its tail, it had short, sturdy limbs ending in three-toed, muscular paws. Its body was covered in coarse, grayish-brown bristle-like fur without any exoskeleton armor. The long-faced beast approached the tree beneath Luo Wen, sniffing the ground with its elongated snout, seemingly searching for something. Carefully tracking it from tree to tree, Luo Wen observed the beast's behavior. Its larger size and unknown abilities made it unwise to act recklessly. The long-faced beast gradually closed in on the big-headed ant's leaf-cutting convoy. It seemed to identify its target and joyfully bounded toward the ants. As it neared, a half-meter-long, agile tongue shot out from its mouth. The tongue struck a medium soldier ant, rolled it up in sticky saliva, and pulled it into the beast's mouth. After chewing a few times, the ant disappeared into its stomach. Luo Wen was taken aback. Who would have thought this dog-like creature had mastered the skills of a frog? Then, Luo Wen felt a surge of irritation. The big-headed ant's nest near his base was already considered his personal granary. This beast was stealing food right under his nose? Clearly an experienced predator of big-headed ants, the long-faced beast maintained an optimal distance, using its tongue to snatch one worker ant or soldier ant after another. Despite their once dominant position, the big-headed ants were oblivious to the attacks. Their vulnerabilities were glaring and easy to exploit. After observing for a while, Luo Wen deduced that the long-faced beast had no other notable skills beyond its tongue. This made sense. If it were more capable, it wouldn't be stuck preying on ants. Moreover, the beast avoided giant soldier ants and ultra-giant soldier ants entirely, keeping a safe distance from them. Luo Wen formulated his plan. A creature with such weak combat capabilities dared to steal his food? While the long-faced beast was enjoying its meal, it suddenly felt a heavy weight on its back, nearly forcing it to the ground. As it struggled, a sharp pain shot through the back of its neck, followed by the weight lifting abruptly. Luo Wen had made his move. The beast's eyes, located on the sides of its head, left its upper side a blind spot. Using gliding and optical camouflage, Luo Wen landed silently on its back. Before the beast could react, Luo Wen's venomous fangs pierced its neck. Beneath its bristly fur, its relatively tough skin offered little defense compared to exoskeleton armor, allowing the fangs to penetrate easily. After injecting venom, Luo Wen swiftly retreated to a nearby tree trunk. Death was now inevitable for the poisoned beast, and Luo Wen saw no need for further confrontation. He would simply wait and let time do the work. The pain of muscles being gradually dissolved drove the long-faced beast into madness. It could no longer hide and began fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately, the danger stemmed from within its body. Its frantic escape not only failed to alleviate the situation but hastened the venom's spread. In mere moments, though its bones still fiercely resisted the venom's invasion, a large portion of its muscles had already dissolved, leaving it unable to support its heavy body. The long-faced beast staggered forward a few more steps before collapsing with a thunderous crash, flattening a patch of wild grass. Lying on the ground, the long-faced beast convulsed continuously for over 10 minutes before finally falling still. After waiting for a while longer, Luo Wen leapt down from the tree trunk and cautiously approached his prey. Seeing the lifeless and vacant eyes of the long-faced beast, he knew it was truly dead. In truth, although the venom Luo Wen injected was highly toxic, given the size of the long-faced beast, it could only dissolve about half its muscle tissue. However, Luo Wen had chosen his target well. The area around the back of the neck was dense with central nerves, serving as the sole connection between the brain and the body. With the muscles and nerve tissue in this area destroyed, even if the beast were alive, it would lose its ability to move and become an easy target. After confirming that the prey was no longer a threat, Luo Wen stepped forward and began consuming the dissolved meat juices to fill his stomach. But soon, he found himself at a bit of a loss. The long-faced beast measured 3 meters in length. Although its elongated head and tail accounted for much of its length, its main body was still about 2 meters, with 4 stout legs adding significant bulk. Even after Luo Wen consumed a portion, more than 200 kilograms of meat remained. In the past, such a quantity of food would have been quickly processed by the swarm. But now, digestion was no longer the issue. Even storage posed a challenge. The commotion caused by the long-faced beast's frenzy had already alerted the big-headed ants. Some scouts were already following the trail to investigate. This place was no longer safe, so Luo Wen decided to retreat first. He scattered some pheromones around to create confusion, then hoisted the long-faced beast onto his back and left swiftly. Although the long-faced beast's size and weight dwarfed Luo Wen's own, his exoskeletal armor made moving this load manageable. After all, ants with similar exoskeletons could carry hundreds of times their body weight. When Luo Wen was about a dozen meters away from the base, he stopped. The entrance to the cave was too narrow to accommodate the entire long-faced beast in its current state. Widening it would take time, but cutting the beast into smaller pieces would release a significant amount of blood scent. In this primeval jungle, the smell of blood was akin to an invitation to a feast, and the locals were far from civilized, often displaying extreme savagery in food fights. Yet abandoning such a hard-earned meal was out of the question for Luo Wen. After thinking for a long time, Luo Wen finally came up with a decent plan, though its execution felt a bit undignified. He first found a spot downwind near the base. Dragging the long-faced beast there, he buried it under soil and decaying leaves. Finally, he raised his abdomen and launched a Gatling-style barrage, spraying projectiles in all directions. The primary purpose of this attack was not its highly corrosive and high-temperature effects but its secondary property. An unbearable stench spread, masking the scent of the long-faced beast's wounds and effectively repelling other predators. Moreover, the odor had a shelf life of over half a month. Luo Wen could easily finish consuming the beast in far less time. After satisfying his hunger, Luo Wen hunted 2 ultra-giant soldier ants and ended his day's hunt early, returning to the base. He divided the ultra-giants between the brood nest, worker ants, and larvae, then lay down on one side, bored, watching the bustling hatchery. As he stared absent-mindedly at a worker ant, the mysterious energy mass in his mind suddenly became active. Immediately, Luo Wen's perspective shifted as if his soul had traversed dimensions. Before his eyes appeared a hungry larva with its mouth wide open, waiting to be fed. The sudden change startled him, breaking the connection and returning his consciousness to his body, restoring his normal vision. He realized he had been watching a worker ant feeding that very larva, a larva that now seemed oddly familiar. Luo Wen shivered as if a switch had been flipped. A talent was awakened, and in an instant, he understood everything. The mysterious purple-white energy in his mind boiled and churned. Each insect in the hatchery lit up like a node in his consciousness, forming an unseen network that linked them all together as one. With a single thought, Luo Wen activated a node, and his perspective instantly shifted without any delay. A set of menacing mandibles, dripping with saliva and food mixture, loomed large in his vision. Startled, Luo Wen disconnected from the node and switched to another, a worker ant transporting eggs. His consciousness descending had no effect on its actions, it continued working. With another thought, Luo Wen increased the energy output, causing the worker ant to freeze momentarily. It seemed to become self-aware, performing strange actions like raising its limbs and even putting down the egg to crawl around the hatchery in circles. Gradually, other insects in the hatchery began exhibiting strange behaviors. At first, it was 1 or 2, eventually, it escalated into a collective phenomenon. Luo Wen was exhilarated. Was this the legendary swarm instant communication system? When the swarm's territory expanded, Luo Wen had constantly struggled with communication issues but could never find a good solution. Finally, after the swarm reached a certain scale, linking with the brood nest had provided him with some vague information, a potential breakthrough for solving communication problems. After extensive development, the swarm met the necessary criteria, leading to the grand sacrifice of countless insects and a long slumber that followed. Upon awakening, Luo Wen found the mysterious energy in his mind but had yet to unlock its true purpose until now. The immense joy Luo Wen felt after testing the system was indescribable. He had never imagined that this breakthrough would result in such an advanced communication system. No wonder it required such intricate procedures and prolonged preparation. From his tests, Luo Wen mastered some functionalities of the system. He could transfer his consciousness into any insect, seamlessly switch perspectives, and even take control of their bodies with enhanced energy output. The control was precise, without any lag. With increased energy output, he could command entire regions of insects simultaneously. However, as he had not yet mastered multitasking, controlling numerous insects individually for complex tasks remained impractical. For now, this feature was somewhat underutilized. In truth, opportunities to use this feature were practically non-existent. During subsequent tests, Luo Wen discovered that when his consciousness descended upon a particular insect, he could emit a special kind of wave through its body. Insects receiving this wave would naturally follow his commands, eliminating the need to take direct control of their bodies. This meant that in future wars, Luo Wen wouldn't need to personally step onto the battlefield. He could remain safely in the rear and conduct remote operations. However, Luo Wen also identified a flaw in the system. The insects lacked names and were displayed as mere nodes within his mental space. Currently, with the insect population still sparse, this wasn't a major issue. But if the swarm ever regained its former scale of trillions, imagine the chaos of so many nodes flooding his mind. Distinguishing them would become an enormous challenge. After repeated experimentation, Luo Wen devised a temporary solution to this flaw. He could group these nodes in his mind and recreate a sandbox map based on the real-world terrain. The insects would then be arranged and organized according to their actual positions. Moreover, Luo Wen found that he didn't always need to click on nodes in his mind to switch perspectives. He could now seamlessly leap between insects within his line of sight. For instance, if he had possessed this system earlier and wanted to contact the Northern Army, he could first descend upon any insect in their ranks, then leap between countless others until he found the desired perspective or insect. Although somewhat cumbersome, this method solved the problem, considering the transitions were instantaneous. Additionally, since this was an instant communication system, it should have some interactive features. Luo Wen believed the insects should be able to call him actively, rather than him descending upon them unilaterally. However, the swarm had only recently begun to recover, and the current insects were mostly low-intelligence workers, incapable of such complex operations. Testing whether this function existed would have to wait for the emergence of a type I queen ant. The system was incredibly powerful and had even evolved additional features over time, far surpassing the scope of a mere instant communication system. Luo Wen named it the Swarm Network, signifying an invisible web linking the entire swarm together. While the swarm network didn't directly enhance the swarm's numbers, a critical form of strength, it invisibly boosted their overall capabilities, raising the swarm's competitive edge by several levels. What other functions it possessed remained unknown due to the current limitations. Only through continuous development could they be uncovered. But even its currently displayed capabilities elevated Luo Wen's vision to new heights. Perhaps the swarm's future was boundless. Over the next few days, Luo Wen spent his time bringing back a few ultra-giant soldier ants to the nest daily and using venom to dissolve parts of long-faced beasts to treat himself to private meals. He also ambushed passing birds and insects to satisfy his cravings. 10 or so days later, the chirping of insects and birds around him noticeably dwindled. The area had become a forbidden zone for them. Meanwhile, the long-faced beasts had been completely consumed. Fortunately, during this time, the first batches of insects had begun to emerge from their cocoons. Under Luo Wen's orders, the burrower ants dug tunnels while the spy bugs provided cover. Within half a day, they had completed a tunnel connecting to the big-headed ant nest's lower levels. This rapid completion was due to two factors. Luo Wen had originally chosen a base location close to the big-headed ant nest. The second reason was the swarm network, which allowed him to command the troops in real time, even directly taking control of certain insects for precise operations. Since Luo Wen's body had grown larger, he no longer personally supervised the digging. The burrower ants, with their limited intelligence, often failed to fully understand his instructions, leading to imperfect results. The arrival of the queen ant improved the situation somewhat, but it still fell short of Luo Wen's standards. Now, with the swarm network's help, Luo Wen returned to the front lines of excavation, personally guiding the work. The resulting tunnels felt significantly smoother. Once the tunnel connecting to the big-headed ant nest was completed, the burrower ants withdrew, and swarms of spy bugs moved in. Approximately 10,000 spy bugs were divided into several small teams, infiltrating the big-headed ant nest in sequence. During the excavation, Luo Wen noticed that while these basic units weren't very intelligent, they had strong learning and imitation abilities. Many tasks only required him to demonstrate once for them to replicate with impressive accuracy. This infiltration operation was somewhat complex. After entering the big-headed ant nest, the spy bugs needed to create localized numerical advantages and steadily devour the big-headed ant's living forces. If it were just about stealing food or targeting a specific objective, such simple commands could be executed well. But they likely couldn't grasp the concept of creating localized numerical superiority. Fortunately, Luo Wen could now provide live demonstrations. Inside the nest, the familiar spiral structures greeted him, with plantations dotting the tunnels. After sealing off the entrance with misleading pheromones to temporarily obscure their presence, the spy bugs approached their targets under Luo Wen's command. These specialists in infiltration and assassination were particularly devious poison insects. Given their numerical advantage, eliminating the unguarded worker ants felt almost overkill. As Luo Wen had expected, the spy bugs completed the task flawlessly, with 0 casualties. After eliminating the worker ants in the room, some worker ants from the swarm were escorted in by the spy bugs to take over the plantation. The enemy worker ants' corpses and the matured fungal crops were transported back to the swarm's base for daily needs. Starting from remote plantation rooms, the swarm steadily devoured the big-headed ants' underground territory. The big-headed ant nest had never encountered such tactics and was woefully unprepared in defense. Occasionally, passing worker or soldier ants might brush against spy bugs, exchanging pheromones in a friendly manner. But if they wandered into the occupied plantations out of curiosity, they would swiftly become lifeless resources transported back to the swarm base. If this scenario were filmed as a human movie, it would resemble an underground base where colleagues were continuously replaced by unknown entities, all while the base remained oblivious, a chilling thought. After observing for 2 days to ensure the insects were thoroughly familiar with their tasks, Luo Wen finally freed himself from the duties of hunting food and feeding larvae. By occupying existing plantations and eliminating big-headed ants, the swarm base could now meet its daily needs. Luo Wen only needed to feed himself. The long-faced beasts had been consumed, and the ultra-giant soldier ants of the big-headed ants had nearly been hunted to extinction after days of relentless attacks. As for other big-headed ant soldiers, their smaller size made them unsatisfying to eat, so Luo Wen left them to the swarm to slowly consume and digest. Luo Wen decided to explore the nearby area, hoping to find another long-faced beast. That would resolve his food supply for many days. At first, he didn't dare venture too far from the base, worried that the insects might slip up and attract the big-headed ants to retaliate against the base. He frequently used the swarm network to monitor the situation. Surprisingly, everything progressed smoothly. Every day, around 10,000 adult insects emerged from their cocoons, and the number of infiltrators inside the big-headed ant nest steadily increased. The swarm had even taken control of plantation rooms near the connecting tunnel, securing the passage and virtually eliminating the risk of exposure. With fewer concerns, Luo Wen expanded his exploration range over the next few days, eventually even staying out overnight. Although he didn't encounter another long-faced beast, his increasingly skilled hunting techniques and the abundance of small creatures in the jungle ensured he could still fill his stomach. About 2 or 3 kilometers northwest of the base, Luo Wen discovered a mountain hollow filled with unusual green-leafed vegetation. The trees, averaging over 30 meters tall, had thick trunks and bore numerous red-skinned, ping-pong ball-sized fruits. Small, peculiar creatures lived in the trees. These animals, 20 to 30 centimeters long, had round heads, large eyes, fur-covered bodies, short limbs, sharp claws, and slender tails tipped with short fur. The creatures fed on the red-skinned fruits and moved nimbly among the interconnecting branches beneath the canopy, rarely descending to the ground. Since the small birds sharing their ecological niche posed little threat, they faced few natural predators and existed in large numbers. Their low vigilance made them relatively easy prey. Despite their small size, these creatures were plump, with a fair amount of meat that tasted quite good. When Luo Wen first explored the area, it didn't take him long to eat his fill. After digesting for a while, he decided not to linger and marked the area heavily before leaving. He planned to return whenever he needed more food. In addition to these small creatures, Luo Wen discovered other interesting species, one of which particularly caught his attention. It was a flying insect resembling an ant but much larger, measuring around 6 to 7 centimeters in length. Its slender, streamlined body was yellow-brown with black circular markings. A pair of thin, transparent wings extended from its back, and its tail ended in a sharp, black stinger. The insect's head was flat and rounded, with a sleek, mechanical aesthetic. However, only its head was armored, with a small dorsal plate covering the muscles around its wing base. The rest of its body lacked exoskeletal protection. This was understandable, as these were specialized aerial combat units, fundamentally different from Luo Wen's improvised adaptations. Although they lacked exoskeletal protection, their flight speed was impressive. They moved in large swarms numbering in the thousands. When the yellow insects vibrated their wings en masse, the resulting buzzing sound was loud, reminiscent of old fighter planes. Luo Wen first encountered these flying insects while feasting in the redfruit forest. He had heard the sound from a distance and was puzzled, but the small creatures, apparently familiar with the noise, quickly hid in tree holes. What had been a lively forest moments ago was suddenly silent, save for the insect's deafening buzz. Realizing the situation, Luo Wen chose not to provoke trouble. He abandoned his meal, concealed himself among the treetops, and observed the swarm. The flying insects passed below like a squadron of fighter planes, undeterred by any other creatures. Their brazen display suggested either recklessness or genuine confidence, likely the latter. At the very least, their thunderous presence was intimidating. Luo Wen envied their flight capabilities. Unfortunately, his lack of prior knowledge left him too far to intercept any. The air fleet flew quickly, vanishing into the jungle before he could react. He wasn't overly disappointed, as their wings didn't seem suited for long-distance flight. Their nest was likely nearby, and he was determined to find them again. In another part of the jungle, Luo Wen stumbled upon a group of small green dinosaurs. He wasn't surprised, given his previous experience as a pterosaur food experience card. These dinosaurs, resembling velociraptors from movies, numbered over 10. They had long heads filled with uneven, sharp teeth likely indicating dental problems. Their large, watery eyes on the sides of their heads made them look quite alert. Their forelimbs were short and their hind limbs thick and powerful, each equipped with 3 curved, razor-sharp claws. They walked upright on 2 legs and had long, flexible tails that enhanced their agility and speed. Unlike velociraptors, these dinosaurs had colorful feathers running from their elbows to their armpits. While incapable of flight, these feathers helped them steer during high-speed sprints. In such moments, they resembled oversized chickens. Standing less than half a meter tall and measuring 1.5 meters in length, their green, white-patterned skin appeared rough and lacked armor, suggesting poor defense. Luo Wen encountered them while they were chasing prey. Their commotion and duck-like calls drew his attention. Their loud, careless cries made it clear they weren't apex predators, certainly not as awe-inspiring as the air fleet of flying insects. Despite their speed, the jungle's complex terrain forced them to constantly navigate obstacles, wasting time. Their agility couldn't compare to the flying insects, who left Luo Wen far behind. Gliding between tree trunks, Luo Wen easily caught up with the small dinosaurs. Luo Wen managed to catch up with the small dinosaurs so quickly not only because the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line but also because the dinosaurs had stopped moving. From a distance, Luo Wen saw them crowding around the entrance of a burrow at the base of a small hill, shouting at the top of their lungs. It was as if they were trying to attract a more powerful predator, a level of recklessness that surpassed even Luo Wen's. The burrow, originally concealed by natural coverings, had been trampled into disrepair, leaving the entrance exposed. Although the opening wasn't large, the slender-bodied dinosaurs could probably force their way in with some effort. However, their physique wasn't suited for underground combat, and entering the burrow would likely lead to a grim fate. The dinosaurs, seemingly experienced, clearly understood this. Instead of attacking, they surrounded the burrow and used their incessant shouting to intimidate the creatures inside. Occasionally, they would tilt their heads and cock their ears, as if searching for something. Luo Wen, observing from above, couldn't see what kind of creature was hiding in the burrow. Judging by the fact that it dared not return home while the dinosaurs waited, it was likely weak and not worth much attention. The grating calls of the dinosaurs were giving Luo Wen a headache. Concerned about attracting other, stronger predators and eager to silence the commotion, Luo Wen decided to intervene. First, he circled the area to ensure no ambush predators were lying in wait to take advantage of the situation. Returning to the top of the hill, he sought a suitable target. Although Luo Wen lacked formal training in biology, his field experience had taught him some basic patterns. These swift, sharp-toothed dinosaurs were unlikely to be venomous. Despite their numbers, Luo Wen wasn't afraid of them, thanks to his armored body. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging them head-on. As a flying, venomous, stealth-capable assassin, ambush tactics suited him far better. The positioning of the dinosaurs' sensory organs meant they had to tilt their heads upward to see above. Having honed his skills in hiding and ambushing through countless hours of battle royale games, Luo Wen considered this an easy operation. Just as he locked onto his target and began gliding down, the nearby grass suddenly rustled, as if something had bolted from the undergrowth. The dinosaurs, only slightly slower to notice than Luo Wen, immediately reacted to the disturbance. While a few stayed behind to guard the burrow, the rest charged toward the moving grass. Curious about what had happened and interested in studying the dinosaurs' combat tactics just in case they turned out to be venomous, Luo Wen quietly adjusted his trajectory mid-flight. His silent wing beats allowed him to veer off course without alerting the guarding dinosaurs. From his new vantage point, Luo Wen saw multiple creatures emerging from the burrow, 5 mammals, to be exact. Cornered by the dinosaurs, the mammals bared their teeth and growled lowly, trying to intimidate their attackers. But the dinosaurs, having pursued them this far, weren't about to back down. One dinosaur let out a series of calls, summoning its companions guarding the burrow. The mammals were much smaller than the dinosaurs, standing about 30 centimeters tall at the shoulder. Including their extraordinarily long tails, they were roughly the same length as the dinosaurs, about 1.5 meters. Their bodies were covered in dense, short black fur with softer white fur on their bellies. Their paws resembled small human hands, similar to oversized rats. Their round, black eyes radiated fear, clearly marking them as creatures with weak combat abilities. Outnumbered and outsized, the mammals quickly fell to the dinosaurs' coordinated attack, despite their frantic resistance. Luo Wen, witnessing the bullying of the weak, felt compelled to intervene. One dinosaur, busy tearing into its prey, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its neck. When it turned to investigate, it saw nothing. Confused, it endured the pain until it became unbearable, letting out a cry of agony. The other dinosaurs looked at their comrade in confusion. Unable to identify the cause of the distress, they resumed feeding. But soon, another dinosaur cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and writhing. Their eerie, discordant cries unsettled the remaining dinosaurs. Though they scanned their surroundings, they found nothing amiss. Still, they lowered their heads cautiously, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Even so, another dinosaur succumbed to the same mysterious pain shortly after. The first dinosaur, now paralyzed, had stopped moving entirely, and its cries were fading. This unexplained phenomenon filled the remaining dinosaurs with terror. Reluctant to abandon their prey, they hesitated until one finally fled. The rest soon followed. Luo Wen didn't pursue them. For one, the available food was already more than sufficient. Moreover, he was running low on venom. His venom glands were small, and he had used an extra strong dose on the first dinosaur to ensure a quick kill. Without venom, his combat effectiveness was significantly reduced. Letting the dinosaurs go would keep the meat fresh, and they could always be dealt with later. The scene left 3 dinosaurs' bodies and the 5 mammalian victims, now lifeless after the attack. Despite their rough appearance, they were usable as food. Luo Wen dragged the dinosaur carcasses into the burrow one by one. Their bodies, free from significant wounds or the scent of blood, would remain fresh for a long time. The mammalian bodies, however, reeked of blood and had to be dealt with immediately. Luo Wen carefully salvaged usable meat, wrapped it in fur, and used his Gatling ability to spray the area with a pungent scent. The stench not only masked the smell of blood but also deterred scavengers, making the burrow a safer food storage site. Eating raw meat no longer troubled Luo Wen. In fact, the mammalian meat tasted far better than insect meat. Interestingly, the mammals had a special organ near the base of their tails, where they stored excess fat. This adaptation kept them agile while allowing them to reserve energy. Luo Wen named the fat tail lard, dubbing the creature's tail lard rats. For the next 2 days, Luo Wen stayed in the vicinity. With no food concerns and hopes of finding the nests of the small dinosaurs or flying insects, he scouted the area thoroughly. Unfortunately, their hunting ranges were vast, and Luo Wen failed to encounter them again during this time. Among the new genetic material he acquired, only the tail fat organ stood out. Luo Wen chose not to integrate the other traits into his body. Currently, Luo Wen was already a versatile predator capable of operations on land, sea, air, and underground. His battle-hardened system of stealth and assassination was incredibly effective, and he saw no need to dilute it unless the new abilities were particularly powerful or useful. The tail fat organ, despite its unassuming appearance and amusing name, proved to be immensely practical. It allowed Luo Wen to convert excess energy into compact fat deposits for storage, greatly enhancing his endurance in sustained combat. What would have been a week-long supply of food from the 5 tail-lard rats and 3 small dinosaurs had been consumed in just 2 days, with the surplus energy compactly stored. Luo Wen estimated he could now go up to 2 months without eating, provided he rationed the energy. If this ability were distributed to the entire swarm, it could significantly alleviate logistical pressures. With food taken care of, Luo Wen no longer had any reason to remain in the area. He set off once more on his adventurous journey. Every day, Luo Wen remotely checked the situation at the base multiple times. Under his command, everything ran smoothly. The swarm's numbers had surpassed 200,000, and they had quietly taken over the bottom 10 levels of the big-headed ant nest. The 10 Type 3 queen ants were now in cocoons, nearing maturity. In addition, 50 more Type 3 queen ant eggs awaited hatching. The swarm was currently grappling with a severe population shortage, a situation Luo Wen, once a land-dwelling apex predator, found difficult to adjust to. Strengthening the reproductive capabilities of the Type 3 queen ants was the best solution for this issue. Once these Type 3 queen ants matured, the swarm's numbers would explode. Luo Wen was confident that once they overcame this vulnerable period, the swarm would soon dominate the continent again. Over the next 10 days, Luo Wen thoroughly explored the 5-kilometer radius around the base. Combining his observations from the air during previous encounters, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the area. He found himself on the edge of a primeval forest, where the vegetation grew denser and more complex the deeper one ventured. Massive trees blocked out the sunlight, their thick canopies intertwined with vines. Even at midday, the forest floor remained dim and eerie. The forest teemed with a variety of small and medium-sized creatures, forming a tightly interwoven ecosystem. Luo Wen encountered many strange species here, such as a giant patterned spider the size of a millstone. It had spun a massive web between 2 trees, preying on flying insects, small birds, and bats. He also saw snakes of various sizes and colors. The smaller ones hunted birds and rodents far smaller than the tail-lard rats, while the larger ones preyed on the tail-lard rats themselves. The tail-lard rats, relatively numerous here, occupied the bottom rung of the food chain, subsisting on insects. Luo Wen even saw them ambush scout worker ants from the big-headed ant nest. Something about that seemed off, though Luo Wen couldn't put his finger on it. Smaller creatures were even less picky eaters, their diets determined solely by hunger. Luo Wen discovered a small river and, above its murky surface, spotted super dragonflies with wingspans exceeding 1 meter. However, he refrained from entering the river. The water's opacity hid potential dangers, and as the swarm's supreme leader, Luo Wen couldn't afford unnecessary risks. The local fauna was surprisingly hospitable, generously showcasing their talents and donating genetic material to Luo Wen's collection. He gained abilities like heat detection, echolocation, and web spinning, among others. Additionally, his frequent consumption of birds led to a mutation in his ocular photoreceptors, dramatically enhancing his vision range. While this change wasn't immediately noticeable in the dense forest, Luo Wen realized its impact one night when he climbed above the canopy to enjoy the breeze. From his vantage point, he could directly see the twin moons in the night sky without relying on light detection. One was pale yellow, the other faint white, both exuding a cool, noble glow that left Luo Wen momentarily entranced. Among his discoveries, Luo Wen finally located the nest of the flying insects. Thanks to his newly acquired echolocation system, he detected their flight squadron from afar. His new ability caused hidden ear holes to form on the sides of his head plate. Luo Wen could emit ultrasonic waves at frequencies near 100 kHz and use the echoes to determine the size and position of surrounding objects without relying on sight. Though the small size of his ear holes limited the skill's effectiveness compared to that of a bat, it still significantly enhanced his auditory system. Previously, Luo Wen had to rely on his antennae and leg hairs to sense sound. During his first encounter with the flying insects, Luo Wen had been unprepared. Their speed, combined with the dense forest and poor visibility, caused him to lose track of them. This time, sound alone allowed him to trail them effortlessly. Hanging from a sturdy tree trunk, the giant hive of the flying insects loomed ahead. Its yellow-brown surface, made of unknown materials, stood over 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide. If not for the tree's considerable girth, smaller vegetation wouldn't have been able to support its weight. A circular entrance atop the hive bustled with activity as flying insects darted in and out. Around the hive, numerous guard insects patrolled the air. Luo Wen had no plans to attack the hive, he only needed to capture a single flying insect. However, these creatures always traveled in groups, so careful planning was essential. As a squadron of around 2,000 flying insects arrogantly schemed the forest floor, they remained oblivious to the predator lurking on a nearby tree trunk, waiting for his moment. The main formation passed, leaving one straggler trailing behind. Just as the last flying insect approached, a sharp lance shot out from the tree trunk, piercing it cleanly. The insect emitted a strange sound as it died, alerting the rest of the squadron. Luo Wen quickly stuffed the insect, shell and all, into his mouth, then froze in place, hoping to avoid detection. Unfortunately, his optical camouflage seemed ineffective against the flying insects. Without hesitation, the squadron wheeled around in unison and charged straight at him. Luo Wen finally understood why the chameleon bug from before had been surrounded and immobilized. It was just like his current situation, encircled by flying bugs, debating whether they had noticed him or if he should make a run for it or stay still. The deliberation didn't last long, the flying bugs launched their attack. Dozens of flying bugs dived at him. As they closed in, their wings spread wide, and their posture instantly shifted. They switched from head-first dives to rear-first thrusts, exposing the stingers at their tails. They were so fast that, despite Luo Wen's reaction, he couldn't completely avoid the attack. Fortunately, his exoskeletal armor wasn't just for show. The tiny stingers couldn't even leave a scratch on his back plates. Luo Wen didn't feel the least bit smug about it. He had seen countless times how the red ants dealt with ultras, and these flying bugs resembled winged ants. Who knew if they might employ similar tactics? Propelling himself with his legs, Luo Wen leaped from the tree and dashed off in a random direction. He didn't choose to fly because his flight speed was far inferior to these bugs designed for aerial maneuvers. Moreover, for him to fly, he would have to expose his wing covers his back armor, leaving his more vulnerable abdomen exposed. That would be akin to disabling his own defenses. His legs, refined through numerous evolutions, weren't just capable of impressive running but also excellent jumping and clinging abilities. In the obstacle-filled terrain, his movements were like a parkour performance, fluid, efficient, and even visually pleasing. However, to the flying bugs with straight-line flight and high-altitude vision advantages, his acrobatics seemed overly flashy. Oddly enough, Luo Wen had maintained his optical invisibility, yet the flying bugs pursued him with GPS-like precision, always managing to locate and attack him accurately. Luo Wen raised his pincers above and behind his head, shielding his eyes while ensuring his body didn't lean too far forward during his sprint, which could affect his speed. Unfortunately, the slight speed boost was insignificant to the flying bugs. The attacks remained relentless. While most were deflected by his armor, a few bugs managed to latch onto the crevices of his armor and clamber onto his body. Luo Wen couldn't afford to let them linger. Although he was also adept at poisoning, he preferred direct confrontations and despised opponents who used toxins. While running, his legs had to reinforce his back's defense. His reverse-jointed limbs worked to dislodge the flying bugs, significantly impacting his speed. Luo Wen had always thought his 10 limbs, 2 pincers, 2 swimming legs, and 6 standard legs were sufficient to handle most situations. Now, facing one of those rare exceptions, he wished he had 6 more legs to fend off the airborne attacks. At this rate, it was a slow death. In a simple marathon, he could exhaust these bugs behind him, thanks to the energy reserves in his tail lard. But this was an unpredictable primeval jungle, with who knew how many hidden predators lying in wait. He didn't dare drag the flying bugs along for a marathon here. He had to come up with a solution. First, he needed to figure out how they were tracking him. His optical invisibility was useless. He released deceptive pheromones, but they had no effect. He wasn't surprised, as this tracking method only worked at close range, and he had just been testing it. Suddenly, he noticed faint yellow, granular powder on his back armor. The powder seemed to come from the base of the flying bug's hind legs and abdomen, which were covered in fine hairs. Was it pollen? Could they be tracking him using this pollen? Luo Wen's eyes darted around, and sure enough, he spotted traces of the powder on the tip of the leg he had used to attack the first flying bug. Although he didn't know exactly how the bugs tracked the pollen since there were plenty of flowers and pollen around, yet they hadn't lost him. It was likely a unique ability. After determining the cause, Luo Wen's first guess was sent. Mid-run, he abruptly opened his wing covers, lifted his abdomen, and fired off a series of Gatling shots with a pft, pft, pft sound. When the barrage ended, he immediately closed his wing covers. In ground combat, his Gatling method had always worked wonders at close range. But in an aerial ground battle, its limited range became a glaring disadvantage. The flying bugs merely heard the sound and saw the spectacle. Luo Wen hadn't intended to kill them outright. Instead, a foul stench accompanied by white smoke enveloped the area. The flying bugs were visibly affected, disoriented, and unable to maintain their course. Yet before Luo Wen could celebrate, they climbed higher and resumed the chase. Damn it, Luo Wen cursed under his breath. The stench only covered a small area, rendering it ineffective while he was on the move. Unless he stayed within the affected zone, it was useless. But staying put wouldn't solve the root problem. If the flying bugs had enough patience, he'd become a sitting duck. The risk was too great, making this strategy untenable. Suddenly, he remembered scenes from cartoons where characters escaped similar predicaments by jumping into water. Not far ahead, Luo Wen could hear the sound of flowing water. Though he wasn't sure if the cartoon logic would work, he had no time to hesitate. The river water was murky and potentially dangerous, but compared to his current known peril, the choice wasn't difficult. Changing course, Luo Wen sprinted toward the river. Every few steps, he fired another volley of shots. Though it only temporarily slowed the flying bugs, it prevented them from latching onto him and allowed him to focus on running faster. Minutes later, just as his ammunition was running low, Luo Wen reached the riverbank. Without hesitation, he leapt and dove into the water. With a loud splash, ripples spread across the surface before calmness returned. Sometimes, cartoon knowledge came in handy. The flying bugs, unable to continue their pursuit, hovered over the water, unwilling to give up. But they had underestimated Luo Wen's versatility as an amphibious soldier. With a sly thought to let them keep waiting, Luo Wen's previously unused swimming legs finally got to shine. Silently, he swam along the riverbank, letting the current carry him. Suddenly, fast-moving unidentified objects darted toward him from underwater. Though the murky river limited visibility, his enhanced hearing picked up on the disturbances. His echolocation, derived from bats, worked even underwater. The dense hairs within his ear cavities provided some waterproofing, allowing it to function to a degree. While he couldn't emit ultrasonic waves underwater, the feedback from water currents revealed unnatural movements. The intense sounds of the rushing water made their approach unmistakable. Using echolocation, Luo Wen determined that the attackers were 4 fish, each approximately 30 centimeters in length. He relaxed slightly. The numbers were small, and their size didn't give them an advantage. Where did they find the courage to challenge him? As the attackers swiftly approached, Luo Wen finally got a clear view of them. They had disproportionately large heads and slender tails. Their bodies were dark gray with crescent-shaped red markings, and their mouths were filled with densely packed, razor-sharp teeth, exuding an oppressive aura. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered the ever-prepared Luo Wen. As one strange fish neared, a massive pincer snapped at it. Though the pincer appeared cumbersome, its speed was lightning fast, creating a trail of white water ripples beneath the surface. The strange fish was highly agile, twisting its body to evade the pincer. However, a limb shot out from the shadows, piercing its body from the side. In an instant, red blood began to diffuse through the water. The 3 fish trailing behind caught the scent of blood. Instead of continuing their assault on Luo Wen, they turned on their injured companion, tearing it apart. Within moments, the wounded fish was reduced to shreds, fragments of flesh, scales, and limbs floating in the water. This sudden development left Luo Wen momentarily stunned, and the follow-up attacks he had prepared lost their targets. But what happened next gave him no time for shock. Just seconds after the blood spread, a torrent of abnormal vibrations emanated from the depths of the river. It seemed the blood had disturbed something, and countless vibrations raced toward his location. From the feedback he received, Luo Wen discerned that they were all the same type of strange fish. The small area around him was about to turn into a battlefield. This was an internal conflict among the strange fish, and as an outsider, Luo Wen decided not to get involved. Realizing the 3 remaining fish were no longer interested in him, he quickly swam away. After covering a dozen meters, the water behind him began to boil. Dense, frothy waves surged across the surface. Luo Wen had no interest in looking back. After swimming another 50 meters, he cautiously poked his head out near the riverbank. The commotion behind him expanded rapidly, and Luo Wen's swimming speed was too slow to guarantee his safety for long. If the chaos spread further, he might still get caught in it. Compared to the strange fish with their menacing jaws, the flying bugs now seemed almost endearing. Faced with a choice between regular danger and extreme peril, the decision wasn't difficult. Fortunately, Luo Wen had already gained some distance, and the flying bugs seemed distracted by the turmoil on the water's surface. Moreover, his impromptu bath had washed away most of the pollen particles. Luo Wen slowly climbed ashore, his form gradually blending into his surroundings. Only the hovering water droplets and occasional drips betrayed his movements. But now, no one was paying attention to him. Grateful for the respite, Luo Wen darted into the jungle, disappearing from sight. The environment around him was familiar, traces of his pheromones lingered. He had scouted this area days ago and remembered a burrow of tail-lard rats nearby where he could rest temporarily. As for the tail-lard rats? T/N, I'm guessing he ate them? It's not really clear in the source material. The burrow was spacious enough for Luo Wen. The foul stench from before had mostly dissipated over the past few days. His recent exertions had drained a significant amount of his energy, though with his tail-lard organ, such consumption was negligible. Closing his eyes, Luo Wen sank his consciousness into his mind, uploading the newly acquired flying bug genes to the swarm network. This was a feature he had discovered recently. He could back up his genetic data to the network, with only him and the brood nest having download permissions. It was like switching from local storage to cloud storage. This function saved him a lot of trouble. He no longer needed to return to the base each time he acquired new genes to link with the brood nest for sharing. After completing the upload, he began analyzing the flying bug genes. Now that he could actively select his evolutionary traits, he no longer passively accepted every new ability but instead could pick and choose. For instance, from earlier genetic acquisitions, he had only opted for thermal sensing and echolocation, discarding others like web spinning. While web spinning seemed flashy, it required a new gland to be added to his body. Apart from the toxin glands near the base of his teeth, his abdomen already housed the Gatling system. The Gatling system consisted of 2 glands storing different chemical compounds and a reaction chamber, taking up most of his abdominal space. Not to mention the recently added tail-lard organ. Adding a new gland would require reducing his Gatling ammunition capacity, which was impractical. After careful consideration, Luo Wen realized his interest in web spinning was largely influenced by movies. In reality, the ability required extensive preparation and wasn't nearly as miraculous as portrayed. Thus, Luo Wen abandoned it. Many of the abilities he discarded were for similar reasons like feathers. There was simply no place on his body for such things. As he encountered more species, the diversity of his abilities proved adaptable. However, sometimes having too many abilities wasn't advantageous. Many traits required corresponding structural adaptations. For instance, his ability to fly relied on anti-gravity wing cover technology because his bulky body couldn't achieve flight otherwise. Birds and pterosaurs, by contrast, had streamlined forms optimized for flight. Similarly, his swimming could only be described as not drowning compared to the speed and agility of fish. Even his echolocation system, derived from bats, fell short. Bats had large ears as receivers, while he had only 2 small ear holes. The performance gap was self-evident. Perhaps the only system in which he surpassed the original was his Gatling mechanism, where his size provided a clear advantage. But that didn't obscure the shortcomings of his multi-trade approach. Despite these thoughts, Luo Wen wasn't about to abandon his multi-talent strategy. It had proven crucial to his adaptability and survival in varied dangers. As the swarm's supreme commander, Luo Wen's primary task was survival. For him, multiple talents were the right choice. However, his musings weren't about himself but about the future of the swarm. Should he develop soldiers with versatile abilities or specialize them for specific tasks? He had begun to feel the limits of his knowledge and intellect. Yet, there wasn't much he could do about it. The queen ant resembled an intelligent AI, capable of receiving commands but not holding discussions. Fortunately, their current enemies weren't particularly strong. With the swarm's unique abilities and sufficient resources, overcoming them shouldn't be a problem. This thought circled briefly in Luo Wen's mind before he set it aside. The new flying bug genes weren't particularly useful for Luo Wen himself. However, their template made them suitable for mass production, potentially filling the gap in the swarm's aerial forces. Perhaps soon, the first tree-based subbase of the swarm would be officially established. Still, some revelations in the genetic data caught Luo Wen by surprise. The flying bugs had indeed tracked him using pollen but not through scent. Instead, the pollen, mixed with saliva, created a unique refractive effect. This allowed the flying bugs to accurately pinpoint him even amidst dense vegetation and blooming flowers. In hindsight, the Gatling smoke barrage wasn't effective because of its smell but because the rising white smoke obstructed their vision. It was a lucky accident. Without understanding this mechanism, relying solely on scent to counter them in the future might have led to disastrous outcomes. Now somewhat rested, Luo Wen didn't feel like stopping. Although the earlier chase seemed perilous, he hadn't been injured. After lingering a bit longer, Luo Wen crawled out of the burrow, intending to continue exploring. As he followed the river downstream, the forest gradually became sparser. He had scouted this area days ago and had traced the source of the vibrations he had sensed earlier. Thanks to multiple rounds of genetic integration, his field of vision was now comparable to his human days. Moreover, his close-range clarity had improved significantly. Thus, Luo Wen spotted the massive creature from afar. It was a colossal beast, and there was no exaggeration in calling it such. It resembled a diplodocus from Earth, with a body length exceeding 30 meters, a shoulder height of 7 to 8 meters, a tiny head, and robust limbs. While its body was enormous, its neck stretched 7 to 8 meters, and its tail extended about 15 meters. Its main torso wasn't that large, but even so, its estimated weight exceeded 10 tons. Each step it took reverberated like thunder. Judging by its simple head and uniform teeth, it was undoubtedly a herbivore. This was confirmed after Luo Wen observed it for a long time. Aside from munching on leaves, it displayed no predatory behavior. That made sense. With its size and structure, it was no sprinter. Its long neck would make catching even a tail-lard rat a struggle. Luo Wen suspected the sparse vegetation in the area was likely the result of its voracious appetite. Although it was the largest creature Luo Wen had encountered, it posed no threat to him. Knowing the source of the vibrations had greatly boosted his sense of security and even helped him sleep better. After all, the unknown was always the most frightening. Despite its harmlessness, Luo Wen didn't approach it recklessly. The food source was simply too large, he couldn't possibly consume it all before it began to rot. For now, it was better to leave it be. The creature wasn't likely to stray far with abundant food nearby. After circling the forest edge and finding nothing new, Luo Wen decided to return to the base. Since gaining remote control via the swarm network, he hadn't visited the base in some time. Over this period, especially after the Type 3 queen ant entered production, the swarm had experienced explosive growth. They now controlled nearly half of the big-headed ant's nest. It wouldn't be long before they wiped out the big-headed ants entirely and took full control of the area. However, the swarm's current force composition was imbalanced. Besides worker ants, there were only assassin-type spy ants, with a glaring lack of frontline soldiers. Previous head-on strategies were no longer viable in the current situation. The tracking systems of the ant-based bugs were also outdated. Against fast-moving targets like tail-lard rats or small dinosaurs, they were at a clear disadvantage, not to mention the all-aerial flying bugs and various bird species. The swarm urgently needed new unit types to establish an integrated air-ground cooperative combat system. Yet, with resources and production capacity still catching up, Luo Wen had time to deliberate on unit combinations. As he contemplated this on his way back, his sharp eyes caught an unusual movement above and to the side. Snapping out of his thoughts, Luo Wen focused on the sight. On a thick branch just beneath the canopy, a leopard-like creature crouched in an attack stance. The creature measured about 2 meters long, slightly larger than a tail-lard rat. Its body was well-proportioned, with muscular limbs that exuded agility. Its yellow fur was adorned with black ring patterns, and it had a small head, a long tail, and razor-sharp claws. Its target wasn't Luo Wen, whose optical camouflage was now practically a passive skill, continuously active. Despite his mishap with the flying bugs, the system still proved invaluable in fooling most visually oriented predators. A quick glance to the side revealed the leopard's target, a bird-like creature about 30 centimeters in length. The bird's plumage was vibrant, and Luo Wen knew from experience it tasted great. He had eaten plenty before. The thought made him slightly hungry. That massive Diplodocus was beyond his capacity, but the leopard should be manageable, and it came with the bonus of fresh genetic material. The leopard must have been new to the area. Its sudden appearance meant the local birds, accustomed to a predator-free life, were somewhat naive. After several moments of patient stalking, the leopard finally found the perfect position. It pounced, pinning the preening bird. Just as it lowered its head to enjoy its prize, an opportunist approached silently. The leopard, with its assassin-like nature, was highly vigilant. Hearing a faint noise, it froze, twitching its ears. The movement was obvious to Luo Wen, whose high refresh rate vision captured it instantly. He stopped in his tracks, stabilizing his optical camouflage. The leopard scanned its surroundings for a long time but found nothing. Pretending to yawn, it remained tense, its sharp gaze combing the area. Luo Wen couldn't help but admire its cleverness, though its performance was too deliberate. If it were in a talent show, it wouldn't make it past the preliminaries. After a while, failing to detect anything amiss, the leopard finally let its guard down. It lowered its head again, just as its jaws opened wide. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled. The leopard reacted too late, feeling a heavy weight slam onto its back and a sharp pain at its neck. Though the leopard's body was several times larger than Luo Wen's, it was lean and lighter in weight. Pinned by the sudden weight and increasing pain at its neck, the leopard struggled fiercely, growling threateningly. However, it was perched 20 meters high in the canopy. Though the branch was thick, it lacked space for a full-blown fight. With a series of pitiful cries, the leopard tumbled from the branch, Luo Wen clinging to its back. Mid-fall, it cunningly twisted to ensure its back landed first, attempting to use Luo Wen as a cushion. But Luo Wen, a self-proclaimed quadrupedal amphibious soldier, planted his legs firmly on the leopard's back and propelled himself away. In that split second, he even used a limb to snatch the bird from the leopard's claws. The two separated as they fell. Luo Wen's wing cover snapped open, membranous wings unfurling to stabilize his descent. The leopard, however, was merely a tree-climbing terrestrial predator. It hit the ground hard, looking up at Luo Wen in shock. The fall from such a height wasn't fatal for the leopard, but Luo Wen's venom certainly was. After hitting the ground, the leopard struggled to get up and flee, but the pain in the back of its neck intensified. Its muscle tissues dissolved, its nervous system broke down, and its body lost control, leaving it to collapse helplessly on its side, howling in agony. To avoid attracting other competitors, Luo Wen didn't let it suffer long. He dove down from above, pincers outstretched, silencing the leopard forever. It took a great deal of effort and time, but Luo Wen finally consumed both the leopard and the bird, bringing their fatal rivalry to an ironic resolution in his stomach. Satisfied and full, Luo Wen temporarily lost interest in further excitement. The rest of his journey back to the base was uneventful, and he arrived without issue. Back at the base, the number of fully developed insects had surpassed 1 million. However, there were nearly 10 million eggs and larvae still maturing. This was because the second batch of 50 Type 3 queen ants had matured late, and their first batch of offspring wasn't yet fully developed. It would take a few more days. But Luo Wen's primary purpose in returning wasn't the offspring but the queen ants themselves. Although these weren't the command-specialized Type I queens, their intelligence was still slightly higher than that of ordinary bugs. They could help Luo Wen test additional functions of the swarm network. Since the swarm network had been established, Luo Wen noticed a significant rise in the insect's intelligence, especially among the queen ants. This was likely because communication within the swarm network resembled telepathic exchanges. Things that were previously impossible to explain were now understood with minimal effort. Perhaps this was the essence of comprehension beyond words. Within Luo Wen's mental space, the number of nodes had increased by hundreds or thousands of times compared to before. Suddenly, one of the nodes began to flash brightly. Luo Wen focused his thoughts, linking to the node. His consciousness descended, and a quick glance confirmed it was the perspective of a queen ant he had previously tested. Several tests followed, switching between different queen ants without any errors. The accuracy of node connections was 100%. The swarm network truly lived up to its reputation as an interactive system. Apart from the lack of a ringtone, it was almost like a video call. Luo Wen also discovered an important piece of information: queen ants did not naturally gain command over other insects. Since the Type 3 queens were mainly tasked with production and because the insect population was still relatively small with only one base, Luo Wen himself handled most of the command tasks. If this had been a Type I queen, the issue might have been noticed earlier. However, this didn't mean the queen ants couldn't lead. They simply required Luo Wen's authorization. Through the swarm network, Luo Wen could establish various hierarchical levels, each granting different degrees of authority. In a given area, higher-ranking insects could command those of lower rank. They could even issue orders directly through the swarm network. This was far more efficient than the pheromone-based command system previously used by the queens. It also acted as a unique friend or foe identification system. Luo Wen surmised this was an upgraded version of the brood nest's original identification system. It ensured that no other organisms could infiltrate or exploit the swarm. Still, Luo Wen wasn't planning to abandon other identification methods. The swarm network needed external safeguards as well. Perhaps, someday, overconfident infiltrators would think they had bypassed the swarm's defenses, oblivious that every insect around them had already identified them. That thought alone was amusing. Although it seemed like Luo Wen was overthinking or outsmarting the heir, who could predict the future? With his lifespan no longer limited, there were countless days ahead. For now, Luo Wen granted the Type 3 queen ants a basic level of authority, just slightly higher than ordinary bugs. While the swarm network's hierarchical system could support more complex management structures, this feature was overly advanced for the current state of the swarm. The queens, mass-produced on an assembly line, were closer to intelligent ace without subjective consciousness. For now, one level of hierarchy sufficed. This restored the familiar command system of the swarm but equipped every insect with a phone. Simultaneously, Luo Wen took the opportunity to re-evaluate the swarm's military composition. In the past, the swarm consisted of two-dimensional units, with soldiers measuring only 20 to 30 centimeters being considered ultra-sized. But now, the creatures he encountered often measured over a meter, with some, like the 30-meter-long Diplodocus, being colossal. Slow-moving, outdated soldier ants were no longer suitable for the swarm's development. If the swarm could return to its pre-hibernation scale, it would dominate easily unless these terrestrial creatures learned to fly, swim indefinitely, and never return to land. Otherwise, they would all become food. Back then, even strong enemies like the Yellow Earth Ant Legion were exceptional, with millions in number being a big deal. But now, big-headed ants were at the bottom of the food chain. Birds, long-faced beasts, and tail-lard rats, all seemingly weak creatures, included big-headed ants in their diets. Relying solely on the ant template to conquer the world was now exponentially more difficult. Moreover, Luo Wen had already beaten the game using the ant template once. Repeating the same strategy would be uninteresting. Luo Wen's ambitions weren't grand. Years of solitude had left him with little beyond survival and the pursuit of distractions to stave off mental collapse. The conclusion was clear: Luo Wen needed to upgrade the swarm's military units to better adapt to the current environment. During his unknown duration of hibernation, his abilities had reached an incredibly advanced level. The ability to choose genetic evolutions was just the foundation. He could now assimilate genes from not only insects but also amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. As long as there were no fundamental conflicts, he could combine them freely. Additionally, Luo Wen could even collect genetic material from plants and fungi. While animal and plant genes were difficult to integrate, he had no such issues combining plant and fungal genes. This meant that, with enough time and experimentation, he could enhance the crops within the ant nest to improve their yield and adaptability. For instance, he could make them more productive or better suited to various environments. The matter of crop improvement wasn't a high priority and could be left for later when there was more free time to study it leisurely. With the swarm steadily expanding in size, it was about to step into the limelight and face various challenges. Luo Wen's urgent task now was to determine the primary combat species for the upcoming period. But the question remained: what kind of biological template should be chosen? Continuing to use the ant template wasn't impossible. Adding an advanced detection system, equipping it with a powerful heart, overhauling its nutrient supply system, and enhancing its mobility were all feasible modifications. However, there was one critical, unsolvable problem: the exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton not only made ants into powerhouses but also improved their defensive capabilities. Yet, the exoskeleton was both a blessing and a curse. Despite its numerous advantages, the exoskeleton inherently restricted the size of the ants. If they wanted to grow larger, they had to go through repeated molting. Take their colossal variant, the ultra-giant soldier ant, for example. To reach its full size, it had to molt twice this for a body size of merely 20 to 30 centimeters. Luo Wen himself couldn't even recall how many pupations and molts he had undergone to grow to a body length of 60 centimeters. Molting was an energy-intensive and risky process. The solution was straightforward: extend their larval phase. By directly modifying their genes to allow the larvae to grow to the desired size before a single final molding, the need for repeated molting could be eliminated. However, growing a larva to over half a meter in length would consume an enormous amount of time and resources. Larvae had no productive capabilities, poor combat ability, and even required worker ants to assist in feeding them. Maybe the swarm could afford such larvae in the future, but with its current scale, it couldn't support even a few, and the swarm thrived on numbers. What use were just a handful of large soldier ants? Other templates, such as small dinosaur-like creatures, tail-lard rats, or long-faced beasts, didn't face the exoskeleton's size limitation, but their combat effectiveness didn't justify their resource consumption. The leopard template? That was feasible, but the swarm didn't have the resources to rear more than a few. What Luo Wen needed was a combat species that was both powerful and cost-effective. After much deliberation, he thought of the transport bug. These creatures, modeled after cliff spiders, were initially created as auxiliary units due to their speed and impressive load-carrying capabilities. However, they also boasted considerable combat power, having earned accolades in numerous battles. Their piercing attacks were like reapers for smaller combat units. Their multi-jointed legs allowed them to traverse obstacles effortlessly, with remarkable gripping ability that enabled them to scale sheer, glass-like rock faces with ease. This made them well-suited to most harsh battlefield environments. Although they also had exoskeletons and required one molt during their growth, Luo Wen could genetically modify them to remove the exoskeleton on their main body, retaining it only on their legs. This wouldn't leave their bodies defenseless, as Luo Wen planned to incorporate genes for tough skin and steel-like fur to bolster their protection. Moreover, they rarely fought alone. During hunts, numerous companions would provide mutual support, so the slight loss in defense shouldn't pose a significant issue. This modification freed their bodies from the limitations of the exoskeleton. With the weight reduction from the absent main body armor, they would become even more agile. As their body size increased, only the leg exoskeletons would need periodic replacements, significantly reducing energy consumption and associated risks. Luo Wen also planned to add a small venom gland at the tip of each leg, hiding a stinger for enhanced attack power. This upgrade would not diminish their combat capabilities, instead, it would greatly improve them. Additionally, he would incorporate an echolocation system into them. This would allow these new spider combat bugs to locate enemies more swiftly and accurately in jungle environments, better showcasing their potential. He also intended to modify their dietary systems, shifting them from carnivorous to omnivorous. This had been an idea Luo Wen had entertained for a long time, but he hadn't had the ability to implement it until now. Furthermore, they would be equipped with hibernation and tail lard genes. In Luo Wen's vision, these new spider combat bugs would be about 30 centimeters in size. A small portion would remain active, subsisting on an omnivorous diet to meet daily needs and maintain the swarm's vigilance. The majority, however, would either feed on dirt or enter hibernation until war broke out. Only during high-intensity conflicts would they be supplemented with meat for energy consumption. The tail lard gene would allow them to carry additional supplies under certain circumstances, fulfilling special wartime needs. Initially, Luo Wen had considered adding an optical stealth system to them, but upon further investigation, he found the cost to be exorbitantly high. The system essentially added a special nanostructure to the surface of the organism, effectively transforming their entire bodies. The energy consumption was staggering. After some thought, Luo Wen decided that since the spider combat bugs would be the primary combat species for the foreseeable future and would mainly engage in group battles, stealth wasn't particularly necessary. In the end, Luo Wen drafted a template for Spider Combat Bug, modified, which included the optical stealth system for limited production as a special operations unit. With the primary combat species established, he turned to the auxiliary species. The ultra-giant soldier ants, based on the ant template, would still need to be produced. Their size could even be increased to a range of half a meter to a full meter. Given the Spider Combat Bug's defensive limitations, they would need heavily armored infantry to hold the line in direct confrontations. With the ground forces mostly sorted, the next focus was the Air Force. This was a completely new venture for the swarm, one with no prior experience. Fortunately, Luo Wen had gained ample insight recently, giving him a rough idea of what to do. Currently, there were 3 candidate templates for the Air Force: flying insect genes, flying beetle genes, and bird genes. First, flying beetle genes were eliminated. Their body structure made them extremely inefficient at flying. Luo Wen suspected that their evolution of flight wasn't for combat but simply a workaround for their clumsy terrestrial movement. However, their flight mechanism was highly advanced, and Luo Wen believed they would have their moment to shine, just not now. Next, bird genes were dismissed. It all boiled down to cost-effectiveness. While a single 30-centimeter bird could easily take down a flying insect of similar size, the resources needed to produce one bird could create 10 or even dozens of 10-centimeter flying insects. One bird was no match for 10 flying insects. It might fight to the death and kill most of them, but if it were 10 birds versus 100 flying insects, the birds likely wouldn't even have the chance to fight to the death. Although birds had superior flight capabilities and endurance, those weren't currently needed. Besides, Luo Wen had better alternatives in mind for such roles in the future. The swarm's first batch of aerial units would use the flying insect template, divided into 2 versions, Type I and Type II. Type I closely adhered to the original template, with the only significant addition being an echolocation system. Their primary roles on the battlefield included aerial reconnaissance, target acquisition, marking, and interception. With the swarm now equipped with a real-time communication system, it was crucial to fully leverage it to achieve true coordinated combat. Type II flying insects, on the other hand, would incorporate some genes from the fart bug. These were slightly larger than Type I, with their abdominal poison sacs replaced by storage sacs and their tail stingers swapped for small cannon-like appendages capable of firing viscous toxin projectiles. The fart bug, due to its limited mobility and range, was no longer suitable for the current version of the swarm. Type II flying insects were designed as their replacements. The role of Type II on the battlefield was to provide aerial fire support and precision strikes. Though their attacks targeted single units, their significantly lower production cost compared to fart bugs meant that their numbers could compensate for this limitation. The original fart bugs would also cease production due to their mobility issues, susceptibility to terrain, high cost, and limited firing angles. Additionally, their commander, the Type I queen ant, would undergo some modifications. A pair of membranous wings and an optical stealth system would be added to adapt to new combat scenarios. 2 days later, the swarm established its first tree-based sub-base, which was officially inaugurated on a nearby tree trunk. 2 Type III queen ants were sent to develop the new base. Given their initial lack of available combat units, some worker ants were dispatched to handle their feeding, nest building, and daily maintenance. The quick establishment of the Air Force Base was made possible by Luo Wen's discovery of a new skill, updating the gene libraries of queen ants through direct physical contact. This meant the swarm no longer needed to produce a new batch of queens every time it acquired new genes. However, the drawback was the necessity of physical contact to perform these updates. For now, while the swarm's territory remained small, this wasn't a major issue. But if it expanded to its previous scale spanning thousands of kilometers with tens of thousands of queen ants, Luo Wen would have little time for anything else. Thus, Luo Wen began experimenting with the swarm network's cloud storage functionality. If he could master its mechanisms, he could potentially update gene libraries remotely via the swarm network in the future. If successful, this would make operations much more convenient. With the base arrangements completed, Luo Wen found himself temporarily idle, prompting a desire to wander outside. Staying in the base all the time was a severe drain on the swarm's resources, given his voracious appetite. Over the next period, Luo Wen roamed the forest, steadily expanding his exploration range. While feeding himself, he wasn't merely aimlessly wandering. Ever since discovering his ability to absorb plant genes, he had started consciously observing unusual plant species. Though he hadn't yet figured out how to harness this ability fully, he was already on the lookout for peculiar flora. The forest, with its incredible biodiversity, offered plenty to discover. Luo Wen found many fascinating examples, such as carnivorous plants. These plants created various traps with their bodies, some spread open like jaws, others formed pitcher-like structures, and still others utilized sticky secretions. They preyed on insects, while certain larger flower-like species could even capture small animals. Some species digested their prey remarkably quickly. For instance, a certain flower-like plant could completely digest a small animal in just one night. Fungi also became a collection focus for Luo Wen, as the swarm already had extensive experience cultivating them. Despite their strange appearances and diverse environmental requirements, fungi offered significant potential. Some grew directly on tree trunks, others on the ground, underground, or even on rocks, opening Luo Wen's eyes to previously overlooked possibilities. Algae were also within the scope of his collection. As one of the most ancient plant types, their continued survival and prosperity over millennia demonstrated their considerable evolutionary advantages. Beyond plants, Luo Wen encountered many novel creatures. The vast forest was teeming with life, and the number of species was overwhelming. Insects, naturally, were the most abundant. Though relegated to the bottom of the food chain, their sheer numbers ensured their survival. Despite this abundance, most insects had only mundane traits, with only a few possessing abilities that caught Luo Wen's attention. For example, a large golden beetle boasted a highly durable, spike-covered exoskeleton and a long, conical spiraled horn on its head resembling a unicorn. While its practicality was debatable, its striking and imposing appearance made it incredibly cool. Luo Wen decided that once the swarm developed enough for him to delegate manual tasks, he would fashion himself some golden armor as a showpiece. Conversely, some insects were utterly unimpressive, with evolutionarily pointless traits. One insect species, for instance, had elongated, twisted exoskeletal structures that neither provided defense nor attack capability and were extremely unsightly. Initially assuming that such an abstract appearance must indicate some extraordinary ability, Luo Wen's repeated experiments revealed that it had no practical use other than being an eyesore. This challenged Luo Wen's understanding, as he had always considered insects the epitome of functional evolution until encountering this useless species. Besides insects, Luo Wen encountered numerous birds. Their sizes varied greatly, as did their coloration. Some had short, stubby beaks, others long and sharp, and some were both long and robust. Their songs ranged from melodious and soothing, like a crystal-clear stream flowing through the soul, to outright obnoxious noise pollution. The latter invariably ended up in Luo Wen's stomach, becoming sustenance for his wanderings. He also encountered various snakes. Smaller ones with vibrant patterns were generally venomous, using heat sensing to hunt prey, rendering optical stealth ineffective. Interestingly, Luo Wen discovered that while using his hibernation ability, his slightly stiffened and less flexible body could evade their heat sensing. Consequently, snake species had become frequent additions to his diet during this period. Some snakes, however, were massive, better described as pythons. Their enormous bodies and thick girths were astonishing. The largest one Luo Wen encountered measured over 20 meters in length, making it the second largest creature he had seen, second only to the Diplodocus. Covered in large, scaled armor, these creatures possessed immense strength, easily snapping tree trunks as thick as barrels. They posed a far greater threat to Luo Wen than the herbivorous Diplodocus. After assessing his own limitations, Luo Wen wisely chose to keep his distance from these formidable serpents. The remaining creatures were primarily beasts and dinosaurs. The situation for beasts was rather awkward, as most of them occupied the middle to lower levels of the food chain. Even the stronger ones, such as leopards, primarily hunted small birds and various rodents. However, one creature deserved special mention, a species resembling wild boars. These creatures were about 2 meters long, stood approximately 90 centimeters tall at the shoulder, and had sturdy limbs, large ears, and a short tail. Their bodies were covered in black fur, with their backs adorned by a row of rigid bristles. Below that were layers of coarse hair, while the fur on their abdomens was relatively soft. Particularly noteworthy were their sharp, robust tusks protruding from both sides of their mouths. Combined with their muscular build, these creatures delivered a formidable charge with incredible destructive power. In addition, they would often roll in mud, coating themselves to enhance their defenses. They typically moved in groups, ranging from a dozen individuals to over 100. While their diet was broad and consisted mainly of plant matter, including branches, fruits, and roots, these wild boars were undeniably dominant within the forest, boasting strength far surpassing that of leopards. As for the other beasts, most were weaklings not worth mentioning. Next were the dinosaurs. Among them were some formidable entities at the top of the forest's food chain. From afar, Luo Wen spotted two dinosaurs, each about 15 meters long, engaged in a fierce battle for reasons unknown. One of the dinosaurs had a dark greenish-black body, resembling the Tyrannosaurus rex from movies. It stood about 6 meters tall, with a massive skull nearly 2 meters long. Its enormous head and unique jaw structure gave it a terrifying bite force, reaching an astounding 10 tons, with up to 20 tons of force at the rear of its mouth. Adding to this were its interlocking, razor-sharp teeth, its most formidable weapon. Its body was densely packed with muscles, its hind legs were extraordinarily thick, and its tail was robust and powerful. However, its disproportionately short and weak forelimbs detracted from its overall ferocious appearance. Even so, this dinosaur likely weighed over 10 tons, possibly even more than a 30-meter-long diplodocus. Additionally, its body was covered with a thick keratinized layer, providing excellent defense. Its scars and bite marks indicated extensive combat experience. Its opponent was a dinosaur with a crimson body, adorned with black ring-shaped markings. It was slightly larger than the Tyrannosaurus rex but appeared leaner. Its head was relatively long and narrow, suggesting that its bite force might be inferior to the rex's. However, this crimson-striped dinosaur was more agile. While it also stood on 2 legs, its forelimbs were much more developed than the rex's, ending in sharp claws that provided significant offensive capabilities. In summary, the Tyrannosaurus rex was stocky and powerful, relying mainly on its teeth and tail as weapons. In contrast, the crimson-striped dinosaur was agile and flexible, boasting an additional weapon in its claws. The two dinosaurs fought back and forth, evenly matched. Luo Wen, who had approached stealthily, initially thought he could take advantage of the situation. However, to his dismay, the two behemoths, seemingly fighting fiercely, were merely sparring. After inflicting minor injuries on each other, they amicably parted ways, leaving Luo Wen empty-handed in his attempt to scavenge. The roars of these two titans echoed through the forest, demonstrating their immense power. However, despite their loud voices, they attracted few onlookers, a fact that made Luo Wen, an outsider, realize that these two were likely the apex predators of this forest. Sharing the same territory, these two would undoubtedly become obstacles to the swarm's development in the future. Yet Luo Wen wasn't overly concerned. Judging by their massive size, their food consumption must be astonishing. Perhaps, within 100 kilometers, there were only 3 or 4 such creatures. Against such immensely powerful but numerically inferior entities, the swarm had plenty of methods to turn them into nourishment. After wandering outside for some time, Luo Wen returned to find that the base had thoroughly taken over the big-headed ant's nest. However, the fungi produced by the nest weren't enough to sustain the swarm's continued growth. Fortunately, the first batch of 100 modified spider combat bugs had fully matured and reached combat readiness. 2 days later, after Luo Wen returned to the base and rested for a night, the swarm launched its first large-scale hunting operation in the forest. The expeditionary force consisted of 100 modified spider combat bugs, 20 Type I flying bugs, and 50 Type II flying bugs. The total force of fewer than 200 made this operation seem rather modest. But Luo Wen knew this was a brand new combat experience. If the new operational system succeeded, the swarm's expansion would face no bottlenecks in the near future, growing exponentially. Luo Wen personally commanded this operation, with all the queen ants observing and learning through the swarm network. A buzzing sound rose as 70 flying bugs took off from the airbase, joining the ground-based spider combat bugs as they advanced into the forest. 20 Type I flying bugs split from the main group, scattering forward in a dispersed formation. Using ultrasonic waves generated by their vibrating wings, they formed an invisible sonar net, vividly mapping everything within its coverage. As the net pushed forward, the expeditionary force discovered their prey. It was a group of small dinosaur-like creatures, numbering about a dozen. These creatures resembled birds more than traditional dinosaurs. Averaging over a meter in length, they had conspicuous red crests on their heads, long necks, short tails, and bodies covered with fine feathers. Their 2 forelimbs, sparsely adorned with feathers, appeared more decorative than functional. At the moment, they remained oblivious to the impending danger, gathered in small groups as they scratched the soil with their hind claws, searching for insect larvae buried beneath. Guided by aerial reconnaissance, the spider combat bugs swiftly positioned themselves. Within seconds, the small bird-like dinosaurs were simultaneously ambushed. The sky was a blind spot for these bird-like dinosaurs. Although they reacted quickly as the 30-centimeter-long spiders descended upon them, it was already too late. The spider combat bugs used the hooks and adhesive hairs on their legs to latch firmly onto the bird-like dinosaurs' backs. The seemingly defenseless creatures displayed unexpected tenacity. They twisted their long necks into impossible angles, using their sharp beaks to launch counterattacks at the spiders clinging to their backs. However, the spider combat bugs were not there to wrestle. Their multi-jointed legs allowed them to maneuver deftly across the dinosaurs' narrow backs, evading the beak's strikes. At the same time, they revealed their true weapon. The stingers hidden within the hooks of the modified spider combat bugs had silently injected venom into the small bird-like dinosaurs during their brief contact. This venom was not the same as Luo Wen's own toxin. Its primary component was an extremely concentrated digestive fluid. Since the spider combat bugs stored their venom in small glands within their legs, the limited space meant these glands held only small amounts. Naturally, the venom capacity was insufficient for Luo Wen's standard digestive toxin, which required large quantities to be effective. This toxin wasn't purely a poison, it primarily served to digest food externally. Paralyzing and killing prey was merely a secondary effect. Thus, small doses of Luo Wen's toxin only caused intense pain without delivering fatal results. As the prey's size increased, its effectiveness further diminished. Given these limitations, the spider combat bugs couldn't rely on such a toxin. Instead, Luo Wen had combined the genetic traits of various venomous organisms, snakes, spiders, insects, and even a type of snail to create a new, potent toxin. This innovative venom acted as a powerful anesthetic while being highly lethal. Its mechanism was simple and effective. Once injected into prey, it immediately blocked the transmission of nerve signals. The prey's heart would stop beating, and its breathing would cease shortly after. The time required for the process varied depending on the prey's size and the amount of venom injected. For the small bird-like dinosaurs, it would take no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Once the venom was injected, the spider combat bugs avoided prolonged confrontation. After evading a sharp beak attack, they used their 8 legs to push off forcefully, leaping backward to disengage from the bird-like dinosaurs. One of the dinosaurs, enraged at the audacity of these 30-centimeter-long bugs, was about to pursue when its body suddenly went numb. Simultaneously, a concentrated barrage rained down from above, halting its advance. The small projectile struck its body, causing a searing pain akin to being burned. The dinosaur felt its body grow increasingly numb and unresponsive as the pain subsided. The other bird-like dinosaurs suffered a similar fate. Most were paralyzed on the spot, becoming helpless prey. A few, however, chose to flee rather than counterattack after being struck. Their escape was short-lived. The Type 2 flying bugs intercepted them with precision, ensuring they lost control of their bodies within moments. The battle had barely begun, and in just a few minutes, it was already over. Perhaps the opponents were simply too weak. The swarm's combat forces had barely demonstrated the effectiveness of their coordinated air-ground tactics before the enemy fell. In fact, only about a dozen spider combat bugs had participated in the fight, while the rest merely observed. Luo Wen felt somewhat unsatisfied. The battle had ended before he could fully engage. It was like preparing for a game, warming up with stretches and finger exercises, only for the opposing player to quit immediately after the game started. No sense of fulfillment. Still, he was thrilled by the swarm's initial victory, which validated his current strategy. However, upon examining the prey, Luo Wen felt a bit frustrated. Though these bird-like dinosaurs were only about a meter long, their lack of tails meant their bodies contained a considerable amount of meat. By Luo Wen's estimation, each one weighed around 50 kilograms. The problem was that in developing the combat units, he had completely neglected the logistics units. The modified spider combat bugs, though originally capable of transport as earlier versions, required assistance from other insects to do so. They lacked the limbs necessary for efficient loading and unloading. The flying bugs, as aerial units, prioritized shedding any unnecessary limbs, making them unsuitable for transportation. If the new version of soldier ants were available, they could have temporarily served as laborers. However, their production was far down the sequence, with not even a single egg laid yet. With no time to rectify this oversight, the task of moving the prey fell to Luo Wen himself. His clawed limbs were well suited for gripping, and his exoskeletal armor endowed him with immense strength. After a long day of hard labor, he finally managed to transport all the prey back to the base. For the time being, they were buried in a pile of decaying leaves near the base. The burrower ants were assigned to work overtime, constructing a massive storage chamber. Leaving the prey exposed outside was too risky. Meanwhile, an order was placed for the first batch of 10 heavy armored soldier ants, each a meter long. These would require several dozen days to mature, undergoing a pupal stage for their final development. Once ready, the heavy armored soldier ants could temporarily serve as transport workers. Until then, Luo Wen would have to handle the job himself. Fortunately, this hunt yielded substantial gains. The few hundred kilograms of food would sustain the swarm for a while, assuming Luo Wen didn't consume it himself or venture out to find his own food. The combat units were ordered to retreat. With sufficient food on hand, continuing the hunt would only result in unnecessary killing and waste. A small contingent was assigned to maintain vigilance and patrol the area, while the rest entered temporary hibernation. Luo Wen, meanwhile, didn't linger at the base, heading out alone to forage. In this forest, Luo Wen's ability to obscure his presence, including his scent, pheromones, and heat signature, meant that only a few apex predators posed any threat. Moreover, with his superior detection abilities, even those few titans were no match if Luo Wen chose not to provoke them. As a result, Luo Wen now occupied a position at the top of the food chain in the forest. Hunting alone posed little danger, and he enjoyed a comfortable life, eating whatever he pleased. However, barely 2 days into his escapades, an urgent call came from the base. 2 queen ant nodes began flashing. Luo Wen, perched on a tree branch, immediately locked onto the signal and projected his consciousness. The mental exchange was swift, and Luo Wen quickly grasped the situation. The prey, stored outside temporarily while the storage chamber was under construction, had attracted trouble. Covered in decaying leaves and killed without visible wounds, the prey initially seemed secure. Yet, with the recent surge in larval production at the base, the underground plantation could no longer meet their needs. The queen ants had naturally dispatched worker ants to cut pieces from the prey to supplement the base's resources. While the worker ants made only small incisions, their sheer numbers gradually expanded the wounds. Inevitably, the scent of blood began to spread. The stench of blood had drawn some keen-scented predators toward the swarm's base. They lurked, observed, and edged closer. But as soon as they crossed a certain perimeter, they were detected by the type I flying bugs patrolling the skies. These bugs immediately relayed the situation through the swarm network to 2 queen ants stationed in nearby sub-bases. The queen ants, having received prior authorization to access the vision of lower-ranking insects, assessed the situation. However, unsure of how to proceed, they promptly escalated the matter to Luo Wen. The entire process happened swiftly. In fact, from the detection of the intruders to Luo Wen receiving the alert, less than 30 seconds had passed. Some of the cautious predators hadn't even moved from their positions. Switching to the perspective of an airborne type I flying bug, Luo Wen observed the intruders. He quickly realized their caution stemmed from weakness. Though the creatures were varied in type, they shared a common trait: small size. The largest among them measured barely over 2 meters in length. Most were beasts with sturdy limbs, whether bipedal or quadrupedal, optimized for running. Their offensive and defensive capabilities were unimpressive. Based on Luo Wen's observations of the local ecosystem, most of these creatures were scavengers, feeding on plant and animal remains, nature's cleanup crew. Among them were tail-lard rats, which lacked the strength to hunt but eagerly sought leftovers, and smaller dinosaur-like creatures that occasionally hunted but didn't mind scraps. After scanning the group, Luo Wen concluded that none of them posed a serious threat. He returned the handling authority to the queen ants, instructing them to properly welcome the visitors. Since they had come all this way, they might as well stay for a while. The queen ants had proven adept at learning and mimicking. Although Luo Wen's last commanded battle had ended quickly, dozens of queen ants had been observing and exchanging insights. This situation presented a perfect opportunity to hone their skills against weaker opponents. It would also help train future queen ants, sparing Luo Wen from having to personally demonstrate every time. It was akin to learning to drive. Earlier learners would teach the newcomers. Returning his consciousness to his body, Luo Wen set off toward the base. While the battle itself didn't require his intervention, the subsequent task of transporting the spoils was his responsibility. By the time Luo Wen reached the base, the battle had been over for quite some time. Corpses of various animals lay scattered around the perimeter. This was despite the swarm's limited manpower, which prevented them from attacking all at once, scaring off many of the intruders. Even so, the resulting haul weighed over 2 tons. Luo Wen spent an entire day transporting it back to the base. During this period, 2 more waves of food delivery arrived. One group consisted of dog-like creatures with mottled black, white, and yellow fur that lacked any aesthetic appeal. Though small in stature, about a dozen of them arrived as a pack. They were muscular, fast, and had impressive stamina. Unfortunately for them, none of these traits mattered against the swarm's new venom. Interestingly, these mottled dogs had a unique jaw structure, boasting the strongest bite force Luo Wen had seen among beasts. Even leopards, slightly larger in size, paled in comparison. The leopards, however, excelled in short bursts of speed but lacked the endurance of these canines. Moreover, leopards were solitary hunters, though their tree climbing ability allowed them to catch birds. Without this skill, they might not even compete with the dogs on land. Both species had genetic traits that complemented each other, offering potential as templates for creating a new combat organism. The base's surroundings were dotted with mounds of earth. Without large excavation units, construction of underground storage facilities progressed slowly. At this rate, it would be some time before the storage chambers were completed. Meanwhile, the accumulating prey presented a logistical headache. The current wave consisted mostly of small-time scavengers, but who could say when one of the area's apex predators might show up? The amassed food alone was enough to lure those top-tier creatures. Should he produce more burrower ants to speed up excavation? Yet burrower ants required a lengthy growth period, taking at least several dozen days to mature. Too many variables could arise in that time. Nonetheless, Luo Wen reluctantly placed an order for a few burrower ants, which would likely be completed alongside the heavy armored soldier ants. Even so, Luo Wen felt dissatisfied. This approach merely treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The current genetic reserves were no longer as scarce as they once were. With so many new genetic fragments recently collected and his capabilities enhanced several-fold, surely a better solution existed. He calmed himself and began recalling all the creatures he had encountered, analyzing which abilities might prove useful. The crux of the issue was the swarm's small size. Back when the swarm spanned 10 kilometers, they had managed to dispose of mountains of insect carcasses in no time. Of course, back then, no other creatures dared to covet the swarm's spoils. Reflecting on the past held little value. Luo Wen first considered the saliva preservation method used by worker ants, who had once mixed their saliva with formic acid to coat and preserve food. Though still effective, this method faced the same limitation: the swarm's small scale. Millions of worker ants were insufficient to process over 2 tons of food quickly. Moreover, their processing methods inevitably released a lot of scent, compromising safety. Luo Wen then contemplated other animal food storage methods. However, most creatures operated on a meal-to-meal basis, leaving them free of his current worries. Others, like tail-lard rats, had evolved specialized organs to store food internally. Yet such strategies held little relevance for this situation. Suddenly, Luo Wen thought of web-building spiders. Some spiders wrapped their prey in silk for preservation, periodically injecting venom to keep them subdued but alive. Luo Wen glanced at the already dead prey. This method was clearly impractical. Perhaps it could be tested in the future, but for now, none of the swarm's insects possessed silk-producing glands. Another spider type injected digestive enzymes into prey, turning their bodies into natural containers. Luo Wen had used this approach when processing the long-faced beast, but the dissolved muscle tissue required immediate consumption to prevent rapid decay. Furthermore, this method also emitted odors. Back then, every time Luo Wen held a private feast, he would use the Gatling gun to sanitize the surrounding area. Most critically, only Luo Wen currently possessed the ability to produce compressed digestive enzyme toxins within the swarm. The older version of transport bugs once had this capability, but after being upgraded into modified spider combat bugs, their venom was replaced with neurotoxins. Luo Wen's toxin gland was small, with limited reserves, making it impossible for him to take on this task, even if he did nothing else. But thinking about digestive fluids opened Luo Wen's mind to new possibilities. He recalled encountering carnivorous plants before. What if he could create a plant capable of quickly digesting prey while also being edible for the swarm? Such a solution would instantly resolve the problem. With this idea in mind, Luo Wen immediately set to work. Although he had a concept, extensive experimentation was necessary to make it a reality. Luo Wen had no prior experience manipulating plant genetics, so everything had to be explored from scratch. He began by combining the traits of several carnivorous plants to create prototypes, which he then instructed the brood nest to produce. The brood nest, powerful as always, generated seeds that even came with their own nutrient packs, sufficient to support the seeds during their initial growth phase. Finding a small patch of land near the base, Luo Wen planted the seeds. He had no idea how long they would take to sprout and could only wait patiently. In the days that followed, Luo Wen, engrossed with his new toys, lost interest in venturing out. Moreover, every day brought new scavengers trying their luck at the base, effectively delivering themselves to the swarm. The swarm now had an overabundance of food, so much that Luo Wen had to help consume some of it to avoid spoilage. He also took on the daily tasks of transporting, burying, cutting, cleaning up, and even sanitizing and deodorizing the leftovers. Time passed, and Luo Wen continued experimenting with new seed prototypes every day. The earliest batch of seeds had long since sprouted. Though they grew at varying speeds and exhibited the ability to digest prey, none met Luo Wen's expectations. The main issue was that the plants were not palatable. They focused solely on their own growth, without considering taste or nutritional value. Luo Wen speculated that his experimental approach might be flawed and decided to incorporate genes from edible plants. The first candidate he thought of was the white fungal crop grown in the underground farms. Rich in protein and with a sweet flavor, this fungus was one of Luo Wen's favorite foods. Unfortunately, the high-yield and tasty mushroom had long since been lost, with no seeds left. However, Luo Wen had recently gathered various mushroom samples from the forest. Many of these were toxic, but such poisons had little effect on Luo Wen, who would quickly evolve antibodies. What Luo Wen possessed, the swarm also possessed. Adding various fungal genes to the new seeds led to more diverse combinations. Taking it a step further, Luo Wen incorporated genes from various algae species. Eventually, the genetic complexity of these seeds surpassed that of many animals. Batch after batch of crops sprouted. Luo Wen carefully analyzed their traits, retaining beneficial qualities and discarding flaws, then used the insights to create new seed prototypes. The heavy-armored soldier ants and scorpions had both been successfully produced a few days earlier. The heavy-armored soldier ants, with a body length of 1 meter, nearly double Luo Wen's size, boasted extremely thick exoskeleton armor from a single cast molding process. Their robust and imposing appearance was undeniably striking. Their arrival relieved Luo Wen of his transportation duties. Tasks like cutting were no longer his responsibility, giving him more time to refine the seeds. As time passed, fewer and fewer invaders dared to approach the base. The steady disappearance of small predators in the area had turned it into an unspoken forbidden zone. Luo Wen even went so far as to deliberately spread the scent of blood, but the arrivals were sparse. During this time, the swarm thrived thanks to an ample food supply, steadily increasing in numbers. Between his experiments with plant genetics, Luo Wen also developed several new specialized soldier types designed to counter the apex predators of the area. Thus, when Luo Wen bled the prey to lure predators, he wasn't afraid of drawing these top-tier creatures. Fortunately, the swarm had stockpiled plenty of food, and hunting parties, now led by newly produced type queen ants, regularly ventured out to hunt. Freed from food-related duties, Luo Wen continued to immerse himself in the study of plant genetics. Watching seeds born from various genetic combinations take root, sprout, and exhibit unique traits felt like an addictive game of lottery to Luo Wen. As the swarm's hunting range expanded, their food consumption increased. This eventually drew the attention of the area's apex predators. these top-tier creatures noticed the rise of a new, aggressive, and dominant force that consumed vast amounts of prey daily, putting pressure on their survival. Although Luo Wen had anticipated that apex predators would eventually confront the swarm, he hadn't expected the first visitor to be a giant python. This enormous snake, far thicker than a barrel and over 30 meters long, arrogantly approached the swarm's base. It raised its head high, flicking its forked tongue, its gaze filled with disdain. While Luo Wen had never encountered this particular python, he had seen many around 10 meters long. These massive snakes were covered in dense, smooth scales that provided robust defense and deflected attacks. The venomous stingers of the modified spider combat bugs were ineffective against these scales, unable to penetrate their defenses. Without penetration, even the strongest venom was useless. Luo Wen had long considered these snakes obstacles to the swarm's territorial expansion, using them as hypothetical enemies to develop countermeasures. Recently, specialized weapons designed to combat these pythons had been completed. Luo Wen hadn't yet gone looking for trouble, but the trouble had come to him instead. Though the 30-meter python was unexpected, Luo Wen was confident it would appreciate the gift he had prepared. Several spider combat bugs with visibly swollen abdomens emerged from the base. They differed slightly from standard spider combat bugs, featuring notably slender legs and thin exoskeleton armor that raised them slightly off the ground, giving them a more imposing appearance. These special bugs had an exceptionally long name: anti-python and other large reptile swallowing type biological suicide explosion spiders, or simply self-destruct spiders. Once the self-destruct spiders emerged, they immediately moved past the swarm's ranks, with two heading straight toward the python. As they crawled, they gradually shifted into their running mode. Using their legs like gymnasts launching themselves into the air, they flipped and rolled forward. Their elongated limbs, bent like powerful slingshots, propelled them forward at speeds nearly double that of their usual crawling pace. Upon nearing the python, they leapt high, with their slingshots catapulting them into the air toward the snake's head. The python, in the middle of relishing its dominance, was caught off guard by this apparent act of self-sacrifice. Did these tiny creatures, awed by its majestic form, intend to pay tribute? Was this their way of currying favor? Despite its massive size, the python was incredibly agile. With a swift motion of its head, it precisely caught both self-destruct spiders. Measuring just 30 centimeters in length, the bugs were minuscule compared to the snake's enormous maw and were swallowed whole in one gulp. Sliding down the python's esophagus, the self-destruct spiders reached its stomach. The thin exoskeleton armor covering the self-destruct spiders offered little protection against physical damage. However, it was highly resistant to acid and corrosion, allowing them to survive the gastric acids for an extended period. Not that they needed it. The swollen abdomens of the self-destruct spiders housed not only 5 toxin glands filled with potent mixed toxins but also an almost complete Gatling gun system. Inside, 2 chemical chambers simultaneously injected their stored compounds into a reaction chamber. The chemicals immediately reacted violently. However, the reaction chamber lacked an exhaust outlet. When the internal pressure from the chemical reaction reached a critical point, the abdomen of the self-destruct spider exploded. Deadly heat and a torrent of toxins were released in all directions. Outside, the python, still basking in its triumph, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar of agony. Its massive body writhed in pain, its abdomen convulsing as it attempted to regurgitate its meal. But the self-destruct spiders had long since detonated into fragments. Even if the snake could empty its stomach, there was nothing left to expel. Inside the python, the intense heat had scorched its stomach, allowing the toxins to infiltrate its system. As the snake thrashed, the toxins spread throughout its body. The paralyzing agents in the toxins momentarily dulled the python's pain, enabling it to clumsily lift itself and make a desperate attempt to flee. At this moment, some previously overlooked Type I flying bugs in the sky launched a concentrated assault. A hail of bullets rained down on the python's eyes. Though the attacks initially seemed ineffective, its eyelids closed to block most of the bullets. The projectiles were far more than mere kinetic weapons. They carried potent toxins and a strong adhesive. The bullets stuck to the eyelids instead of bouncing off, and their toxins began corroding the eyelid's surface. As more bullets adhered to its eyelids, the python's defenses were breached. The moment the toxins reached its eyeballs, the snake let out another heart-wrenching scream. No longer bothering to shield itself from the airborne attackers, the python barreled forward, crashing through the forest in a blind panic. Trees too thin to withstand its bulk snapped like twigs, showcasing the python's immense strength. Luo Wen regretted not deploying more self-destruct spiders earlier. If he hadn't been so stingy, the python might already be dead instead of still thrashing around. However, after such prolonged torment, the python was on its last legs. The toxins had spread throughout its body, and as it continued its desperate charge, its movements grew increasingly uncoordinated. In a final burst of effort, the python demolished another small patch of forest before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Its 30-meter-long body sprawled across the earth. The injured python had fled several kilometers from the swarm base before succumbing. Its final resting place lay 4 to 5 kilometers away, a result of its impaired vision causing it to repeatedly crash into trees. Otherwise, it might have made it 10 kilometers or more. Even 4 or 5 kilometers posed a logistical nightmare for Luo Wen. The python's body, weighing nearly 20 tons and heavier than a diplodocus, presented a colossal challenge for transportation. The entire force of heavy armored soldier ants was mobilized. These ants, far stronger than Luo Wen had anticipated, exhibited adaptations to support their massive forms. Their legs had thickened, and paired with their heavy exoskeleton armor and low-set chassis, they resembled miniature moving fortresses. Unfortunately, their limited mobility confined them to tasks like transportation. The heavy armored soldier ants used their enormous mandibles to grip the python's head muscles and began dragging it along. However, the head muscles couldn't bear the python's full weight. The ants frequently stopped to adjust their grip, leaving the python's head mangled within moments. Its scales and muscles were torn open, exposing the bone underneath. The ants hooked their mandibles into the eye sockets, jawbones, and other sturdy areas, finally gaining traction. The python's massive body flattened the ground as it was dragged, leaving a 2-meter-wide bloody trail that stretched for kilometers. The scent of blood wafted for miles. Even so, few predators dared to approach. The python's earlier roars had likely scared off any potential scavengers, much like how weaker creatures had avoided the T-Rex's battle with the black-ringed red dragon. Without interference, the heavy armored soldier ants brazenly dragged the python back to the base. Luo Wen, uninterested in overseeing the dismemberment, retreated to his experimental garden to continue tinkering with plants. Cutting apart such large prey was a task better suited to the heavy armored soldier ants, who were already experienced in such work. The python's body provided a timely solution to the swarm's dwindling resources. The ants cleared a large open area near the base to process the carcass, working in the open without any attempt to hide their activities. With no immediate threats in the vicinity and the successful hunt of the python bolstering their confidence, the swarm no longer saw a need to conceal their prey or bloodshed. Although Luo Wen's fascination with developing new crops now seemed unnecessary, it had become a personal obsession. Even if the current circumstances didn't demand it, he considered it an enjoyable way to pass the time. T/N, this isn't a regular chapter but rather a reflection from the author. You can skip it if you'd like, but I've included it to maintain the chapter numbering and because it offers an interesting glimpse into the author's perspective on the story. Also don't worry, I'll release another chapter to make up for this one. Unknowingly, this book has reached over 250,000 words. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the readers for their unwavering support. This is the author's first published book. The idea of writing a novel came to me late last year. Initially, I wanted my first book to explore the Zerg, insect swarm, genre. However, when I began drafting, I quickly realized how much knowledge was required. Out of laziness, I temporarily shelved the idea and decided to practice by writing a different story first. Thus, my first book was set in an apocalyptic world. I spent a long time crafting a logically consistent setting and began writing in October. After over a month of intense effort, I amassed 200,000 words and started uploading chapters. It was only after publishing that I discovered numerous issues, realizing just how much there is to pay attention to when writing a novel. The apocalyptic genre proved difficult, as it involved many sensitive topics that required revisions to avoid issues. Rewriting parts of the story before uploading felt like wasting half the initial effort. As a novice, I struggled to adapt the narrative to meet guidelines effectively. Unsurprisingly, the book's performance wasn't great, with the Golden Finger special ability taking a long time to appear. After a few days of uploads, a writing contest was announced on December 1st. Using this as an excuse, I abandoned that book. Fortunately, no one was reading it anyway. This book was born under such circumstances. Once I started, I realized just how exhausting it is to write, especially in the sci-fi genre. Sometimes, I'd spend hours researching only to produce a few sentences. However, writing this book has significantly expanded my knowledge of biology, which I consider a reward in itself. As a newcomer, tackling this story was a real challenge. In the early chapters, the protagonist had no interaction with any intelligent beings, creating a large, isolated environment. The protagonist was an ordinary person in their past life, with no special training or survival experience. To accurately depict this, I referenced various social experiments, like spending 30 days in a cabin or survival challenges on deserted islands. However, those scenarios weren't truly hopeless. The participants knew they were part of an experiment, could quit at any time, and still existed within human society. Even Robinson Crusoe, who survived 28 years on a deserted island, had a companion in Friday and knew he hadn't left Earth. Across the ocean, human civilization continued, and there was always the chance of rescue, even if it took years. But the protagonist's situation was truly bleak. Transformed into an insect and stranded on an alien planet, just surviving was an extraordinary feat. As a novice writer, I lacked the skill to fully convey the protagonist's complex emotions, struggling to survive while battling moments of depression and nihilism whenever they had a moment to rest. The lack of dialogue or interaction early in the story was another hurdle. I considered introducing intelligent insects, like Big Black, to interact with the protagonist. This would have added word count and made the story more engaging. However, deviating from the original outline would have required rewriting everything, and suddenly granting the insects advanced intelligence would have been jarring and against the book's core premise. Since this book represents the start of my writing journey, a realization of a dream, I chose to prioritize my vision over chasing trends. As a result, the book began with a very niche concept, a protagonist who is an insect, making it hard for readers to immerse themselves. At around 80,000 words, it had only a few dozen collections. Then, a website recommendation brought over 100 new collections in a week, but that was the end of the momentum. The book's performance was dismal. Early on, I connected with other writers through forums and author tools. When they heard about the book's struggles, they advised me to drop it, saying continuing would be a waste of time. However, having already abandoned one project, I worried that cutting this one would set a precedent, making it harder to ever complete a novel. So, I resolved that even if no one read it, even if it was purely for my love of writing, I would finish this book my way. As the story progressed, more readers gradually discovered it. I deeply admire these readers because, without recommendations, even I would struggle to find this book without directly searching for its title. Over time, collections, comments, and even some tips started trickling in. Whenever I received a system notification, it filled me with joy, a sign of support and encouragement. Originally, I thought having a few hundred collections by launch would be a success. But to my surprise, collections have grown significantly in recent weeks, with dozens added daily. Not only did I hit the 1,000 collection milestone, but it's now surpassed 1,700. Though this pales in comparison to books with tens or hundreds of thousands of collections, it far exceeds my expectations. Thank you all for your support. The second group to be eradicated was another collective force, the carnivorous fish in the river. These fish, relying on their sharp teeth and geographical advantage, had long blocked the river and extorted tolls. Many small to medium-sized creatures crossing the river or coming to drink water would inadvertently pay with their flesh. Their crimes were innumerable, and the forest populace had suffered under their tyranny for too long. Given this, as a top-tier force, the swarm naturally had an obligation to eradicate them, especially since they were located just south of the swarm's base, seriously hindering expansion in that direction. However, in the water, the carnivorous fish held an absolute advantage. Lua Wen created some crabs and mantis shrimp, but they were no match for the fish. The fish had exceptionally strong bites, capable of crushing the hard exoskeletons as if they were mere snacks. The crabs were devoured before they could escape, and while the mantis shrimp managed to put up a brief resistance, it wasn't enough. With no other options, Lua Wen resorted to his usual tactic: poison. A few small prey were dragged to the riverbank, killed, and filled with neurotoxins before being tossed into the water. The spreading scent of blood quickly attracted the carnivorous fish. Ripples darted from all directions toward the bait, and the river surface boiled with activity. Fish bodies churned, water splashed noisily, and waves rose high in a chaotic frenzy. The murky river gradually turned red, drawing even more fish into the frenzy. The scent of blood drove them into a mad feeding frenzy, causing them to collide and even injure one another. When a fish was injured, it was immediately attacked, torn apart, and devoured by its companions. The carnivorous fish were caught in a wild celebration. However, their revelry came to an abrupt end. Despite their ferocity, they relied heavily on geographical and numerical advantages. Their small bodies and relatively simple nervous systems left them highly vulnerable to neurotoxins. The neurotoxins from the bait had already entered their systems during the scramble, and even the river water, now mingled with trace amounts of toxins, was taking its toll. A massive number of fish floated belly up to the surface. Those who had secured a piece of the bait died on the spot, while others that consumed blood-tainted water struggled in paralysis, on the brink of death. Several raft bugs slid into the river, carrying spider combat bugs on their backs. These teams fished out the floating bodies of the carnivorous fish and brought them to shore. With the carnivorous fish having low intelligence, the swarm's combat units repeated similar operations at multiple points along the river, harvesting abundantly each time. The campaign continued until the fish density was so reduced that they could no longer form large groups. By then, the swarm's carnivorous fish forces had already matured. Previously, the rivers were entirely under the control of wild carnivorous fish, leaving the swarm's aquatic forces unable to descend into the water. Now, with the acquisition of the carnivorous fish's genetic material, Lua Wen tasked the idle burrower ants and scorpions to dig a pond by the river to rear the carnivorous fish larvae. With the wild fish nearly exterminated, it was the perfect time for the swarm's carnivorous fish to seize control of the river. Their presence would also allow subsequent aquatic units to hatch directly in the river. As the swarm's territory expanded rapidly, the speed of troop production struggled to keep pace. To adapt to the changing environment, the swarm's combat units had grown larger. The primary combat species, the modified spider combat bugs, averaged around 30 centimeters, while Type I flying bugs were 10 centimeters, and Type II flying bugs reached 15 centimeters. Larger specialized support units were even more significant. In the past, ultra-giant soldier ants only reached 20 to 30 centimeters. Main combat units like various soldier ants and worker ants were only 1 to 2 centimeters. Against small insect adversaries, this was perfectly sufficient. But now, their opponents often measured 7 to 8 meters, or even 10 to 20 meters. Even their prey typically started at 1 meter. Consequently, aside from numerous worker ants, burrower ants, and the earlier produced spy bugs, small and medium-sized soldier ants, once the main combat units, were no longer being produced. Previously, after several rounds of optimization, the production cycle for these smaller soldier ants had been reduced to just over 10 days, and the queen ant could lay a substantial number of eggs daily. However, with the main combat units now 30 centimeters in size, the queen ant's unchanged 10-centimeter body struggled to keep up. The eggs it produced were too small, requiring significant time to grow. Producing a single spider combat bug now took over 40 days, even after genetic modification to eliminate the need for molting. It was clear that the queen ants were no longer sufficient for the swarm's current needs. They needed an upgrade. Luo Wen quickly realized this and temporarily set aside his other projects to develop a new queen ant. Previously, the limitations on queen ant gigantification were due to their respiratory systems. Now, this was easily solved with the addition of a powerful heart and circulatory system sourced from large creatures, allowing their bodies to grow beyond 10 meters. With a heart installed, they no longer used the ant template. The new queens were designed with a hybrid template of reptiles and mammals, further enhancing their reproductive organs and boosting fertility. These new queens were effectively a new kind of insect beast. To reflect this, they were no longer designated as versions of the queen ant. Instead, they were renamed brood queens, starting a new lineage. To accommodate their gigantification, the new brood queens abandoned exoskeletal armor for keratin-based plating. Though slightly inferior in thickness and lacking some auxiliary capabilities of exoskeletons, keratin armor grew with the body, eliminating molting issues. As their size increased, the keratin armor would thicken, providing comparable defense. The brood queens, due to their massive size and resemblance to the queen ant 3 type, were essentially immobile. Hidden in the swarm's safest locations, they were unlikely to face attacks. These new brood queens could directly produce eggs over 30 centimeters in diameter. Spider combat bugs would emerge from these eggs nearly fully grown. Even 1-meter-long heavy armored soldier ants would see their production times drastically reduced. This would significantly accelerate the swarm's troop generation. Moreover, with the queen ants designation dropped, the type I queen ants, specialized in battle command, would no longer bear reproductive duties. These would be reorganized under a new designation, blades, retaining their role of assisting Luo Wen in directing battles. Additionally, they were granted higher-level swarm network access, allowing them to command all swarm units, including the brood queens. Currently, the brood queen's eggs have produced 5 specimens. These will require a lengthy development period before they can fulfill their designated roles. The primary reason for this prolonged development traces back to Luo Wen himself. Whether it was the previous queen ants or the current brood queens, they all originated from the brood nest, the sole source capable of producing these specialized units with hatching capabilities. Although the brood nest was separate from Luo Wen, it maintained a connection with him. This link meant that the brood nest's growth was limited by Luo Wen's 60-centimeter frame. Once the brood nest reached just under 70 centimeters, it hit its growth ceiling. As a result, the newly formed brood queen eggs were only about 10 centimeters in size. Growing such small eggs into massive organisms over 10 meters long would naturally take significant time. Luo Wen found this situation frustrating. Was he supposed to abandon his highly refined assassin combat style? If he were to start over, it would certainly involve selecting a larger biological template. However, the pool of large creatures the swarm had encountered so far was limited, and Luo Wen couldn't just settle for something aesthetically unappealing. The Diplodocus, with its disproportionate head-to-tail ratio and sluggish movements, was certainly out of the question. The Tyrannosaurus rex, while majestic and imposing at first glance, was hindered by its comically tiny forearms, a poor selling point. The black-ringed red dragon that had once battled the T-Rex was a more viable option, but it was strictly a terrestrial unit. Luo Wen's current body, refined through multiple adaptations, could operate in air, land, water, and underground, a true quadri-terrain combatant with unparalleled versatility and survival capabilities. Sacrificing most of his combat capabilities just to enlarge the brood nest felt far too costly. Even the pterosaurs were tempting, as soaring through the skies had always been one of Luo Wen's dreams. However, the same issue arose: pterosaurs were strictly aerial units. While they could survive on the ground, at best, they were a 1Na half-terrain species with far less survivability than Luo Wen's current body. Besides, once the swarm acquired the genetic material of the pterosaur, Luo Wen could simply create one, switch his perspective to control it, and achieve his dream of flight without having to inhabit a pterosaur body himself. Faced with no ideal solutions, Luo Wen briefly considered simply enlarging his current form. Although it would require continuous molting, he could mitigate the risks by cocooning himself during the molting process. However, this would be incredibly inconvenient. Thankfully, enlarging the brood nest wasn't an immediate necessity. Aside from the brood queen as a production unit, all other swarm species could still be produced by the existing queen ants or the future brood queens. The smaller initial size of the brood queen eggs only extended their development period. The swarm had plenty of time to address this. They just needed to pause expansion for about 100 days, wait for the brood queens to mature, and then resume their advance. Thus, Luo Wen shelved the problem after a mere 2 days, redirecting his focus back to experimenting with plant seeds. The swarm slowed its expansion to consolidate its current territory. In the meantime, Luo Wen took the opportunity to improve the worker ants. Their exoskeletons were replaced with keratin armor, and their bodies were enlarged to about 10 centimeters. Although they lost some strength due to the lack of exoskeletal support, their doubled size significantly enhanced their working capacity and efficiency. To distinguish them from the older version, the new worker ants were renamed worker drones. The old worker ants were still produced but were assigned more delicate tasks. Through Luo Wen's continuous research and experimentation, the swarm's crops had undergone several upgrades. The new crops not only had higher yields but also incorporated the genes of parasitic vines, enabling them to extract nutrients directly from other plants. This innovation transformed the swarm's previously weed-infested environment, covering much of the territory with a purple-red spore plant. However, Luo Wen carefully controlled their growth to prevent damage to surrounding trees. Any vines attempting to invade the trees were promptly removed by worker drones and worker ants and transported back to the base as food reserves. Recently, Luo Wen discovered new avenues of research. While he himself was a hybrid of various biological genes, he also possessed mysterious primordial genes. These genes, containing the core secrets of the Ephi-ish species, were impossible to decode. However, they could still be used for experimentation. Luo Wen found that certain primordial gene fragments acted as bridges, creating connections between plant and animal genes, allowing for potential fusion. This groundbreaking discovery further engrossed Luo Wen in his research. Time passed swiftly, and the swarm's production system completed its overhaul. The new brood queens took over the production of large-scale combat and operational units. The queen ant 3 types, aside from a few left to produce worker ants, were reassigned to establish tree-based subnests for aerial unit production. As a result, the number of tree-based subnests in the swarm's base grew to 21, and the number of flying bugs surpassed 1 million. These large flying bugs, ranging from 10 to 15 centimeters in length, were mostly equipped with ranged weaponry. In the past, wild flying bugs with just 5,000 close combat units had dominated the forest. Now, the swarm's flying forces alone could annihilate most of the forest's wildlife. During this period of stable development, the forest's giant pythons suffered greatly. These creatures were numerous and came in various species, ranging from 10 to 30 meters in length. Occupying a niche between apex forces and apex individuals, they usually coiled in treetops, living solitary lives with no natural predators. During mating season, they would gather on the ground, but even then, not even a T-Rex would dare provoke them. However, once the swarm killed a 30-meter-long python and validated the effectiveness of its anti-python self-destruct bugs in combat, the giant pythons lost their deterrent value and were added to the swarm's menu. Whenever food reserves reached a critical level, the blades would select an appropriately sized, well-nourished python for a targeted hunt. Despite their ability to hide in the high canopies, they were no match for the swarm's flying scouts equipped with echolocation systems. Each python provided 10 to 20 tons of meat, significantly bolstering the swarm's food supplies. The low-intelligence python species had no awareness of the impending crisis and were blissfully unaware they had become livestock raised by the swarm. After a period of steady development, the swarm once again bared its fangs. Before long, the swarm's combat units invaded the territory of a nearby Tyrannosaurus rex. Type flying scouts spread out like blossoms in the sky, utilizing echolocation systems to quickly map the terrain and upload the data to the swarm network. Hidden within the T-Rex's territory, all manner of creatures were revealed to Luo Wen. The combat units ignored these smaller creatures, they were merely backup food stocks living under the T-Rex's rule. Once the territory's ruler was eliminated, these creatures would automatically switch roles, becoming part of the swarm's provisions. Time passed, and Luo Wen's seed experiments began to yield promising results. Among them, one creation stood out as his favorite. This was a hybrid organism composed of genetic material from various spore plants. Spore plants include algae, lichens, fungi, mosses, and ferns. Luo Wen's new seed combined the genes of all these spore plants into a single entity. The resulting organism was highly adaptable, requiring minimal environmental conditions to thrive. It was resistant to cold, heat, and drought, and it could efficiently extract nutrients from the surrounding soil. Remarkably, it could even secrete a specialized acidic substance to corrode and decompose rocks and minerals. This made its yield per unit area significantly higher. Most importantly, almost all parts of the plant were edible. It tasted good, too rich in protein and sweet to the swarm's palate. This new crop had replaced the previous white mycelium plants, greatly enhancing the yield of the underground farms. However, it still fell short of Luo Wen's original goals, necessitating further refinement. With the swarm's triumph over the giant pythons, they had firmly established themselves as top predators. Their territory was recognized by the surrounding powerful creatures, and no more apex-level creatures came to challenge them at their base. Most of these apex predators were solitary beings that staked out their territories. Their daily routines involved filling their bellies, occasionally picking fights with their neighbors for exercise, and then waiting for old age to replace them with a new generation of apex predators. Unbeknownst to them, the swarm was different, a force with an intense drive for expansion. Securing a piece of forest territory for amusement was never their end goal. The swarm expanded rapidly, often attacking before apex predators could mount a defense. The first target was the nests of the flying bugs, which had once relentlessly pursued Luo Wen. Strictly speaking, these creatures weren't true apex predators. However, their large numbers, flying capability, and venom made them a force most creatures dared not provoke. The few that could challenge them were either flightless or unable to navigate the dense forest terrain. Smaller airborne creatures were outmatched, while larger ones couldn't maneuver through the forest. These factors had allowed the flying bugs to dominate the forest. But now, they faced a formidable adversary. The swarm's air force, based on a similar template, matched the flying bugs in speed. But unlike the wild bugs, the swarm's air force had a ranged combat variant. In a confrontation between melee and ranged units, both with equal speed, the ranged units had a significant advantage. The swarm's air force would launch an initial salvo and retreat, maintaining a strategic distance. As the flying bugs descended in pursuit, swarms of modified spider combat bugs awaited on the ground. Any flying bugs daring to approach were met with the spider bug's devastating sticky claws. It's worth noting that these spider bugs were based on a predatory archetype adapted to ambush small insects from cliff faces. Hunting flying bugs was second nature to them. After several skirmishes, the flying bug nests suffered heavy losses, and the swarm's air force breached their lairs. Only the first nest posed a significant challenge. By the time the swarm encountered the second nest, their combat forces had undergone several rounds of expansion, bolstered by new specialized units. Beneath the second flying bug nest, several large black beetles crawled out from the swarm's ranks. These beetles were over a meter long, their robust black bodies sporting a cannon barrel extending 30 centimeters forward from the center of their shoulder carapace. Their design resembled living tanks, sleek and imposing. These beetles were Luo Wen's latest creation, large artillery bugs, engineered by integrating genes from various projectile-specialized creatures. Initially, they were intended as anti-pterosaur units. However, lofty ambitions often clash with harsh realities. Using tanks to counter aircraft proved impractical. Even with enhancements in size, barrel length, and internal reaction chambers, their effective range barely reached 100 meters. Beyond that, accuracy relied on sheer luck. Moreover, their maximum firing angle while stationary was just 30 degrees. Luo Wen had reinforced their front two pairs of legs to act as supports, allowing them to elevate their bodies and achieve a maximum angle of 70 degrees. Despite this, the artillery bugs retained significant blind spots and limited range, hampering their utility. Compounding these issues, their production costs were exorbitant. Each artillery bug spent over 60 days in its larval stage before reaching maturity. If not for the expanded underground farms, the swarm couldn't have afforded to maintain such units. Thankfully, these artillery bugs were engineered with genes enabling them to consume soil and enter dormant states. They remained on standby in the underground base, emerging only when needed. Like other specialized units developed for apex predators, their numbers were limited. Their niche functionality rendered them unsuitable for mass deployment. While Luo Wen considered the artillery bugs one of his least successful creations virtually useless, the right circumstances allowed them to shine. For example, when tasked with stationary targets, they performed adequately. The artillery bugs assumed their firing positions, extending their legs to raise their bodies and elevate their cannons. Observing remotely through the swarm network, Luo Wen sighed. At this pace, they'd miss even ground targets, let alone anything airborne. Maybe they could take out snails. Their ammunition consisted of high-temperature, corrosive gelatinous projectiles. Upon impact, the projectiles adhered to targets, continuously releasing toxins. The flying bug nest was suspended 20 meters up a tree trunk, constructed from bug secretions and plant fibers. Once dried, the materials oxidized and hardened. Several muffled shots rang out, and dark yellow projectiles streaked through the air. All but one hit their mark, puncturing the nest and leaving holes. Curious flying bugs emerged to investigate, only to be instantly killed by the waiting swarm air force. Another volley followed, this time striking the middle of the nest. The structure split in two, with the lower half crashing to the ground. Dazed flying bugs attempting to crawl out were promptly speared by spider combat bugs. The upper half of the nest fared no better. Swarms of flying bugs poured out of cracks and openings, only to be met with a hail of concentrated fire from the swarm's air force. Few managed to take flight. The battle ended swiftly. Aside from some minor skirmishes near the spider bugs, most areas saw no close combat. After the fight, the artillery bugs returned to the base for storage. While their performance was decent, their practical applications remained limited. Should resources grow scarce, Luo Wen considered recycling them. The T-Rex was slumbering in its lair. As a massive creature, its energy expenditure was substantial, requiring over 100 kilograms of food daily just to survive. However, successful hunts were not guaranteed. To mitigate this, the T-Rex could consume up to a tenth of its body weight in one sitting, storing the surplus as reserves. It minimized activity to conserve energy, spending most of its time sleeping. Even fighting was a rare luxury. When intruders came knocking, it reluctantly stirred, letting out a mighty roar to showcase its vocal prowess before leisurely pacing about to warm up its body. To the T-Rex, these intruders were mere small fries hardly worth its attention if not for their numbers. Although small, they might at least serve as a decent meal with some effort. The T-Rex had reason to feel confident. Among its kind, it was considered above average in size. A long-time adult, its battle-scarred body bore testimony to its many victories. Some scars were left by prey in desperate resistance, but most came from skirmishes with other apex predators. Two stood out in particular. The first was a set of deep claw marks stretching across half its head, inflicted by a rival T-Rex during a fierce fight. The claws narrowly missed gouging out its eye. The T-Rex had retaliated with a tail strike that nearly shattered its opponent's skull, forcing it to retreat, worse for wear. The second was a massive bite mark encircling its neck, earned during its youth in a battle for dominance. The opponent's powerful jaws had nearly suffocated it. Only its superior strength and resilience had allowed it to break free and counter with a fatal throat bite, ultimately securing its current territory. Luo Wen, however, cared little for the T-Rex's scars or its storied past. The only thing that might have piqued his interest was if the T-Rex were missing a leg. That much meat, about a ton, would be worth investigating. From the swarm's ranks emerged several boar-shaped insect beasts, the anti-T-Rex impact injector beasts. These were specialized units designed to tackle massive dinosaurs and beasts. When hunting such colossal creatures, the most efficient method was poisoning. However, due to their size, these beasts had exceptionally durable defenses. Their outer layers, whether keratin armor, fur, feathers, or tough leathery skin, were highly resistant. Survival demanded nothing less in their brutal environment of constant clashes and scrapes. This made direct attacks ineffective. The modified spider combat bugs lacked the venom reserves to deliver fatal doses, even if they managed to strike weak points like the eyes. And though the self-destruct bugs were effective against pythons whose primary attack method was constriction, they struggled against dinosaurs and large beasts with additional offensive capabilities like stomping, tail strikes, and clawing. Recognizing these challenges, Luo Wen developed the boar battle insects. Standing about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall at the shoulder, these creatures had formidable short-range burst speed and decent defensive capabilities. Their design incorporated genes from the golden armored beetle, granting them a half-meter-long spiral horn on their foreheads. The hollow horn was connected to a large venom sac located behind the neck. Functionally, the horn acted as an oversized syringe. Its sharp tip, combined with the boar insect's explosive charge, could penetrate the defenses of most dinosaurs and beasts. These boar battle insects were a stopgap measure. Luo Wen had envisioned an ideal template based on a herd of triceratops he had once glimpsed on the forest's outskirts. Lacking the means to harm these armored giants and with no immediate need, Luo Wen had not acquired their genetic material. When he later sought them out, they had vanished, leaving him to rely on the boar template for the time being. Type 2 flying bugs initiated the assault, leveraging their aerial advantage to pepper the T-Rex's eyes with concentrated fire. The T-Rex, helpless against the nimble aerial attackers, attempted to roar in defiance but immediately recoiled in pain as projectiles filled its mouth. The corrosive payload burned fiercely, reducing the T-Rex's roars to pained whimpers. It kept its mouth shut, emitting low groans, appearing pitifully distressed. While the Type 2 flying bugs provided cover, the spider combat bugs advanced swiftly. Agile and tenacious, they clambered onto the T-Rex's massive body. Though unable to inflict significant damage, they effectively distracted it. The T-Rex thrashed its head and tail in an attempt to dislodge the spider bugs, but their sticky claws and barbed hairs clung tenaciously. No matter how violently it twisted, more spider bugs swarmed its body. As the T-Rex struggled, 3 boar insect beasts began their charge. Their explosive acceleration quickly brought them to top speed, and they barreled toward the T-Rex with their heads down. Distracted by the flying bugs and spider combat bugs, the T-Rex couldn't see the charging boar insects. Although it heard the thundering hoofbeats, it wasn't accustomed to relying on its ears for hunting. In its blind attempts to evade, the boar insect's spiral horn struck true, driving deep into its hind legs. Blood sprayed as the powerful impact embedded the horns within the T-Rex's flesh. The venom sacs in the boar insects' necks activated, their fiber-reinforced muscles contracting to forcefully expel venom through the long horns and into the T-Rex's body. The T-Rex's agonized roar echoed through the forest, coinciding with the venom's injection. However, the boar insects were now stuck, unable to retreat. Enraged, the T-Rex, now flooded with adrenaline, ignored the encroaching paralysis. Unable to deal with the small creatures on its body, it turned its fury on the boar insects lodged in its legs. With a single crushing bite, the T-Rex tore one of the boar insects to pieces, then repeated the process with the second. The third boar insect managed to wrench its horn free at the last moment, narrowly escaping with its life. Luo Wen's initial design was inspired by the survival mechanisms of animals and insects that shed limbs to escape danger. He planned to make the spiral horn of the boar insect beast detachable. However, this approach compromised the structural integrity of the horn. During an impact, if the enemy's armor was too strong, the spiral horn could break off before penetrating the defense. The sole combat purpose of the boar insect beast was to drive its horn deep into the enemy's body. Such flaws would hinder its effectiveness. Moreover, even if the detachable design worked, the boar insect beast would lose its horn after one collision. Regrowing the horn would take considerable time, during which the beast could not enter dormancy and would need constant food intake. With all this in mind, Luo Wen decided to go with a unified structure. Even if the boar insect beast died, as long as its flesh remained intact, the materials could be recycled to produce another one. Cost analysis revealed this approach was more economical than the detachable model. Although the T-Rex managed to crush 2 boar insect beasts, its fate was sealed the moment its body was pierced by a spiral horn. Lacking any resistance to poison, its powerful, rapid heartbeat only hastened its demise. The toxin quickly mixed with its blood and spread throughout its body at an astonishing rate. Paralyzed by the venom disrupting its neural signals, the T-Rex collapsed to the ground. It could no longer perceive external stimuli, its consciousness trapped in a dark void as it awaited death. Next to the T-Rex's lair, a branch base of the swarm was established. This marked the swarm's first terrestrial branch base since Luo Wen's awakening. With improved species, both the size and mobility of the swarm units had drastically increased. Their operational range expanded tens or even hundreds of times. The era when multiple swarm bases crowded a few hundred meters of territory was now a thing of the past. Luo Wen remotely commanded this battle via the swarm network. Once the fight concluded, he shifted his focus elsewhere. The blades had remarkable learning capabilities, and they would handle similar enemies on their own in the future. The forest's unique apex creatures and factions were limited in variety. Before the swarm conquered the entire forest, Luo Wen could work undisturbed on his plant seed experiments. Recently, he had found a new approach, using the primitive genes of the Ephi-ish species to bridge the gap between animal and plant genes. The results of this new experimental organism exceeded Luo Wen's expectations. The experiment was heading into uncharted territory, and he could not predict the outcome. However, he had a strong feeling that the results would be positive, and he eagerly anticipated the final product. The brood nest was now focused on producing brood queens. Newly birthed queens were transported to branch bases during their juvenile stage to make relocation manageable. As the brood queens arrived, swarm bases began multiplying rapidly, and the territory expanded swiftly. Whether giant pythons, large carnivorous T-rexes, or other predators, none could evade the swarm's aerial scouts unless they left the forest entirely. The timing of their eradication depended solely on the swarm's food reserves. In truth, the swarm's daily consumption was relatively low. Only a small portion of the army remained in combat readiness. Most of the units consisted of aerial scouts. These small, lightweight flyers required minimal food to sustain themselves. The majority of combat units would enter collective dormancy. Patrol units sustained themselves by consuming soil to maintain minimal energy levels. When facing battle or invasion, the blades would use the swarm network to awaken select units. Thus, the hardest working members of the swarm were the worker drones and worker ants. With Luo Wen's experiments yielding greater spore crop yields, maintaining the swarm's daily needs became effortless. This ushered in a brief period of tranquility in the forest. Although vast tracts of land were being incorporated into the swarm's domain daily, Luo Wen understood the principles of sustainable development and long-term gains. As a result, the forest's original ecosystem was largely preserved, with the exception of the previous apex predators and factions, which had now been reduced to one, the swarm. Occupying the top of the food chain, the swarm fulfilled its role by periodically culling forest creatures to prevent overpopulation. The forest effectively became a massive breeding ground, supplying the swarm with an endless source of sustenance. To Luo Wen's surprise, a group of triceratops was discovered deep within the forest. After a carefully planned hunt, he successfully acquired their genetic material. This led to an upgrade for the anti-T-Rex impact injector beast. The new swarm beast, modeled after the triceratops, measured 7 to 9 meters in length, stood 2.5 meters tall, and weighed 8 to 10 tons. Beyond equipping its 3 iconic horns with injection tubes and venom sacs, little was altered. Despite being herbivorous, the triceratops' sturdy head shield and sharp horns allowed it to counterattack and even kill a T-Rex in combat. With the addition of venom injection, this new beast required no assistance from other swarm units to defeat large carnivorous dinosaurs, achieving a high success rate. As a result, the anti-T-Rex collision beast evolved from a disposable unit into a robust main battle tank. Its name was changed to Triceratops Beast. With the aid of the Triceratops Beast, the swarm no longer needed to frequently replenish its frontline collision units. In a short time, they had eradicated all carnivorous dinosaur species within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Numerous brood queens were dispatched to establish new bases. The swarm's rapid territorial expansion and the elimination of apex predators raised concerns about ecological balance. To address this, the dormant combat units were reactivated and, under the Blade's command, conducted sweeps across the region. The abundance of prey led to a surplus of food that the swarm couldn't consume in time. The forest's oppressive heat exposed storage issues, as large quantities of food risked spoilage. Although the swarm initiated a new round of mass unit production, the hatching process was still underway, leaving vast amounts of food at risk of rotting. It was at this time that Luo Wen made an extraordinary discovery in his experiments. He found a hybrid organism that defied categorization as either plant or animal. This organism, combining plant and animal genes, exhibited remarkable traits. Genes from algae, ferns, and mosses enabled it to grow rapidly and adapt to various environments, including water surfaces and underwater habitats. Lichen genes granted it the ability to break down rocks and minerals, absorbing essential nutrients directly from them. Shade-tolerant plant genes allowed it to thrive in dim, lightless underground settings without relying on photosynthesis. The incorporation of vine genes enabled it to parasitize other plants, extracting nutrients directly from their hosts. Some carnivorous plant genes endowed the new organism with the ability to produce digestive fluids, allowing it to rapidly convert prey into nutrients. At the same time, it drew from various leafy plant genes to strengthen its root system. These robust roots could extend hundreds of meters underground. The most remarkable trait, however, came from the integration of biological genes, which enabled the organism to grow large fungal nodes on its surface. These nodes could illuminate points on the swarm network. This meant that Luo Wen could directly project his consciousness into these fungal nodes and observe their surroundings from their perspective. Additionally, while these fungal nodes lacked intelligence, they could be programmed with reactive options. As active nodes on the swarm network, they came equipped with friend or foe recognition capabilities. When unidentified creatures stepped on or passed near them, the nodes would blink on the swarm network to send a warning. The new plant also solved the food storage problem effectively. Thanks to its powerful digestive capabilities, prey placed on the organism's body would be quickly broken down and converted into nutrients. These nutrients were stored within the plant and could be rapidly transported through its body. Any unit registered on the swarm network could tap into this resource by opening a valve on any part of the plant's body and requesting access to the nutrients. In simple terms, the plant's body functioned like a plumbing system, where authorized users could install faucets to draw resources. Moreover, in critical situations, the plant itself could be consumed directly as food. The practicality of this innovation far exceeded Luo Wen's original expectations. However, it had its downsides, namely, its unattractive appearance. Its visible portions resembled a grayish-purple carpet spread across the ground. The carpet's network of veins would occasionally writhe as if alive, transporting nutrients. Although Luo Wen understood this movement was part of the nutrient distribution process, the sight of the carpet twitching still made him uneasy. To honor certain memories from his human past, Luo Wen named this new plant fungal carpet. With the fungal carpet, the food storage problem was finally resolved, likely for good. As the fungal carpet converted prey into a sap-like substance, spoilage was no longer a concern. The seeds of the fungal carpet could be produced directly by the brood queens. Theoretically, a single seed could lead to infinite growth. However, to expedite the coverage of large areas, scattering more seeds was ideal. The fungal carpet consumed any organic matter that lacked a swarm network identity, absorbing its nutrients. As a result, areas covered by the fungal carpet became barren wastelands. Additionally, due to its carnivorous plant genes, the fungal carpet could autonomously hunt insects and small animals. This disrupted the local ecosystem by eliminating these creatures, which in turn drove away their predators. Thus, its environmental impact was devastating. Recognizing this, Luo Wen did not allow unchecked growth of the fungal carpet. Instead, he regulated its use, mandating that each base planted only within a specific radius based on actual needs. Even with these restrictions, the increasing number of swarm bases resulted in a steady expansion of the fungal carpet's coverage. More coverage meant more fungal nodes, which translated to an increased number of active swarm network points. These fungal nodes, unable to distinguish between significant and minor disturbances, would even trigger alarms for passing tail-lard rats, causing disruptions to Luo Wen's daily work. To address this issue, Luo Wen reconfigured the permissions system. Each fungal carpet was assigned a designated area and linked exclusively to its base's brood queen and blades. Only in cases of genuine emergencies would the information be escalated to Luo Wen. This adjustment resolved the problem of excessive false alarms from the fungal nodes. With his enthusiasm for genetic tinkering temporarily waning, Luo Wen found himself with more free time. He returned to his familiar shut-in lifestyle, spending his days in the base and observing his domain through the swarm network. Under his watch, the swarm's expansion accelerated significantly. Thanks to the fungal carpet, new bases required only a minimal number of worker ants for maintenance tasks like cleaning. Feeding the larvae was no longer necessary. The base's hatcheries were now lined with fungal carpet, enabling larvae to tap directly into its resources to supplement their nutrition whenever needed. This pre-digested food was highly absorbable, shortening the larvae's growth cycle considerably. The improved efficiency in troop replenishment further accelerated the swarm's expansion. Before long, the entire forest fell under the swarm's control. This forest spanned over 2,000 kilometers and contained an abundance of mountains, rivers, and resources. Following this conquest, the swarm entered a period of stability. The number of swarm bases reached 500, forming a tightly interconnected network that secured their grip on the forest. With a solid logistical base established, Luo Wen turned his attention to the forest outskirts. Luo Wen had initially crash-landed near the forest's edge. During the swarm's infancy, he had scouted the area and encountered both Diplodocus and Triceratops there. However, as the swarm prioritized the forest's conquest, little attention had been given to its outskirts despite the central base being only a step away. The main reason was that the outer forest was sparsely wooded, with fewer trees to shield the swarm from aerial threats. Large pterosaurs in the skies posed no threat to smaller units like the modified spider combat bugs and flying bugs, but most of the swarm's prey were over a meter in size. The sparse forest provided little cover, and the region was dominated by large dinosaurs. Occasionally, the swarm caught smaller creatures, but before they could be dragged back to the base, aerial predators would swoop down and snatch the kill. Pterosaurs, perched hundreds or even thousands of meters above, had keen eyesight. Since spider combat bugs and flying bugs lacked the ability to transport prey, they had to wait for the slower giant mandible soldier ants to retrieve it. During this interval, pterosaurs often intercepted the swarm's prey. Even if spider combat bugs latched onto the pterosaurs during their dives, there was no guarantee their venom could kill the massive creatures. Even if successful, the carcasses fell far beyond the swarm's reach, benefiting scavengers while the swarm suffered losses. The most intolerable offense was when pterosaurs targeted the giant mandible soldier ants outside the forest's cover. These small tanks were slow-moving and defenseless against aerial assaults. Fortunately, during one of their attacks, the pterosaurs underestimated the weight of a giant mandible soldier ant, dropping it after ascending only 5 or 6 meters. Luo Wen, monitoring the event remotely, immediately ordered the swarm to abandon the prey and retreat. In the early stages of the swarm's development, before the emergence of brood queens, every unit was precious. Even the modified spider combat bugs were difficult to replace. Most importantly, any losses were irreversible, as there was no way to recover the corpses. On one occasion, a modified spider combat bug climbed onto a pterosaur along with its prey. Although the pterosaur appeared to lack significant defenses, its keratinized skin was remarkably thick. The bug struggled to inject its venom, and by the time it reached the pterosaur's wings, it managed a single injection after considerable effort. The pterosaur, noticing the large bug on its body, lowered its altitude and attempted to eat the intruder. In the ensuing struggle, the spider combat bug was dislodged and killed by the pterosaur. Luo Wen watched the entire battle through a remote viewing perspective. The pterosaur's neck, 2 to 3 meters long, was incredibly agile and struck with remarkable speed. Even with their advanced dynamic vision and echolocation, the spider combat bugs struggled to evade such attacks. When clinging to the pterosaur, the bugs could engage briefly, but once dislodged, they could not survive more than a few rounds of combat. Luo Wen could not accept these unrecoverable losses, leading him to avoid the forest outskirts temporarily. Afterward, the swarm entered a brief period of surplus troops. However, before Luo Wen could devise a battle plan, a new wave of territorial expansion began, leaving the swarm perpetually short on manpower. Now, with the entire forest under control and the swarm in a period of recovery, Luo Wen finally had the time and resources to properly confront the pterosaurs. The first priority was to capture a pterosaur and obtain its genetic material. Without it, the swarm would be at a significant disadvantage. Due to their unique physiology, pterosaurs could fly at altitudes and speeds far beyond those of birds, let alone insects. Luo Wen's current flying units were incapable of posing any threat to them, as the pterosaurs could simply ascend out of range to remain untouchable. Fortunately, the pterosaurs were not particularly intelligent, making it relatively easy to set a targeted trap. A giant mandible soldier ant dragged the carcass of a wild boar out of the forest. The wild boar was played by a boar insect beast, which had seen little action since the emergence of the Triceratops beasts. Pterosaurs typically did not consume their prey on sight, instead, they carried it away to eat in an unknown location. Thus, the method of poisoning the prey, which had been effective against predatory fish, was ineffective here. To address this, Luo Wen used the boar insect beast as bait, hoping its spiral horn might inadvertently injure a careless pterosaur. Pterosaurs' exceptional eyesight allowed them to spot prey from thousands of meters in the air, provided there were no clouds obstructing their view. The abnormal scene on the ground immediately caught their attention. Several pterosaurs descended, circling at an altitude of 300 to 400 meters while screeching as if warning each other to stay away. After some squabbling, the largest pterosaur appeared to claim the right to strike first. It tucked its head and folded its wings, initiating a dive. The giant mandible soldier ant and boar insect beast were both large targets, but the unarmored boar insect beast was more appealing to the pterosaur. Ignoring the soldier ant entirely, the pterosaur extended its wings to slow its descent at around 30 meters above the ground. It adjusted its posture and aimed its talons at the inert boar insect beast. To avoid startling the pterosaur, Luo Wen refrained from activating the beast's spiral horn, as the likelihood of a successful hit was far too low. The boar insect beast remained convincingly motionless. Once the pterosaur gripped the boar insect beast, it flapped its massive wings and began to ascend. With a wingspan close to 10 meters, this pterosaur was extraordinarily large. Despite the boar insect beast weighing nearly half a ton, the pterosaur managed to lift it off the ground. Given the pterosaur's own weight, likely just over half a ton, its strength was impressive. At that moment, the giant mandible soldier ant activated its propulsion system. Although the system's acceleration effects were diminished by the ant's heavy frame, overloading it produced a sudden burst of speed. The ant lunged forward and clamped its massive mandibles onto one of the pterosaur's ankles, pulling it back down and forcing the boar insect beast to fall back to the ground. The effort came at a cost. The soldier ant's rear leg joints sustained severe damage, likely irreparable. It would require reconstruction after the battle. Even with its immense strength, the ant's limited ground traction, supported by only 4 legs, reduced its effectiveness. The boar insect beast began to lift off again. However, the delay was enough. Hidden nearby, a swarm of modified spider combat bugs equipped with optical camouflage surged onto the pterosaur's body. This specialized unit, outfitted for covert operations, had been enhanced with 5-centimeter-long stingers at the base of their abdomens. Designed specifically for pterosaurs, their stingers were thicker and longer to penetrate the creature's tough defenses. Large venom sacs were also added to their abdomens for maximum effectiveness. The bugs quickly climbed onto the pterosaur, avoiding areas of thick defense already identified by a previous unit's sacrifice. They reached the wings in moments. Despite the violent flapping, their hooked claws and adhesive hairs helped them maintain their grip. Positioning their stingers, the bugs pierced the wing membranes, injecting venom into the pterosaur. The pterosaur, attacked, immediately released the boar insect beast and began ascending rapidly. Without the additional weight of the beast, the wounded giant mandible soldier ant could no longer restrain the pterosaur. It was dragged off the ground before losing its grip and falling. Freed from its confines, the boar insect beast clumsily attempted to retaliate, but its sluggish movements predictably failed to strike the pterosaur. Ascending higher, the pterosaur fled, but at least a dozen modified spider combat bugs clung to its body, providing Luo Wen with real-time visuals. Tens of thousands of Type I flying bugs rose in pursuit, resembling a dark cloud sweeping through the sky. A few blades mingled among them, directing the operation. On the ground, hundreds more modified spider combat bugs with optical camouflage moved toward the anticipated direction of the fleeing pterosaur. Equipped with sufficient energy reserves, they could sustain prolonged pursuits. The pterosaur didn't fly far before succumbing to the venom injected by at least 12 modified spider combat bugs. The thin, sparse blood vessels in its wing membranes had slowed the toxin's spread, otherwise, it likely wouldn't have been able to fly at all. The pterosaur crashed roughly 10 kilometers from the initial battlefield, a distance that wasn't particularly far. Its dramatic fall quickly drew the attention of nearby predators. Several pterosaurs circled above, while small ground predators lurked hesitantly nearby. However, before they could approach, a loud buzzing arose in the distance. Soon, a dark cloud of Type I flying bugs descended, sealing off the area. The pterosaur had likely lost control of its body while in midair, plummeting headfirst to the ground without slowing. Though its body wasn't completely shattered, its bones were largely broken. Even if it hadn't died immediately, the neurotoxin coursing through its system likely rendered it incapable of feeling pain. Surprisingly, the giant mandible soldier ant that had clung to the pterosaur's ankle was still alive. As the pterosaur had fallen headfirst, the ant had luckily found a cushion to break its fall. Despite the buffer, the soldier ant was gravely injured. However, its final mission was yet to be completed before being sent for reconstruction. With its sharp and durable mandibles, the giant mandible soldier ant was an excellent cutter. Since its inception, it had served as both a transport and cutting unit. Now too injured to drag the pterosaur's body back to base, the soldier ant began dismembering it on sight. Above, the Type I flying bugs formed an impenetrable barrier, blocking the view of the pterosaurs circling in the sky. On the ground, the incessant buzzing intimidated would-be predators, keeping them at bay. Despite its large size, the pterosaur's body was lean, and the cutting proceeded quickly. Nearby, modified spider combat bugs remained hidden, waiting for the dismemberment to finish before transporting the pieces back to the base, a task well within their original function as transport bugs. 2 hours later, the combat units delivered the pterosaur's remains to Luo Wen. Luo Wen entered a period of seclusion. 50 days later, the swarm's newly developed storm god took flight. This creature was larger than any pterosaur Luo Wen had previously encountered. With a wingspan of 17 meters and a widened back, it weighed nearly a ton and could carry loads of up to 2 tons. Its primary role wasn't combat, although it was formidable in battle. Instead, its primary function was long-distance transportation. It could carry 400 modified spider combat bugs, thousands of Type I flying bugs, and even over a dozen giant mandible soldier ants. The storm god's body was a marvel of aerodynamic engineering. Its tail was short, its head was long and slender, and its elongated beak was sharp and pointed. The wings were composed of vascular networks, muscles, and microfilaments of actin fibers arranged in parallel. Its forelimbs were sturdy, with thick muscles and tendons, enabling a unique launch mechanism. By crouching down, using its forelimbs as leverage, and propelling itself upward with its powerful hind legs, the storm god could achieve a rapid catapult-like takeoff. Once airborne, it utilized subtle air currents to glide efficiently, requiring minimal wing movement. It could ascend to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters with ease. Equipped with a tail-lard organ, its endurance was exceptional, allowing it to fly nearly 20,000 kilometers non-stop when unladen. Though it typically glided at a leisurely speed of under 150 kilometers per hour, it could reach up to 500 kilometers per hour during full-powered flight. However, such speeds consumed energy rapidly and couldn't be sustained for long. The storm god served as both a high-altitude reconnaissance unit and a rapid deployment carrier for the swarm. Dubbed the airborne mothership of the swarm, its official designation was Storm God. With the deployment of the storm gods, the swarm finally had a countermeasure against the high-altitude pterosaurs. A few days later, 2 storm gods took to the skies. Their immense size allowed them to ascend higher than the circling pterosaurs, granting them a vantage point over their quarry. The pterosaurs, drawn by ground-level bait, hovered cautiously, screeching anxiously. Unlike the previous trap, this time the swarm had stationed large numbers of ground and aerial units near the bait, their menacing presence keeping the pterosaurs wary and reluctant to descend. The pterosaurs' cries attracted more of their kind, yet the real danger came not from the ground but from above. Several specialized insects leaped from the storm gods' backs. These creatures, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, sported robust, smooth horns on their heads, each measuring 6 to 7 centimeters. Their bodies were equipped with feathered wings on either side, though these wings were too small to enable sustained flight. Indeed, these bugs were head-heavy and bottom-light, with a peculiar streamlined elegance. Their exoskeletons were dense and heavy, making their wings suitable only for brief gliding and minor directional adjustments. Their abdomens housed numerous air vents connected to a large internal air sac derived from the genes of a jetfish species. This fish possessed a high-pressure system capable of compressing water and shooting it from its mouth to knock insects off aquatic plants. Luo Wen modified this system, replacing the water bullets with compressed air. Using this mechanism, the specialized bugs could expel air at varying pressures from different abdominal vents to change direction mid-air. As the bugs leaped from the storm gods, they locked onto their targets below. By coordinating abdominal vent expulsions and minor wing adjustments, they steered themselves with precision. Once oriented, they folded their wings and entered a steep dive. When visual tracking became unreliable at high speeds, their targeting systems switched to echolocation. Using sonar, they continuously adjusted their trajectory. As they neared their targets, they closed all side vents, relying solely on wing adjustments for precision. At the same time, their high-pressure systems expelled air through their largest tail vents, propelling them even faster. At this stage, their speed reached a peak, producing a piercing whistle in the air. Within moments, the bugs struck the gliding pterosaurs with devastating force. The bug's 6 to 7 centimeter horns pierced the pterosaurs' bodies with ease, propelled by the immense speed. The momentum carried them through their targets, leaving a spray of blood as they continued their descent. As they approached the ground, the bugs unfurled their wings, halting their descent momentarily. Jets of air continuously vented from the spiracles on their abdomens, counteracting the downward momentum until they finally landed smoothly. Seconds after the bugs touched down, the pterosaurs that had been struck earlier let out anguished cries before plummeting to the ground. One fallen pterosaur wasn't immediately dead. A massive hole had been blasted into the base of its right wing, taking out half its torso. The grievous injury caused its whales to weaken over time. It wasn't the only casualty. Each bug that had leapt off the back of the storm gods had a specific target, and the number of targets perfectly matched the circling pterosaurs. The results were spectacular. Every pterosaur was hit, and the severe penetrative injuries left none capable of continuing to fly. Against this new type of combat bug, the pterosaurs were utterly defenseless. These bugs had been specifically designed to counter the pterosaurs. Their full designation was auto-locking, jet-propelled collision flying bugs, but they were commonly referred to as flying kamikaze bugs. Luo Wen's initial concept had been to equip these bugs with large toxin sacs in their thoraxes, designed to detonate upon impact with enemy targets. The primary damage output was meant to be from the released toxins. However, to ensure that the flying kamikaze bugs could reliably hit their targets, Luo Wen incorporated a slew of advanced technologies. To prevent disintegration from the high-speed dive, he also reinforced their defenses. This resulted in such formidable physical damage output that their initial toxin feature became redundant. Despite the pterosaurs' robust physical defenses, they couldn't withstand even the first wave of collision damage. Deciding to streamline their design, Luo Wen temporarily removed the toxin sacs. This change allowed the flying kamikaze bugs to transition from single-use consumables to reusable combat units, significantly reducing resource consumption. Yet, their fatality rate remained high. At such extreme speeds, even slight miscalculations led to catastrophic outcomes. For example, one flying kamikaze bug had struck the spine of a pterosaur, a particularly tough section of its anatomy. Though the impact's sheer kinetic force shattered the spine, the backlash snapped the bug's neck, killing it instantly. Such losses, however, were deemed acceptable. Exchanging a few pounds of bug biomass for hundreds of pounds of prey was a trade-off Luo Wen was more than willing to make. Through this approach, the swarm steadily cleared the skies of nearby pterosaurs, enabling their territory to extend beyond the forest. Luo Wen also leveraged the pterosaurs' high mobility by dispatching several as reconnaissance units, finally gaining a clearer understanding of the planet's current state. This planet appeared to have only one continent, which, despite its irregular shape, was largely interconnected and stretched in an elongated form. From south to north or west to east, the furthest distances exceeded 20,000 kilometers. Surrounding it was an endless ocean. Luo Wen tried to locate familiar landmarks but found that most features were either unrecognizable or had shifted over time, likely due to tectonic activity. Luo Wen wasn't concerned. In this world, he had no attachments or obligations, living the kind of life where a lone individual needed only to feed themselves. As long as he survived, the swarm could always be rebuilt. During this period, Luo Wen discovered several pterosaur nests. Most were built on sheer cliffs, while others were on small islands by the sea. The sky belonged to the swarm, and Luo Wen wouldn't tolerate any unidentified entities flying above 100 meters without a designated swarm ID. One by one, the storm gods launched into the air. 30 storm gods formed a flying squadron, adopting a V formation as they ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters and soared toward their target. Their destination was one of the nearest pterosaur nests, located on cliffs over 2,000 meters high. Hundreds of pterosaurs had built their nests there. After over an hour of long-distance flight, the squadron reached the designated location. Without delay, several flying kamikaze bugs leapt off the storm gods. The piercing whistle of their dives cut through the air, and several circling pterosaurs were swiftly taken down. Next, modified spider combat bugs leapt from the backs of the storm gods. These bugs had been upgraded from the basic spider combat bug model. While they lacked optical cloaking, they featured enhanced stingers and enlarged abdominal toxin sacs. Additionally, their toxin storage capacity had been further increased. Their 8 legs were connected by thin membrane-like webbing extending from the third joint to the base, enabling them to stretch their legs and spread the webbing during descent, slowing their fall. These were the Spider Combat Bug 2, the swarm's newest airborne infantry. The Storm Gods demonstrated their exceptional payload capacity and long-range deployment abilities by delivering 10,000 Spider Combat Bug 2 to the battlefield. A dense cloud of black dots descended from the sky, unfurling their legs and webbing leisurely at 1,000 meters above the mountaintop to reduce their falling speed. The storm gods above still carried a contingent of flying kamikaze bugs, which they deployed whenever a pterosaur attempted to take off. The 10,000 Spider Combat Bug 2 split into smaller teams and landed across various peaks. Many pterosaurs, startled by the earlier whistles, were ambushed by the descending bugs before they could react. The enhanced stingers and enlarged toxin sacs posed a significant threat to the pterosaurs. Just 2 spider combat bugs worth of venom could bring a pterosaur down within 10 kilometers, and 5 bugs worth would prevent one from taking off altogether. The battle was swift. The swarm suffered the loss of 11 flying kamikaze bugs and 61 spider combat bug too, but eliminated 639 pterosaurs and secured over 500 pterosaur eggs. Hours later, new storm gods arrived, bringing a juvenile brood queen, over 1 million worker ants, and tens of thousands of worker drones. Given the distance from the main swarm base and the logistical challenges of transporting prey, Luo Wen opted to establish a branch base on site. An underground base began to take shape. The pterosaur corpses were piled up beside the base by the storm gods, forming a mountain of carcasses. A faint purple-gray hue spread from the base of the corpse mountain, quickly enveloping it entirely. Wherever the swarm established a base, a fungal carpet was sure to follow. The fungal carpet would digest the mountain of corpses, converting them into nutrients stored within its tissues. Once the brood queen matured and formally began base operations, these stored nutrients would be invaluable. In the days that followed, the aerial squadrons expanded in number, conducting raids on pterosaur nests across the continent and planting branch bases in their wake. Gradually, the entire continent including its surrounding islands fell under the swarm's control. The once dominant apex predators, including the T-Rex, were now little more than livestock under Luo Wen's rule. The storm god's aerial motherships with unparalleled mobility and transport capabilities had enabled the swarm to take bold strides forward. However, the pace of expansion had far exceeded the swarm's troop reserves, making it impossible to simultaneously establish bases across the continent. Fortunately, the swarm's agility meant that no base required a standing force of millions as before. Each location needed only a juvenile brood queen, a fungal carpet seed, and a small contingent of auxiliary units. Given time, a swarm base would gradually take shape. Even in the face of insurmountable threats, as long as the base could hold out briefly, the airbases constructed with higher priority could quickly deploy reinforcements to the troubled area. At worst, retaliation was always an option. Gradually, the bases began to develop and expand, radiating their influence outward. One apex predator after another, such as the T-Rex, was located, surrounded, and hunted down. These massive creatures, with their voracious appetites, were no longer needed in the swarm's territory. Initially, they had been left alone to maintain ecological balance, but that was no longer necessary. As time passed, the swarm, now unrivaled on land, began to extend its reach into the ocean. Luo Wen already had genetic templates for various marine organisms, such as crabs, prawns, and mantis shrimp. During the conquest of the land, he had also acquired numerous aquatic genes, including those of carnivorous fish and crocodiles. Although many were freshwater species, Luo Wen's mastery of genetic modification allowed him to adapt them to survive and thrive in saltwater environments. With its exceptional logistics and resource-gathering capabilities, combined with a diverse array of specialized units, the swarm gradually occupied the coastal shallows around the continent. Even the sunless deep ocean was not beyond the swarm's reach. Exploration teams were dispatched to these depths, where vision was less effective but echolocation adapted from bat abilities proved invaluable. This unique adaptation shone underwater, enabling the swarm to extend its territory further into the deep sea. Although the swarm's numbers were significantly smaller than before Luo Wen's long slumber, its occupied territory had expanded several-fold. With everything running smoothly, Luo Wen found himself growing increasingly idle and bored. In the following days, Luo Wen wandered aimlessly across the swarm's vast domain. Sometimes, he would climb to the peaks of towering mountains to watch the sunrise. Other times, he would sit on a sandy beach, gazing at the moonlight reflecting on the waves. His wanderings, however, were not without purpose. Despite the swarm's advanced transportation system and the fact that Luo Wen had already collected most of the planet's genetic material, certain organisms and plants were difficult to preserve. Now that circumstances allowed, Luo Wen preferred to sample them fresh. Years passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Wen had experienced nearly everything this planet had to offer. Apart from the unexplored depths of the ocean, he had traversed most of the planet's surface. Yet, with time, a growing sense of loneliness gnawed at him. The vastness of the planet felt like a gilded cage, a cage nonetheless. Lying on a fine, soft beach, the salty sea breeze brushing his face, Luo Wen gazed up at the starlit sky. Above him, 2 moons glowed amid countless sparkling stars. This planet, untouched by pollution, offered an astonishingly clear view of the night sky. Ever since the first time he had admired the celestial panorama by the sea, stargazing had become one of Luo Wen's favorite pastimes. Looking at the dazzling stars, he often wondered, where was this place? Was one of those distant lights Earth? Were there aliens out there? If he could return to Earth, would he now be considered an alien himself? Such thoughts often brought a lump to his throat. Soon, his thoughts shifted. Now that he had essentially mastered this planet, with an unknown lifespan ahead, how should he spend the endless years? Could he truly live out his days as the planetary lord? If so, how would he endure the boundless stretches of time? He recalled an old adage from his previous life, our journey lies among the stars and the seas. Perhaps he could set his sights beyond this world. But was that even possible? Luo Wen, though lacking astronomical knowledge, knew enough to understand how hostile outer space was to life. The vacuum, extreme cold, and relentless radiation were more than enough to obliterate any living being. Moreover, even contemplating such ambitions was premature. He had no idea how to reach outer space. The storm gods had a maximum flight altitude of less than 20,000 meters. Using them to breach the atmosphere was nothing short of a fantasy. As for relying on his evolutionary talent to develop such capabilities, the time required was incalculable. His talent wasn't omnipotent, it merely accelerated evolution. The specialized abilities of a species usually required tens of thousands, even millions of years to evolve. Even if Luo Wen shortened this time span by 1,000 or 10,000 times, the effort required would still be daunting. This was why Luo Wen often practiced what he called the doctrine of borrowing. Many biological abilities were the result of eons of refinement proven and perfected. If ready-made solutions were available, why reinvent the wheel? For example, species with low offensive capabilities often evolved defensive traits. Hardened carapaces were the most common, but regenerative abilities and toxins were also defensive adaptations. Predatory species, on the other hand, always had sharp fangs and claws. The Epheisch's strength lay in its ability to absorb such genes, combine them, and enhance both offense and defense, then improve further from that baseline. However, evolving spacefaring capabilities from scratch? Luo Wen had never heard of a creature achieving such a feat. Attempting it himself was not only time-consuming but might even prove impossible. Nevertheless, he had noticed during some of his genetic experiments that understanding specific theories could make it easier to acquire or derive certain abilities. For instance, he had extensively used toxin sacs in the past and was familiar with their mechanics. This familiarity allowed him to refine and miniaturize the sacs, integrating them into the legs of the spider combat bugs with ease. Perhaps if he had learned rocket science in his previous life, he might now be able to accelerate the genetic evolution needed for space exploration. In his former life, he had indeed built rockets and even spacecraft, but only in video games. Gathering resources, clicking build, and waiting for a progress bar to fill was his entire process. The finished product would then appear magically before him. He knew nothing of the underlying principles. Reality wasn't a game, and such shortcuts were impossible. Here, there was no Baidu, no libraries, and no books or research materials. Even if Luo Wen wanted to become self-taught, he had no means to do so. And expecting him to independently discover and develop those theoretical frameworks? That was laughably optimistic. Those theories represented the collective efforts of entire civilizations, billions of people, and centuries of work. Luo Wen fell into deep contemplation. On this beach, he remained still for a full 3 days, neither eating nor drinking. Thanks to the reserve stored in his tail lard organ, not only could he endure 3 days, but he could go as long as 3 months without needing sustenance. As for the dampness of the seaside or issues like arthritis, Luo Wen could replace his appendages at any time. Would something as trivial as arthritis even matter to him? During these 3 days, he focused on a single question. This planet, while lacking apples, had similar fruits. His question revolved around what thoughts came to mind when these fruits fell from the tree to the ground. In the end, his musings led to a jumble of disorganized thoughts. While he had heard of universal gravitation, he couldn't form any coherent theories. The truth was that developing rockets on his own was less realistic than biding his time, relying on luck, and evolving the necessary traits through his innate abilities. Examining his genetic library, he found that advancing into outer space presented specific challenges. Wings, effective only within the atmosphere, were practically useless in outer space, where the absence of air reduced their functionality to almost nothing. Perhaps wings would ultimately be less effective than a high-pressure jet propulsion system. Of course, the most promising solution was the anti-gravity system of beetle elytra. However, this system currently served only to reduce weight. Still, further development in this area might yield meaningful progress. But venturing into outer space wasn't as simple as just flying out. How would he harvest energy in outer space? How would he breathe? How would he survive in ultra-low temperatures? How would he navigate the cosmos? Would he truly rely on jet propulsion? He had no desire to become a piece of floating space debris. There were too many problems to consider. Even a single unresolved issue could pose a threat to his survival. After several more days, Luo Wen had a sudden epiphany. Perhaps he could create some helpers. As the saying goes, 3 humble tailors can outwit Zhuge Liang. If he created more blades, perhaps they could pool their ideas. Months later, he realized he had overestimated the potential of the blades. While they lacked any sense of creativity, his tinkering did enhance their learning and adaptability. The blades became more akin to intelligent ace. The more they experienced and learned, the smarter they became. These traits could also be passed down through the swarm network. Over time, their intelligence would continue to grow. However, intelligence was not the same as wisdom, and their lack of creativity remained their greatest flaw. They could serve as excellent commanders but were incapable of becoming scientists. Once again, his train of thought hit a dead end. After some time, Luo Wen suddenly realized that if the swarm was unsuitable, he could develop other species. Other species might not have the same limitations. With this new idea in mind, Luo Wen immediately set to work, searching for groups suitable for cultivation. He sought species with traits such as adaptability, intelligence, and strong reproductive abilities. After rigorous screening, 2 species emerged as the top candidates. These two species were ones Luo Wen was already very familiar with. They were old acquaintances of the swarm from the earliest days, tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs. The tail-lard rats reproduced rapidly, birthing 5 to 10 offspring per litter. The pups could begin foraging for food within just a few days. Being omnivorous, they ate almost anything and occupied the very bottom of the food chain. While creatures like ants were weaker, their low meat content made them less appealing prey. In contrast, the tail-lard rats, with their larger size and poor combat ability, were a favorite target for predators. However, the tail-lard rats' unique energy storage organs made them exceptionally resilient. When pursued, they could sometimes hide motionless for over 10 days, outlasting their predators. They were also relatively intelligent compared to other species. The small dinosaurs, despite being predators, were also prey due to their size. They occupied a slightly higher position in the food chain than the tail-lard rats. These creatures could lay 7 or 8 eggs at a time. While the incubation period for these eggs was longer, their hatchlings could forage for food shortly after hatching. As for their intelligence, their cooperative hunting tactics and basic strategies demonstrated significant cleverness. With 2 experimental species chosen, Luo Wen began cultivation efforts. He first extracted their genetic templates, enlarging their brain capacity. Having watched videos on human evolution, Luo Wen knew that bigger brains were the key to progress. He then implemented some unconventional methods. Capturing wild tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs, Luo Wen introduced them to the experimental specimens for interbreeding. Although swarm-produced tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs lacked intelligence, their offspring with wild counterparts might inherit the enhanced brain capacity. This approach aimed to accelerate their cognitive evolution and foster the emergence of smarter offspring. However, things didn't progress smoothly. Despite prolonged captivity together, no offspring were produced. This left Luo Wen perplexed. As a non-specialist, he lacked expertise in these matters. Could it be that swarm-produced tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs had undergone species changes? Aside from brain enhancements, Luo Wen hadn't altered any other parts of their genetic templates. For other enhanced swarm creatures, sterility was common, but these specimens were not supposed to have that issue. Unwilling to give up, Luo Wen persisted. With nothing else pressing, this research became a way to pass the time. Time passed, and his experimental field expanded several-fold. It was divided into numerous compartments, each housing different combinations of specimens. The skies above were patrolled by flying bugs, while modified spider combat bugs monitored the perimeter. Even underground, worker ants and fungal carpets maintained vigilance. With half of the experimental specimens being swarm-produced, the laboratory operated with perfect order, with no incidents of escape. After rounds of testing, several months later, a breakthrough finally came. A wild tail-lard rat became pregnant. A month later, it gave birth to a litter of 5. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Luo Wen conducted more experiments based on this set of data. Once again, he achieved successful reproduction, confirming the problem's source. It turned out Luo Wen had been too hasty, attempting to enlarge the tail-lard rat's brains too significantly in one step. This had caused reproductive isolation from their wild counterparts, preventing offspring. By scaling up his experiments, dividing the specimens into multiple groups with varying brain capacity enhancements, Luo Wen finally made progress. Using these successful cases, Luo Wen refined the process, identifying the maximum amount of brain capacity enhancement that would avoid triggering reproductive isolation. With this insight, the pace of experimentation accelerated. Not long after, the newly adjusted small dinosaurs successfully produced offspring as well. The successive successes of both experimental species greatly boosted Luo Wen's confidence. With the nutritional support of the fungal carpet, the newborns grew rapidly. Their brain capacity, inherited from their modified parents, had slightly expanded. They were then paired with the enhanced experimental specimens for further breeding. Generation after generation, through continuous reproduction, the brains of the new tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs grew progressively larger and more intelligent. After some training, they could already understand some of Luo Wen's instructions. During this period, Luo Wen discovered an additional feature of the swarm network. Its essence seemed to be a form of awakened psychic power that had undergone mutations due to a sacrificial infusion of special energy. However, it still retained some general abilities associated with psychic power. For instance, Luo Wen could forcibly link to certain individuals with lower psychic strength than his own, transmitting information directly via telepathy. In one of his experimental fields, 2 tail-lard rats crouched in front of Luo Wen. One was bred naturally, while the other was produced by a brood queen. Under the demonstration of the swarm-bred tail-lard rat, the naturally bred one quickly learned several commands, such as sitting, shaking hands, and eating. But such accomplishments seemed trivial. On Earth, domestic animals like pet dogs could easily learn these tricks with some basic training. Some even exhibited abilities like counting, yet none had ever developed scientific theories. Luo Wen began seriously recalling human evolutionary history. After brain expansion, the next milestone was mastering the use of tools, wasn't it? Thus, for a time, the experimental fields were filled with the sight of tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs wandering around with small wooden sticks, banging on things. In this regard, the tail-lard rats had a natural advantage. Their forelimbs were closer to human hands, with 4 highly flexible fingers. With minimal training, they quickly learned to use various tools. The small dinosaurs, on the other hand, had only 3 clawed fingers with stiff joints. While they could use tools, their precision in delicate operations lagged far behind the tail-lard rats. Still, Luo Wen adhered to the philosophy that the more options, the better. The thought of cultivating a race of little dino people was undeniably intriguing. While training the experimental subjects, Luo Wen continued the work of incrementally expanding their brain capacities. Interestingly, he discovered that because half of the experimental subjects' direct ancestors were swarm creations, the offspring retained trace amounts of swarm traits. Though they lacked swarm node identities, they harbored a natural affinity toward Luo Wen. This made subsequent training significantly easier. Luo Wen even set up a hunting ground where the subjects could wield rudimentary weapons to hunt. In these scenarios, the tail-lard rats performed better. Perhaps due to their naturally non-combative physiology, they displayed a stronger reliance on tools. The small dinosaurs, however, despite generations of breeding, still retained their predatory instincts. When hunting, especially against weaker prey, they preferred to rely on their sharp teeth and claws. However, Luo Wen soon encountered another challenge. He wanted to teach the experimental subjects language and writing. The birth of civilization required continuity, and their experiences and culture needed a means of preservation. Luo Wen had no experience teaching such concepts to non-human creatures. Writing was less problematic, as it was inherently flexible and could be explained in various ways. Language, however, posed a greater challenge. The anatomical differences between the two species resulted in significant variations in their speech capabilities. Furthermore, Luo Wen had no memory of the human vocal structure and thus couldn't modify them to have better voices. He couldn't possibly invent 2 entirely new languages tailored to their vocal characteristics, could he? Knowing his limitations, Luo Wen dismissed the idea. It simply wasn't a task he was equipped to handle. Feeling mentally drained, Luo Wen decided to take a trip to unwind. Recently, he had devoted all his energy to experiments and hadn't taken a break in ages. He still had plenty of time, and no one was pressuring him to meet deadlines. There was no need to push himself so hard. He returned to the familiar seaside, located in the northern hemisphere. The climate was pleasant, the scenery beautiful, and during the day, many seabirds soared nearby. Sprawled on the fine, pale yellow sand, Luo Wen basked in the sunlight. After enjoying a hearty meal at a nearby base, he came here to wait for nightfall and stargazing. Watching the brilliant Milky Way had become one of his few remaining pastimes. But why were stars appearing in broad daylight? A star grew in his field of vision, becoming larger and larger until it turned into a massive fireball. That's a meteor, Luo Wen jolted as he realized what he was seeing. He recalled a time when he had woken up in the middle of the night to watch a meteor shower, only to wait for hours in vain. Later, he checked the news online and learned that his location had been at the wrong angle to see it. Meteors were usually visible at night. Seeing one during the day was rare. But this fireball kept growing larger. Instinctively, Luo Wen believed meteors were harmless. He even remembered the superstition that if one made a sincere wish upon seeing a meteor, it might come true. I wonder if daytime meteors work, Luo Wen muttered as he closed his eyes and made a wish. When he opened them again, something seemed off. The fireball continued to grow, its blazing tail streaking through the atmosphere. Behind it, countless smaller fireballs began to appear. Damn it! Luo Wen cursed as the largest fireball rapidly filled his field of vision. In mere moments, it seemed to encompass everything. Only then did Luo Wen realize the problem. This meteor was far too large. Moreover, its trajectory was heading straight toward him. Even if it missed, it would crash somewhere nearby. Even with his limited knowledge, Luo Wen knew being hit by a meteor wouldn't be a pleasant experience. As the meteor drew closer, Luo Wen could feel the surrounding air heating up. With his current speed, whether flying or running, he wouldn't be able to escape far enough. Calling for his storm god mount would take too long. With no other options, Luo Wen scrambled a few steps forward and dove headfirst into the ocean. At the same time, the swarm network searched for nearby nodes. In an instant, waves erupted around him as several big-headed monster fish surged to his side. They clamped onto his appendages and dragged him toward the depths. The big-headed monster fish moved with incredible speed. Even pulling Luo Wen, they created a visible wake underwater. As the sunlight above dimmed, Luo Wen exhaled in relief. At hundreds of meters below the surface, he should be safe now. What Luo Wen didn't know was that the massive fireball was a small asteroid over 10 kilometers in diameter. The smaller fireballs trailing behind it were meteors it had captured while wandering through the cosmos. Now, the asteroid and its entourage had arrived at this planet. The asteroid's followers were less concerning. As they passed through the atmosphere, most disintegrated and failed to cause significant damage to the planet. The asteroid, however, was a different story. Traveling at over 70,000 kilometers per hour and blazing with light and heat, it slammed into the surface. Upon impact, the asteroid exploded, most of it vaporized instantly. The energy released was equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of millions of nuclear bombs. The shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact, sending massive rock fragments hurtling into the sky and triggering catastrophic tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Within minutes, areas thousands of kilometers away were affected. Unfortunately, Luo Wen was not far from the impact site. Despite having fled to a depth of several hundred meters underwater and continuing to dive deeper, his location remained within the core blast zone. The shockwave instantly stripped away hundreds of meters of seawater. Before the water could travel far, it was vaporized. Though Luo Wen's defenses were formidable, they were utterly ineffective against this apocalyptic force. Even the heat-resistant nanomaterials in his mantis shrimp-like appendages extended his survival by only 0.01 seconds before he, too, was vaporized. As the explosion hurled rocks skyward, they began to rain down as fiery meteors across areas over 1,000 kilometers away. Any life forms that had survived the initial blast were now pummeled by this infernal barrage, many crushed to death. The asteroid's effects continued to spread. The dust and debris thrown into the atmosphere began to blanket the planet, blocking sunlight and darkening the skies. The once brilliant Milky Way was now obscured by a suffocating haze. The friction within the dust clouds generated intense heat, igniting wildfires worldwide and incinerating vast swaths of life. Burning rocks continued to rain down, and tsunamis swallowed the land. Yet this was merely the beginning of the disaster. After the explosions subsided, the molten rock from the impact covered an area spanning thousands of kilometers. Surface temperatures, initially exceeding tens of thousands of degrees, gradually dropped to around 300 degrees Celsius but remained unbearably high for months. Life in the surrounding region was utterly unsustainable. Even creatures that escaped the initial devastation could not endure such hostile conditions. Other parts of the world fared little better. The atmospheric dust prevented sunlight from reaching the surface. Plants that had miraculously survived the wildfires could no longer photosynthesize and began to wither. As temperatures plummeted due to the lack of sunlight, frost blanketed the land outside the impact zone. Large herbivorous dinosaurs, particularly those requiring substantial amounts of food, began to perish en masse. Without herbivores to sustain them, carnivorous species soon followed into extinction. Only a handful of life forms, those sheltered deep underground, managed to survive. Luo Wen, who had been vaporized, entered a state of confusion. Remarkably, he had not died. His consciousness had appeared within the swarm network. Luo Wen couldn't feel his body anymore. That was hardly surprising after all, it had been vaporized. Being able to feel it would have been more perplexing. After a brief adjustment, he realized he had become a network being. Except for the lack of a physical form, everything else felt nearly the same as before. Just as he usually accessed the swarm network, Luo Wen could still sense its nodes. Though the number of nodes in his mental space was rapidly dwindling, he could use his consciousness to descend upon surviving swarm entities. Even if his host body died, his consciousness could return to the network. Did this mean that as long as the swarm network existed, he would not perish? Despite the ongoing apocalypse, extinguishing the swarm seemed nearly impossible. Take the fungal carpet, for instance. Its adaptability was unparalleled, thanks to the fusion of countless genes. Unless the entire planet was reduced to dust, the fungal carpet was sure to endure. Moreover, the large fungal clusters on the carpet also possessed node identities. As long as these clusters persisted, the swarm network would remain operational. Did this imply that Luo Wen's consciousness could exist indefinitely? Whether this was true would require time to confirm. Still, discovering this hidden ability was an unexpected boon, though Luo Wen would have preferred not to learn about it in such a way. For a brief moment, Luo Wen had genuinely believed he was dead. Since the swarm had taken control of the continent and life had stabilized, Luo Wen often used consciousness descent to perform tasks in other swarm bodies. Direct action, especially personal hunting, had become exceedingly rare. Now that he had lost his physical body, it seemed not to matter much in practice. Yet the situation felt undeniably strange. His body had contained the innate talents of the Ephiish. Luo Wen wasn't sure what his current state represented, but he was certain the Ephiish's predecessors had never encountered anything like this. After all, the swarm network was a unique mutation of his. After a brief moment to collect himself, Luo Wen began examining the swarm's current state. All nodes near the impact site had been annihilated. Even the fungal carpet had been obliterated, total devastation. However, the brood nest had been located in the earliest swarm base, far from the impact site. Though its situation was precarious, it had been deeply buried underground and remained unaffected. Luo Wen attempted to connect with the brood nest and found no abnormalities. Everything worked as usual. He could still access the genetic library and use the gene manipulation functions. To his surprise, he discovered another hidden feature. Previously, he had noticed the swarm network's cloud storage capabilities. He could upload his genetic library, allowing the brood nest to receive it remotely without requiring physical contact. The genetic library contained not only the genes he had collected but also his entire genetic blueprint, including the enigmatic Ephiish primal genes. When Luo Wen instructed the brood nest to produce a body based on his genetic template, the process proceeded smoothly. The surrounding fungal carpet began supplying nutrients. Due to the complexity of Luo Wen's genes, it took a long time before the brood nest finally extruded an egg measuring 30 centimeters in diameter. Such a large egg pushed the brood nest to its production limits, leaving it noticeably depleted. However, with the powerful support of the fungal carpet, it should recover quickly. The external environment continued to deteriorate, showing no signs of recovery in the short term. Most of the Air Force bases located atop mountain peaks had suffered devastating blows. Under such atmospheric conditions, the storm gods were unable to sustain high-altitude flight. The pervasive heat and ash wreaked havoc on their respiratory systems, leading to heavy casualties. Left with no choice, Luo Wen ordered them to fly at low altitudes and seek shelter in nearby underground bases. However, their massive bodies were never accounted for when the passageways were originally designed, making access impossible. Luo Wen considered the situation for a moment but ultimately decided not to concern himself further. The foundation and logistics of the swarm had improved significantly since his initial awakening. Even if all the storm gods perished, it wouldn't take long to regenerate their ranks. Near the testing grounds, which were closer to the impact site, falling fire and rock had ignited the forest. Experimental units produced by the swarm were being directed by the blades to evacuate collectively. Now that the storm gods were no longer available as transport, the survival rate of these units was uncertain. As for the wild specimens, some had followed the swarm's experimental units in retreat, but many escaped amidst the chaos. Luo Wen couldn't spare attention for them at the moment. If they ran, so be it. The brood queens, worker ants, and worker drones being situated outside the impact core zone survived for the most part. Their long-term activity within underground bases shielded them from the first wave of shockwaves and meteorite showers. Currently, they were digging tunnels to extend the base deeper underground while relocating the brood queens to safety. The modified spider combat bugs and airborne units also began migrating underground. However, with limited subterranean space and no digging capabilities of their own, they could only follow the blades to locate caves for temporary shelter. Days passed, yet the disaster outside showed no signs of abating. The skies remained dark, and both flora and fauna were crying out in anguish. Since the swarm took over the surface, the underground sections of newly established bases were relatively small, mainly designed to house brood queens and nurture larvae. Bases farther from the impact site could manage with new excavations, but those nearby failed to accommodate their populations in time. The fortunate ones found caves to hibernate in, while the less fortunate. With fewer active bugs outside, Luo Wen's control over certain areas of the continent weakened. Yet, considering that most life forms were barely clinging to existence, territorial control became irrelevant. 10 days later, Luo Wen's new body hatched. Transferring his consciousness into it, he took over the new form. This body measured only 30 centimeters in length, significantly smaller than before. Yet, it retained all its abilities. After a brief period of adjustment, Luo Wen found no abnormalities. If he wished to restore his former size, he would only need to replenish energy and molt a few times. But he had no intention of doing so. Too many unexpected events had occurred. Once believing himself the absolute ruler of the planet, the sudden calamity nearly claimed his life. Now, he managed most of the swarm's affairs through the swarm network, transferring his consciousness to the bodies of bugs when necessary. Aside from lacking the Epheus's innate talents, these bugs were almost indistinguishable from his own body. There was no need for him to handle everything personally. With his main body reduced in size, it became more agile. He could now fit into narrow crevices that were previously inaccessible. Luo Wen decided to separate his main body from the brood nest, hiding them to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop. Since his main body could reconstruct a brood nest, and the brood nest could produce his body, as long as either survived, he could regenerate, and the swarm would endure. Moreover, Luo Wen planned to delve deeper into this aspect. If the brood queens could also download his genetic database, wouldn't that mean any surviving brood queen could create his body or a new brood nest? Alternatively, he might find a way to produce more brood nests or backup bodies. If any of these breakthroughs succeeded, his survival capability would be exponentially enhanced. With his consciousness existing in the network and his body infinitely reproducible, he would achieve true immortality. The external disaster persisted. While Luo Wen wanted to separate from the brood nest as soon as possible, now wasn't the right time. For the moment, he remained with the brood nest, instructing it and the two brood queens in the base to focus on producing burrower ants and worker ants. These two units consumed less energy, and burrower ants excelled at digging tunnels, while worker ants could assist in digging, care for larvae, and tend to the fungal carpet. They were the most essential bugs in the current situation. The experience of nearly being vaporized had left Luo Wen jittery, especially when confined to the same location as the brood nest. Since relocation was out of the question, he ordered the tunnels to be dug deeper. The fungal carpet, infused with diverse genetic traits, could thrive even without sunlight. Its robust roots penetrated hundreds of meters underground, extracting deeply buried nutrients. Additionally, it could break down rocks and minerals to absorb their nutrients, an extraordinarily resourceful process. With the fungal carpet's support, the number of burrower ants and worker ants in the underground base had reached 10 billion within a short span. The two brood queens played a pivotal role, each capable of producing tens of millions of micro-eggs daily. Meanwhile, the brood nest appeared somewhat drained, possibly due to the strain of producing Luo Wen's new body or its reduced size, shrinking from 60 centimeters to 50. Currently, the brood nest's main task was producing brood queens. Compared to the brood queens, its ability to produce other units was negligible. Under the relentless efforts of the burrower ants, the underground base had reached a depth of 500 meters. Though the environment was stifling and occasionally waterlogged, Luo Wen felt a shred of security. While his consciousness could persist within the swarm network as long as bugs remained, the loss of his main body and brood nest would strip him of his innate talent, preventing him from adding new genes. This would effectively cap his potential. With lofty ambitions of exploring the stars, losing his talent now would confine him to being a mere planetary lord. The vastness of outer space would become unattainable, a devastating blow. Though the means of venturing into space were still unclear, Luo Wen believed time alone would eventually lead him to escape this planet as long as he retained his talent. The asteroid impact had also brought into sharp focus his insignificance. His previous pride in conquering a planet had been shattered. In the grand scale of the universe, even a planet was a trivial entity, and being its lord was a perilous occupation. If the swarm continued to be confined to a single planet, it would be defenseless against cosmic hazards. Conversely, spreading the swarm across the cosmos would make it nearly indestructible. Such an expansion would also guarantee Luo Wen's safety. After a prolonged period of intense heat, the external environment began to cool significantly, with temperatures soon plummeting below freezing. The combination of darkness and cold caused a mass die-off of vegetation. Large herbivores, such as triceratops, relied on consuming hundreds of kilograms of plants daily to sustain their massive bodies. Once the plants withered, it wasn't long before these giants began succumbing to hunger one by one. Their corpses became the final feast for carnivorous dinosaurs. After the large herbivores perished, smaller plant eaters followed closely, dying in droves from starvation and cold. Once the carnivorous dinosaurs finished their feast, they too faced extinction due to the lack of food. In contrast, small omnivorous creatures managed to survive. Feeding on leftover carcasses, buried plant roots, and insect larvae, they found ways to endure. From his underground haven, Luo Wen monitored the outside world daily through the eyes of surviving bugs scattered across the globe. His primary focus was on the escaping experimental subjects. The conditions near the impact zone were particularly harsh, given the proximity of the test site to the asteroid's core. The small dinosaurs, despite their sharp teeth, communication abilities, and tool usage, lacked the ability to dig burrows. Some of the smarter individuals tried to use sticks and stones to dig pits, but their claw structures rendered such efforts inefficient. Unable to stay in one place for long, the harsh environment forced them into constant flight. Along the way, they found temporary refuge in caves or the burrows of other animals. After the vegetation died out, they encountered the remains of large herbivorous dinosaurs. These colossal creatures had previously been beyond their reach as prey. The taste of such prey inflated their confidence, as the top predators had long been eradicated by the swarm. The small dinosaurs saw themselves as the apex hunters of the surface. However, their arrogance was short-lived. Soon, the lack of food forced them into a dire predicament, and their narrow dietary habits put them on the brink of annihilation. The situation for the tail-lard rats was similar. Although weaker in combat, these creatures were natural diggers. Instead of seizing other animals' burrows, they survived the initial disaster by digging their own. During their subsequent escape, they consumed whatever was available: meat, plants, and even occasional dinosaur carcasses. Despite the dangers of their journey, they managed relatively well. As meat became scarcer, they relied on their omnivorous nature and the reserves in their tail-lard organs to scrape by. The turning point came when the tail-lard rats encountered the desperate small dinosaurs. The small dinosaurs, blinded by hunger and delirium, attacked the rats without hesitation, ignoring the fact that they had once been fellow experimental subjects in the same facility. During the early days of their escape, the dinosaurs' inability to dig led to significant losses. Now, about 100 small dinosaurs remained. In contrast, the tail-lard rats, with their higher reproduction rates and lesser losses during the escape, still numbered over 300. On the surface, the rats seemed no match for the dinosaurs. Their genetic predisposition to see the dinosaurs as predators should have caused them to flee. However, the small dinosaurs were now nearly exhausted, while the rats retained some strength. Additionally, the rats could wield weapons and, through Luo Wen's experiments and education, had developed a degree of intelligence. They could comprehend their predicament. Instead of retreating, the tail-lard rats rallied under the leadership of a few particularly robust individuals and charged toward the small dinosaurs. The ensuing battle of prey versus predator was unexpectedly intense. The small dinosaurs maintained an advantage in combat strength, with their speed and coordination in small-scale skirmishes. They killed over 10 tail-lard rats during the clash. However, the rats didn't emerge unscathed either. Despite their hasty response and lack of weapons for all members, they managed to gang up on and kill 4 small dinosaurs. The conflict wasn't aimed at annihilating the opposing side. The small dinosaurs sought food. After obtaining several rat carcasses, their leader gave a few shrill cries, and leveraging their superior speed, the dinosaurs swiftly retreated with their spoils. The tail-lard rats, being forced into the fight, naturally didn't pursue them blindly. Thus, this skirmish, lasting over 20 minutes, abruptly came to an end. Although the initial clash was over, the war between the two groups had only just begun. The small dinosaurs, having fed, regained some clarity. Drawing on their experiences, they began trailing the tail-lard rat group by following their tracks. A group of hundreds of tail-lard rats found it impossible to hide their trail. Nor could they outpace the faster dinosaurs. This left them unable to shake their pursuers. With their intelligence restored, the small dinosaurs avoided large-scale conflicts. Instead, they used their speed to launch opportunistic attacks on the rats. After suffering several losses, the tail-lard rats began traveling in tight formations and avoiding solitary movement. They also started crafting weapons during their journey. A few days later, every tail-lard rat had a sharpened spear. Standing upright on their hind legs with spears in hand, they presented an imposing image. Moreover, their unified march deprived the small dinosaurs of opportunities to strike, leaving the predators starving for days. Life wasn't easy for the rats either. Grouping together reduced their ability to scavenge food, leaving them to rely on the reserves in their tail-lard organs. Unable to endure their hunger any longer, the small dinosaurs launched another attack on the main rat group. This time, armed with weapons, the rats held their ground. Both sides incurred heavy losses, with the rats losing 9 members and the dinosaurs losing 8. The dinosaurs left with several rat and dinosaur carcasses as spoils of war. The small dinosaurs, satiated, temporarily ceased their attacks, allowing the rats to gather food and replenish their energy. A few days later, another battle occurred. This time, the rats lost 10 members, while the dinosaurs suffered 7 casualties. In yet another clash days later, the rats lost 9 members, while the dinosaurs lost 11. A first where dinosaur losses exceeded those of the rats. This shift stemmed from the rats' newfound understanding of traps. One rat, for reasons unknown, had begun digging pits around the group's rest areas and covering them with rudimentary camouflage. During one of the small dinosaurs' assaults, an unfortunate individual stepped into a trap. Though the trap was crude and only about 30 centimeters deep, it sent the sprinting dinosaur tumbling forward. Unluckily for it, the fall landed it right in front of the tail-lard rat's formation. Before the dinosaur could recover, 7 or 8 spears pierced its body. When the small dinosaurs attacked again a few days later, the surroundings of the tail-lard rat group were littered with similar improvised traps. This skirmish proved disastrous for the small dinosaurs, resulting in the loss of 13 individuals, while the tail-lard rats lost only 7. After the battle, the small dinosaur population had dropped below 100, leaving them with double-digit numbers. At this rate, complete annihilation seemed inevitable. It was then, as the small dinosaurs licked their wounds, that they stumbled upon a group of over 50 wild counterparts. Relying on their superior numbers and intelligence, they successfully absorbed the wild group, restoring their numbers to over 150. Such coincidences don't happen by chance. These 50-odd wild dinosaurs had been sent by Luo Wen. Although both groups had initially escaped the experimental site and vanished from Luo Wen's surveillance for a while, once Luo Wen had stabilized his situation and resumed control, these escapees were once again within his sight. With little else to do underground, Luo Wen had been closely observing the battles between the two groups. Through this observation, Luo Wen noted that under constant threat and crisis, both types of experimental subjects, particularly the tail-lard rats, were exhibiting explosive growth in intelligence. Luo Wen found this understandable. During the experimental phase, the original version of the tail-lard rats already had larger brains than the small dinosaurs. If brain size increased by 10% with each generation, the tail-lard rats would far surpass the small dinosaurs after an equal number of experimental cycles. Moreover, the tail-lard rats' shorter growth cycles meant they had undergone more experimental rounds. A large brain alone was just the foundation. The life and death crises they faced acted as the catalyst, activating their potential. The rapid development of their intelligence became evident when the tail-lard rats began making traps and applying them effectively. This discovery thrilled Luo Wen. He had gone to great lengths to build the experimental site precisely for such results. To maintain the pressure on the tail-lard rats, Luo Wen ensured the small dinosaurs remained a formidable threat. However, he couldn't go overboard. If the small dinosaurs became too numerous and wiped out the rats, it would undermine his experiment. After calculating the balance, Luo Wen sent over the additional wild dinosaurs. From then on, the small dinosaurs launched periodic assaults on the tail-lard rat group. The experimental subjects noticed that the newly joined wild individuals lacked their honed instincts, recklessly charging during attacks and even sacrificing themselves at critical moments. Within a few battles, these new members were almost entirely wiped out, while the experimental dinosaurs remained intact. Just as this wave of recruits was depleted, another group of wild dinosaurs appeared, easily integrating into the experimental group. Similarly, the tail-lard rats encountered their own miraculous reinforcements. During their escape, they absorbed several wild counterparts who fought fearlessly. With their addition, the experimental rats stopped suffering any losses. Despite this, the tension between the two groups remained high. Neither side knew the meaning of actors, much less those risking their lives for a staged performance. The two groups continued their struggle, traversing over 1,000 kilometers. This endurance alone was a miracle. By now, the environment had shifted from scorching heat to biting cold. The tail-lard rats ceased their flight and settled in a defensible ravine, where they began digging burrows. While excavating, they also set up numerous traps outside the valley. When the pursuing small dinosaurs arrived, their smarter leaders assessed the situation and decided against rashly charging into the trap-laden area. Nor did they retreat. With food becoming increasingly scarce, leaving the area presented too many uncertainties. They chose instead to claim nearby territory, encouraged by a particularly clever wild dinosaur among them. However, settling down wasn't easy for the small dinosaurs, who lacked burrowing skills. It was then they miraculously discovered a cave of suitable size and location. The cave was small at the entrance but widened as it extended underground, revealing a series of larger chambers. Additionally, they found 2 more exits, both small and concealed, making them easy to defend or block. The cave was also well insulated and warm. Each group now had a base of operations. As their lives stabilized, their reproductive instincts surfaced. Soon, some of the tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs became pregnant. With their populations replenished, a prolonged war began. The small dinosaurs continued their intermittent raids on the rats' base, though the terrain limited their success. Whenever they were on the brink of starvation, they would stumble upon some food. The tail-lard rats scoured the underground for plant roots and insect larvae, but their yields dwindled over time. Even the branches and leaves covering their valley traps were consumed, leaving them in dire straits. Then, under the guidance of a wild counterpart, they learned to farm. Through trial and error, they identified a shade-tolerant crop. With this crop, they managed to scrape by. As the weather grew colder, the newborn generations of tail-lard rats and small dinosaurs became increasingly intelligent. Yet, they could only imagine the sun based on descriptions passed down from their elders. The two experimental groups' emerging societal structures created a need for more efficient communication. Some brighter individuals began developing languages based on the writing Luo Wen had initially taught them. Naturally, the tail-lard rats progressed faster than the small dinosaurs. After mastering farming, the rats achieved a degree of self-sufficiency. The small dinosaurs, however, would have faced extinction without Luo Wen's miraculous interventions. Luo Wen had already made his decision internally. For now, the small dinosaurs still had value. The tail-lard rats needed sustained pressure to accelerate their evolution and development, so the small dinosaurs would continue to receive miraculous assistance. The dust from the initial impact and the volcanic ash from subsequent eruptions lingered in the atmosphere for decades before gradually settling back to the ground. As the air cleared and the dust thinned, the earth once again basked in sunlight. Temperatures began to rise, and the frost on the ground melted. After a few heavy rains, life started to flourish again, and the airborne particles rapidly diminished. Early in the morning, a few juvenile tail-lard rats crawled out of their burrows. Although the PM2.5 levels in the air remained high, they were no longer a barrier to outdoor activity. T/N, PM2.5 refers to fine particulate matter that is 2.5 micrometers or smaller in diameter. These tiny particles can remain suspended in the air and are harmful to health when inhaled. These younglings were fortunate. The ancestors of their ancestors had only imagined what the sun looked like, and now, they could see it for themselves. The tail-lard rats reproduced rapidly but lived short lives, rarely surviving beyond a decade. Over these decades, countless rats perished from natural causes, not to mention those lost to wars and accidents. Their greatest enemy at the time had disappeared in the historical tide after battling them for over 2 decades during the calamity. With no predators left, the population of the tail-lard rats exploded. They expanded their underground burrows and farms repeatedly, yet it was never enough to contain their growth. Then, internal wars broke out. In just a few decades, over a dozen civil wars erupted among the tail-lard rats, each costing countless lives. After every war, resources became abundant again, leading to a period of peace. However, this cycle of population explosion and civil conflict continued. Until they discovered the light. The surviving tail-lard rats could not comprehend the meaning of light. Just as they couldn't understand the concept of the sun or the divine beings their ancestors had spoken of. These tales, along with their language and script, were passed down from their forebears. Legends told of their race and their ancient adversaries being primitive beasts before a god took pity on them, granting them intelligence and teaching them knowledge. However, their ancestors were too foolish, angering this god, who then punished them. A colossal fireball descended from the heavens, obliterating their homeland. Much of what happened afterward is unrecorded, as few written accounts survived that time. Many were lost during civil wars. What remains now is largely oral tradition. The legends describe the god as compassionate and merciful. In his later years, the sage who introduced agriculture revealed the truth. Agriculture was not his invention but a gift from the god, who had not forsaken them. Perhaps their infighting had once again angered the god, leading to his disappearance. Today, the younger generations only hear these tales as stories, dismissing the existence of the god. The tail-lard rats emerging from their burrows faced a vast expanse of land, unrestrained by population limits. At this time, there were over 100,000 tail-lard rats underground. After some deliberation, they divided into dozens of groups and set off in different directions. The tail-lard rats had entered the tribal age. Luo Wen carefully nurtured the seed of civilization. He realized that excessive interference might hinder their development. Thus, beyond some necessary guidance and assistance, he refrained from intervening in their affairs, including their civil wars. After several generations, the tail-lard rats had become more intelligent than their ancestors. They had grown accustomed to using tools and adapted to walking upright. In them, Luo Wen saw echoes of Earth's early hominids. The post-catastrophe planet was in ruins, but with no natural predators, the tail-lard rats rapidly spread across the continent. Their expansion was astonishingly swift. The previous experimental area was now too small to contain this burgeoning civilization. Luo Wen decided to broaden the scope of his experiment, designating the entire continent as their new field of development. To avoid disrupting the tail-lard rats' growth, Luo Wen removed all large insect beasts and fungal carpets from the continent, leaving only small ants and flying insects to serve as observational aids. As for Luo Wen himself, he wasn't idle. He headed to the ocean to further develop the swarm. At the very least, he aimed to maintain the strength needed to control the situation should the experiment spiral out of control. The planet's oceans were several times larger than its land mass, and despite the calamity, the seas still teemed with genetic samples. Over the years, Luo Wen had not been idle, aside from observing his experimental subjects. He had gained new insights into his abilities and genetic composition. However, escaping this planet remained a distant goal. Luo Wen was not one to pin his hopes on a single method. Within his capabilities, he explored multiple paths. Self-evolution, discovering unique genes, and nurturing civilizations were just a few. Heading to the sea to collect samples was only part of the plan. His second goal was to separate himself from the brood nest. Luo Wen had long been uneasy about being near the brood nest. For the sake of the swarm's future, he decided to leave the brood nest in an underground base that had been excavated to a depth of 2,000 meters over many years. This task had not been easy for the swarm. Beyond a certain depth, each additional meter of excavation required extensive reinforcement work, which was exceedingly tedious. Luo Wen's main body, meanwhile, would move toward the ocean depths. He recalled his earlier knowledge that the challenges of developing the deep sea were on par with venturing into space. Resisting the intense pressure of the deep sea was no simpler than surviving in space. Since space exploration was temporarily out of reach, he would first conquer the deep sea. The immense pressure of the ocean depths, Luo Wen believed, would serve as a catalyst to push his innate abilities to their limits, enhancing his strength. The rapid reproduction of the tail-lard rats also accelerated the progress of their civilization. With no natural predators, their population surged from 100,000 to over 1 billion. This population boom strained resources and led to the emergence of social classes. Some clever tail-lard rats began employing others for labor. Subsequently, trade practices emerged, leading to the birth of commerce. At this point, the legendary god reappeared. Several tribal chieftains and wise men claimed to have received the god's favor, stating that the god had taught them numbers for calculation and trade. They also claimed the god resided on the moon, and if they could reach it, they might meet him. When asked what the god looked like, their descriptions varied widely. Some said it was a beautiful bird, others a kind of flying insect, and still others a giant ant. The tail-lard rats doubted their claims, believing the god to be a fabrication. Yet the knowledge of numbers spread, facilitating trade. Meanwhile, the desire to reach the moon quietly took root in their hearts. According to incomplete statistics, inventors among the tail-lard rats suddenly multiplied. Publicly or secretly, they employed various methods in an attempt to fly. Although they vocally denied believing in the existence of a god, their actions betrayed their curiosity. Unfortunately, the tail-lard rats' tools were still primitive. Those who built large slingshots to launch themselves into the air were considered advanced thinkers. Most rats simply climbed the tallest trees in their vicinity and leapt off in acts of faith. This led to a significant number of casualties. Luo Wen, who was always observing, couldn't help but laugh and cry at their antics. Fortunately, with the tail-lard rats' large population, these losses were manageable. Surprisingly, this wave of experimental failures ignited a certain passion among the rats. A flurry of inventions and creations emerged, reminiscent of bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. While most ideas were laughable, a few proved practical. One such breakthrough was the wheel. Its invention quickly gave rise to carts, significantly improving transportation efficiency among the tail-lard rats. Besides the tail-lard rats, other animals had also survived the catastrophe. Among them was a creature that resembled a cross between a dinosaur and a bird. Its forelimbs had evolved into small, plump wings, rendering it flightless, while its strong hind legs made it an excellent runner. Some tail-lard rats discovered and domesticated these creatures to pull carts. Inspired by this, many other animals suffered similar fates. After much trial and error, the rats identified species suitable for domestication and breeding, using them as food sources or labor. With their productivity greatly enhanced, the tail-lard rats experienced another population explosion. However, as per capita resources dwindled, wars erupted once again. It is often said that war is a catalyst for technological progress. This might be nonsense when both sides possess city-destroying nuclear weapons, but in primitive societies, there is some truth to it. During wartime, rulers invested heavily in manpower and resources to develop weapons. Numerous military inventions emerged, including war chariots and crossbows. In the later stages of war, even metal tools made their debut. At this stage of civilization, Luo Wen found himself out of depth. He had been an ordinary person in his previous life, and most of the knowledge he had learned over the years had long been forgotten. Furthermore, as an alien world, it was uncertain how applicable Earth's knowledge would be here. Although he could no longer assist the tail-lard rats in advancing scientific knowledge, he could still guide them in other areas. As a result, the rulers of the tail-lard rats gradually learned about concepts such as family planning and eugenics, and came to understand their significance. Over the next decade, the tail-lard rats fought several more wars. Afterward, the thousands of tribes were consolidated into 5 major powers. By this time, Luo Wen had reached the seabed at a depth of 8,000 meters. The atmospheric pressure here was astonishing, with nearly a ton of weight pressing down on an area the size of a fingernail. Luo Wen had drawn inspiration from various sea creatures to reach this point. First, after several molts, he replaced his exoskeleton with a soft cartilage structure. This spongier material was more resistant to pressure than hard bone, though its defense capabilities were poor. Luo Wen was experimenting with combining the strengths of both to create a new type of armor. Furthermore, the immense pressure here could collapse even the protein structures at the cellular level. To combat this, his body produced a high concentration of oxidized compounds that stabilized his physical structure. In addition to these adaptations, Luo Wen acquired many other fascinating skills. For example, in the lightless deep sea, many organisms produced their own light. Their unique understanding of bioelectricity proved invaluable. Luo Wen quietly absorbed these discoveries. Deep-sea resources were scarce, so he prioritized modifying the fungal carpet. Its inherent adaptability made it ideal for integration with deep-sea genes, allowing it to take root and provide Luo Wen with a steady energy supply. Meanwhile, the tail-lard rat's civilization evolved rapidly. Some rulers recognized the power of technology and, guided from the shadows, began to promote education and nurture talent. However, due to their short lifespans, tail-lard rats' leaders changed frequently. Some resisted progress, but they invariably met with strange accidents. The same lifespan issue plagued the rats' intellectuals. Advanced scientific knowledge required time to learn and accumulate, and the tail-lard rats' mere decade-long lives made such accumulation impossible. Consequently, their technological progress stagnated after reaching a certain level. Luo Wen, observing this issue, quickly deployed a batch of swarm-modified tail-lard rats carrying longevity genes. Thanks to their incredible reproductive efficiency, the genes spread rapidly. The rats' maximum lifespan increased steadily, enabling technological progress to resume. However, the longer-lived rats faced severe population pressure, and soon resource conflicts led to war once more. The 5 major powers were eventually reduced to 2, the Kingdom of Kerrigan and the Kingdom of Marakan. The Kerrigan royal family consisted of a mutant strain of white-furred tail-lard rats. Their pure white fur made them rare and striking, granting them a natural charisma among the predominantly modeled rats. Luo Wen had discovered their ancestors long ago and given them the surname Kerrigan as a tribute. The white-furred rats, believing themselves to be divinely chosen, eagerly established their power base. Their rise to prominence was not without Luo Wen's covert assistance. In contrast, the Kingdom of Marakan reached its current status entirely through its own efforts. Its royal family, with solid gray fur, produced several visionary and capable leaders, building their strength over time and achieving their present-day stability. The 2 kingdoms, one in the north and the other in the south, divided the continent between them. Equally matched, they eventually chose to cease hostilities. With 5 powers reduced to 2, resources were consolidated, spurring another wave of technological advancement. Yet, the population problem persisted. Shortly after the war, both kingdoms experienced another population surge, leading to resource scarcity once again. Luo Wen, observing from the shadows, tirelessly managed the situation. Another batch of genetically modified tail-lard rats was discreetly introduced. These rats were engineered with limited fertility, producing a maximum of 1 to 3 offspring annually and extended lifespans, raising the maximum age to 60 years, 4 to 5 times the original. 30 years passed quickly. The 2 kingdoms fought 2 more wars due to various disputes. Most of the old population without the new genes had died off, and those remaining were too old to reproduce. The birth rate gradually declined, and after years of adjustment, the population finally stabilized at an optimal level. The 2 great kingdoms, whose populations had sharply declined, no longer needed to resort to war to reduce their numbers. However, the conflicts between them, forged over years of relentless warfare, had become irreconcilable. Although no open battles occurred, a Cold War emerged as both sides sought to outdo each other in other fields. Influenced by certain unknown factors, both kingdoms began to prioritize education, establish schools, and nurture talent. In this environment, the technological advancement of the rat people progressed at a staggering pace. New and innovative theories were proposed almost daily, leading to the invention of the steam engine, trains, and airplanes. Perhaps the enduring legends of the gods continued to influence the rat people in subtle ways, as they maintained an extraordinary fascination with the 2 moons in their sky. One day, a rat person proposed the idea of a moon landing program, and the situation spiraled out of control. The term seemed to ignite a fire within the populace, unleashing unprecedented enthusiasm. Public demand for the moon landing grew louder by the day. The royal families of both kingdoms, especially the Kingdom of Kerrigan, did not go against the tide of public opinion. Legends passed down by the Kerrigan ancestors made them even more determined to unravel the mysteries of the moons. Thus, with the rulers going along with the tide, related research institutions were quickly established, and resources were directed toward these efforts. A vast number of students began studying fields related to the program. The moon landing quietly became the new focal point of competition between the 2 kingdoms. In the vast plains, patches of farmland stretched as far as the eye could see. At the center of the plain stood a grand city. Its towering walls bore the marks of time, evidence of its ancient history. This city was the royal capital of the Kerrigan family. It had been their stronghold since their tribal era and had undergone continuous expansion by successive generations to achieve its current grandeur. Named the City of Glory, it spanned 4,500 mu, approximately 750 acres. Including its surrounding satellite towns and villages, the area housed a population of over 1 million rat people. Within the city stood an ancient fortress. Outside the fortress, elite soldiers clad in opulent, well-fitted uniforms stood guard day and night. Armed with a variety of weapons, they patrolled diligently, maintaining a formidable defense. This was the Kerrigan Royal Palace. 3 years earlier, the previous king of Kerrigan had passed away, and the throne was inherited by the eldest princess of that time. The Kerrigan family's rise to prominence was attributed to their unique white fur, a trait that had earned them a bestowed name from the gods. As a result, they placed great importance on their bloodline. The position of power was always passed down to the purest-blooded members of the family, in the hopes of continuing to receive the gods' favor. Curiously, though the Kerrigans had not encountered these so-called gods in generations and many members of the family even doubted the authenticity of the ancestral stories, their method of succession persisted. Throughout the years, whenever the family faced calamity, they always inexplicably found a way out, narrowly escaping disaster. Thus, whether one believed in the legends or not, the system endured. Over time, intermarriage diluted the Kerrigan bloodline, and pure white-furred family members became increasingly rare. In the current generation, only the eldest princess bore the unblemished white fur. As such, there was little need for a struggle for succession. The eldest princess received unanimous support and ascended the throne without opposition. In a large room of the royal palace, tall, dark wooden bookshelves lined the walls. 2 ladders leaned against the shelves, which were packed with books of varying materials, many of which appeared to be original manuscripts. In one corner of the room, an incense burner emitted a subtle fragrance that calmed the mind. Against another wall stood the skeleton of a colossal creature. At the center of the room was an ancient long table, upon which lay a massive stone tablet etched with intricate patterns. An elderly male rat person, wearing a monocle, held a magnifying glass as he carefully examined the tablet. Suddenly, the room's large doors swung open, and a female rat person stepped inside. She was dressed in a luxurious robe of red and gold. Though young, she carried an air of authority. Her pure white fur and striking red eyes gave her an elegant and refined appearance. "Teacher Morgan, have you uncovered another treasure?" the female rat asked as she glanced around the room. Noticing only the old scholar was present, her stern demeanor softened. She bounded forward and cheerfully addressed him. "Your Majesty, you should mind your decorum," the elder rat said, adjusting his monocle and giving a slight bow. "Teacher, haven't I told you to just call me by my name when Tella isn't around? Ever since I took the throne, you and I have grown distant," the female rat replied. She pulled out a chair and sat down without a care for her image. Morgan shook his head helplessly, indulgently replying, "Fine, fine. Sarah, where have you sent Tella this time?" "She's at the door. I told her I needed to discuss some private matters with you and didn't let her in." The queen's full name was Sarah Kerrigan, formerly the eldest princess and now the reigning monarch. The Kerrigan family's naming tradition was unique. After their ancestors received their divine name, all descendants took on the name Kerrigan. However, as the rat people's prolific birth rate quickly led to hundreds of Kerrigans, it became impossible to distinguish between individuals. One Kerrigan solved this problem by adopting a personal name, and others soon followed suit. Over time, Kerrigan transitioned from a given name to a surname. While many others adopted this practice, most rat people still preferred simpler names. Morgan raised an eyebrow in resignation, resuming his study of the stone tablet. Tella, the queen's captain of the guard, was an extremely rigid female rat. Sarah likely had no pressing business here and had simply come to relax. Such visits had occurred numerous times before. "Teacher, you still haven't answered my question." Seeing Morgan ignore her, Sarah got up and moved closer to the stone tablet, her curiosity piqued. Morgan furrowed his brow in thought before recalling her earlier question. Without looking away from the tablet, he said, "This is a relic from the Great Cataclysm, a stone tablet that survived from that time. Back then, the world was shrouded in darkness, and people consumed whatever they could find. Our ancestors used these tablets to record events, even though written language was not yet fully developed. Very few such relics remain, making this one a treasure. The royal treasury has plenty of these things. Didn't you examine them all before? I've never seen you make any breakthroughs," Sarah teased. The kingdom of Kerrigan, ruling half the continent, had no shortage of treasures, but such artifacts didn't interest her. Morgan was briefly taken aback but quickly recovered. As a renowned scholar, he wasn't used to being spoken to so bluntly, yet he couldn't afford to get upset with the white-furred queen. Huffing slightly, he twitched his whiskers and begrudgingly explained, "This one is different. It's older than any other tablet I've studied. Look here." Morgan pointed to a pattern on the stone tablet and said, "Early writing combined peculiar textual styles with some pictographic expressions. This pattern represents a burning fireball." He then pointed to another part of the tablet. "These small figures, look closely, there are subtle differences. They likely represent 2 different races. Over here, this glowing insect-like pattern appears to rule over these small figures. These record what seem to be natural disasters, processes of escape, and even conflicts between 2 races." Morgan enthusiastically expounded on his findings for a while before concluding, "The ancient legends are true, there really were gods." Sarah pursed her lips skeptically. "Teacher, you just said these are legends. Everything you've described could easily be guessed by any child with a vivid imagination." Morgan patted the stone tablet. "But now we have evidence. Everything is clearly recorded here. Maybe the ancients were just bored and carved their stories onto stone tablets for fun." "You." Morgan's whiskers bristled as he glared at her. "The ancients weren't as idle as you think. You're not an ancient yourself, so how can you be sure they weren't?" For the sake of his health, Morgan decided not to argue further. Sarah, however, was far from finished. Since she was young, Morgan had been her tutor, practically raising her like a father. In his presence, she could be her true self, bantering, nitpicking, and showcasing her sharp tongue. Beyond this room, however, she transformed into the solemn and authoritative queen. Unfortunately, Morgan knew her too well. Just as she started to enjoy their verbal sparring, he would always put an end to it, leaving her unsatisfied. Glancing at Morgan, who pretended to be engrossed in his research, Sarah discreetly rolled her eyes and asked softly, "Teacher, do you truly believe in gods?" Morgan sighed, leaning back in his chair. Removing his monocle, he wiped it with his sleeve and replied, "I didn't at first. But as I've learned more, I've begun to believe." Sarah's curiosity was piqued. Morgan, a renowned scholar, had once been the epitome of rationality and scientific thought. In his prime, he had served as the head of the Royal Academy of Sciences and had scoffed at legends, dismissing them as baseless fabrications. After retiring from active duties, Morgan had shifted his focus to studying myths and history, even enlisting Sarah's help in accessing the royal archives. Since her ascension to the throne, Sarah's visits to Morgan had grown infrequent, and their interactions were usually limited to their playful bickering. To her surprise, the man who once staunchly believed in science was now entertaining the idea of divine beings. After a pause, Morgan continued, "A few years ago, someone proposed a theory of biological evolution, a hypothesis about the origins of species. I found it intriguing and began researching it. But the deeper I delved, the more peculiar things I discovered. According to the theory, all species evolve over long periods through natural selection." Sarah straightened in her seat, a sign to those familiar with her that the topic had captured her interest. "Oh, and what's strange about that? The oddity lies in us, the rat folk. We suddenly developed language and writing and, in just 200 or 300 years, propelled our civilization to its current heights." Before Sarah could respond, Morgan pressed on. "Many species have existed for tens of thousands, even millions of years. Why, then, are we so special? How did we emerge as a dominant race so quickly? Perhaps our history extends far beyond what we know," Sarah suggested. "Maybe the great catastrophe from centuries ago wiped out our ancestors' civilization, and what we're building now is merely a reconstruction." Morgan nodded thoughtfully. "That's a reasonable hypothesis. I've considered it myself. But through my studies of these tablets, I've found that the language and writing from that period were still in their infancy, lacking any structured system. Doesn't that support the idea of a previous civilization? The calamity might have destroyed it, leaving behind remnants for our ancestors to rediscover and build upon," Sarah countered. Morgan smiled approvingly. "You're not wrong. But consider this. First, if we were truly rebuilding civilization, there should still be some records from the earlier era. Second, look at this skeleton. Observe its sharp teeth and massive claws, evidence of a large carnivorous creature. This skeleton is surprisingly well preserved, dating back only a few centuries. Calculations indicate that its owner lived around the time of the Great Catastrophe. And what does that imply?" Sarah asked. "A great deal. Without weapons, we rat folk couldn't possibly have stood a chance against such creatures. If we coexisted with them, we would have been nothing more than their prey. But we could have used weapons to defeat them," Sarah argued. "Such creatures required substantial amounts of food, eating at least 10 rat folk per meal. Moreover, numerous similar creatures have been unearthed. If a civilization like ours had existed then, these predators wouldn't have been allowed to thrive, they would have been eradicated. Even if kept for observation, their numbers wouldn't have been so vast." Morgan's voice interrupted her thoughts again. "There's more. Historical records indicate that centuries ago, rat folk had extraordinarily high fertility rates, commonly birthing 7 or 8 offspring at a time, with some cases exceeding 10. They could reproduce every 2 to 3 months. Many wars were triggered by population explosions. During the same era, the average lifespan of rat folk was barely over a decade. But suddenly, our fertility rates plummeted, and our lifespans increased dramatically. From an evolutionary standpoint, these changes are highly irregular. What if evolution itself is wrong? Perhaps. But other species adhere to evolutionary principles. It's only us rat folk who seem anomalous. Then there's the matter of our ancestors' supposed nemesis, scarce in number and even more mysterious. We know almost nothing about them." Morgan looked visibly fatigued. "Maybe they never existed," Sarah offered consolingly. Morgan nodded, then shook his head. "I don't know. There are too many contradictions in our history." The two fell silent for a long time before Morgan muttered to himself, "But if you introduce an omnipotent god into the narrative, everything begins to make sense." The revered scholar, former head of the Royal Academy of Sciences, and mentor to the Queen, Morgan, met with an unexpected tragedy. While climbing a ladder to retrieve materials in the library, he fell and passed away at the age of 56. Upon hearing the news, the Queen was devastated. She ensured Morgan was given a grand funeral and declared a day of national mourning. Although Morgan had long retired from the front lines of research and spent his later years pursuing seemingly unscientific endeavors, his contributions were monumental. With no family of his own, he had dedicated his life to science. Most of the personnel in the kingdom's scientific community were either his direct disciples or students of his students. Morgan's death left a significant impact, not only on the Queen but also on many researchers, causing delays in scientific progress. Time, however, could heal all wounds. People grieved but eventually resumed their lives and work. Then, the maintenance staff at the library discovered something startling. The broken rung of the ladder from which Morgan had fallen bore signs of deliberate tampering. The revelation was like a bomb exploding in a hornet's nest. The entire scientific community of the kingdom erupted in outrage. Before the researchers could organize a formal petition, the equally incensed queen ordered the kingdom's Security Bureau, Investigation Bureau, and police force to conduct a thorough inquiry. With the three agencies working under mutual supervision and pressure, the truth gradually came to light. Morgan had been assassinated. A spy from the Kingdom of Maracan had bribed an insider to engineer what appeared to be an accident. This investigation also uncovered numerous other accidents that had been deliberate acts of sabotage. The motive behind these actions was singular: to slow down the Kingdom of Kerrigan's scientific progress and give Maracan an edge in the moon landing competition. The revelation triggered an uproar, not just within the scientific community but throughout the entire Kerrigan kingdom. While spies and traitors were being rooted out, the nation began mobilizing troops along its borders, demanding justice from Maracan. Maracan, guilty and fearing retaliation, had already begun covertly deploying its forces near the border when Kerrigan started its investigation. Soon, the armies of both kingdoms were locked in a tense standoff at the frontier. The long-standing peace seemed poised to break, with war imminent. For years, Luo Wen had sensed strange changes within the swarm network. Periodically, external entities would attempt to invade, but Luo Wen had always easily repelled these intrusions. On this particular day, he encountered another attempted invasion. However, this time, the situation was unusual. The entity attempting to breach the network conveyed a clearer message. Although Luo Wen couldn't initially understand the information, the swarm network's translation function soon made it comprehensible. The entity was requesting permission to join the network. Luo Wen was stunned. He had always believed the swarm network was uniquely his, a closed internal system. How could someone apply to join it? He was momentarily shaken but realized the matter required an immediate decision. After careful consideration, he decided to grant the request. The entity was hidden in the shadows. Luo Wen had never detected its existence before. Even when it attempted to breach the swarm network, his extensive swarm intelligence network had failed to locate any anomalies. If he rejected the request, the entity would likely vanish again. Luo Wen reasoned it would be better to let it in and determine its identity, purpose, and allegiance. At the very least, it would provide a chance to understand the entity better. Confident in his control over the swarm network, Luo Wen believed he could neutralize any malicious intent or expel the entity if necessary. Before approving the request, he summoned all the blades into the network. There was strength in numbers, after all. Once preparations were complete, Luo Wen granted access. An unknown energy immediately flowed into the network. As the energy entered, the swarm network underwent a sudden update and upgrade, simultaneously transmitting a vast amount of information to Luo Wen. The sheer influx of data overwhelmed him like a thunderclap. It took Luo Wen a while to process the information. Once he did, he realized the supposed intrusion had been a colossal misunderstanding. The incident traced back to the swarm network's origin. It had been created through Luo Wen's innate talent, combined with the sacrificial energies of countless bugs. These energies, encompassing life, spirit, and soul, had imbued the network with unique properties and abilities. As an extension of Luo Wen's talents and abilities, the swarm network naturally inherited these traits. Luo Wen's bond with the brood nest meant the nest also shared these capabilities. The civilization of the rat folk had unknowingly carried remnants of this connection. Their ancestors had once been Luo Wen's experimental subjects, leaving them with subtle brood nest markers in their biology. For instance, Luo Wen could establish telepathic connections with rat folk and dinosaur people but not with other species, partly due to these markers. As the intelligence of the rat folk advanced, some individuals began exhibiting extraordinary mental capabilities. The brood nest marker granted them a kind of identity verification, while their burgeoning mental strength served as the key to use it. However, having a key wasn't enough, they needed to find the door. Finding the door was relatively straightforward. It required resonating with Luo Wen or the swarm network, a complex interplay of emotions, including longing, belief, and reverence. When these feelings reached a threshold, the door became apparent. Simply put, when a rat person died, the physical cessation often triggered a brief surge in mental energy. In their final moments, the sublimation of emotions allowed them to sense the door. The door was, in fact, the outer security and identification system of the swarm network. The brood nest marker gave rat folk the right to knock on this door. What Luo Wen had previously dismissed as unknown biological intrusions was merely their attempt to gain entry. Once Luo Wen granted access, the entity would enter the network, its mental form restructured to serve as a node. This process would integrate it into the swarm network and equip it with a friend or foe recognition system. As a swarm network node, the entity would pledge unwavering loyalty to Luo Wen. Other than this allegiance, their personality and consciousness would remain unchanged. Whether they were still the same individual post-transformation was a philosophical question Luo Wen chose not to dwell on. Having understood the context, Luo Wen was left speechless. Before encountering this spiritual entity, he had experienced numerous invasions. However, it seemed that the rat folk simply lacked sufficient mental strength. They could find the door, but couldn't explain the reason for doing so, leaving Luo Wen unnecessarily paranoid for a long time. It was akin to someone knocking on a door, and when the homeowner asked, "Who's there?" the person outside remained silent but kept knocking. Naturally, the homeowner wouldn't easily open the door. This time, though, the visitor responded with a vague "It's me." While not offering much information, it opened the possibility for dialogue. Weighing the situation, the homeowner might just decide to open the door. Yes, that was the general idea, right? Once the spiritual entity merged into the swarm network and acquired the status of a node, it became indistinguishable from other swarm units. Due to its absolute loyalty to Luo Wen, he could effortlessly delve into its mind using telepathy to examine its past life. Upon investigation, Luo Wen discovered that this spiritual entity was once Morgan, a mentor to the Queen of the Kingdom of Kerrigan and the former director of the Royal Research Institute. After confirming that this energy posed no further threat, Luo Wen released his restraints on it and granted it network access, albeit at the lowest level. However, the recent activity seemed to have drained Morgan significantly, and he had not yet awakened. Still, it wasn't feasible to leave him perpetually confined within the swarm network, was it? Staring at the spiritual entity before him, a rare experimental subject, Luo Wen's scientific curiosity ignited. When Morgan had fallen off the ladder, darkness gradually enveloped him. He knew death was imminent. Although many things weighed on his mind, he had long come to terms with mortality, having lived a long life by ratfolk standards. What he regretted most was dying without ever knowing if gods truly existed, a deeply dissatisfying end. At that moment, however, he felt something guiding him. Following this intangible sensation, he lost all awareness. When he regained consciousness, everything had changed. He had become a bug. It took him a while to accept this reality and adapt to his new body. Reflecting on his last, blurry moments before death, he wondered, could this be the realm of the gods? Luo Wen was unaware of the rat folk's complex inner monologues. Although he could forcefully peer into their minds, he refrained from doing so. It had been far too long since he conversed with a sentient being. His previous encounters with the rat folk and dinosaur people were more about playing tricks and less about true communication. This rat folk might be the first subordinate capable of holding a normal conversation with him. For the sake of future cooperation and out of respect for a fellow intelligent life form, Luo Wen decided not to invade Morgan's thoughts. Still, while Morgan was unconscious, Luo Wen had conducted a few experiments. He hoped Morgan would appreciate the body he had gifted him. Morgan, untainted by exposure to web novels, had a relatively constrained mindset. Assuming he had entered the divine realm, he reasoned that many depictions of gods in historical records involved insect-like appearances. After acclimating for some time, Morgan crawled through a passage and emerged from an exit, where he spotted a bug resembling him, silently watching. In an instant, a profound sense of authority washed over Morgan. His body and soul both screamed that the bug before him held supreme importance. Instinctively, he linked to the other entity, receiving its approval. Excited, Morgan exclaimed, "Are you God?" Luo Wen was satisfied with Morgan's attitude. He had waited for this moment for so long. Clearly, the swarm network's modifications had been effective. Just as he was deliberating his next words, Morgan continued, "No, you must be Her Majesty the Queen. I served the Queen in life and now serve another in death. What an honor." Had Luo Wen's face not been covered by the exoskeletal armor of this bug body, it would have been contorted with confusion. Dismissing his deep, mysterious act, Luo Wen addressed Morgan directly. Morgan was the first intelligent life form converted and was still in an experimental phase. Clearly, something had gone awry for him to spout such nonsense. "What queen?" Luo Wen demanded. "My body and soul tell me that you are the origin of our swarm. Therefore, you must be." "Enough." Luo Wen cut him off sharply, clearing his throat before introducing himself. "I am the Swarm Overlord, codename F2A. From now on, I do not want to hear any other titles. But, if you'd prefer to be remade, by all means, continue." Morgan, a rat folk well versed in court and workplace politics, wisely decided against unnecessary trouble and promptly responded, "Understood, Overmind. I get it." Relieved, Luo Wen no longer fixated on titles. Listening to Morgan's self-introduction, he cross-checked the details with his own knowledge. Everything seemed transparent. Morgan had concealed nothing and answered every question without hesitation. The swarm network had proven reliable, and this conversion was a complete success. Originally, Luo Wen's intention was simply to cultivate a civilization in secret, leveraging their capabilities for technological research. This unexpected development, however, prompted him to reconsider his plans. Luo Wen began transmitting details about the swarm structure and future goals to Morgan. Given Morgan's previous status as a scholar, additional input could be invaluable. After some time digesting the information, Morgan pondered aloud, "Overmind, under current circumstances, I believe a unified rat folk empire would greatly benefit our future progress." "Oh? Explain," Luo Wen prompted. "The technological competition between the two major kingdoms accelerates development but wastes immense human and material resources through redundant research. If we could consolidate their resources, it would dramatically advance your plans." Luo Wen deliberated for a moment before asking, "Without external threats or kingdom rivalry, how would we ensure that the new empire continues investing in relevant research? Should the swarm play the role of antagonist? That might encourage technological advancement, but it would likely focus on weaponry. I've gone to great lengths to push space exploration not to inspire anti-swarm armament. Moreover, while the swarm is powerful, we're still confined to this planet. A hasty reveal could be risky." Morgan twitched his antennae thoughtfully. "Overmind, your concerns are valid. However, if the ruler of the new empire were one of us, all these issues would be moot. Luo Wen had once considered secretly replacing a rat folk ruler. Technically, it posed no difficulty. After all, the rat folk had reached their current form thanks to his clandestine introduction of swarm experimental subjects, which had propagated across generations. Creating a rat folk body and transferring his consciousness into it would be entirely feasible. However, this wasn't some video game where you simply clicked through a few options. It was an entire lifetime to live through, not just managing governance, but also dealing with all the extended familial relationships, such as third aunts and eighth cousins. As the dignified swarm overlord, Luo Wen had no interest in acquiring a large clan of rat folk relatives. While great ambitions require pragmatism, Luo Wen had been a recluse in his former life. If he were adept at navigating such complexities, he wouldn't have been a shut-in. Besides, all he cared about was the progress of the rat folk's aerospace technology. He had no interest in other matters. The true reason, ultimately, was his advanced stage laziness. In the past, he had opted to work behind the scenes, quietly guiding events, and the results had been excellent, far better than if he had taken direct control. This only reinforced his decision not to get personally involved. Hearing Morgan's suggestion now, Luo Wen's first thought was, could the old guy be suggesting a role-play scenario? Upon further consideration, it occurred to him that Morgan, being a rat folk, had an intimate understanding of their society. Moreover, he was intelligent, experienced, and had even served as a royal tutor. If Morgan took on the role, it might actually work. The complication was that Morgan had previously been aligned with the kingdom of Kerrigan, whose current ruler was a female rat. Was the old man suggesting some sort of cross-dressing scheme? A man pretending to be a woman? Luo Wen was surprised he had reviewed Morgan's life and hadn't noticed any such tendencies. Or was Morgan proposing to replace the ruler of the kingdom of Merican? That ruler was male, but Morgan seemed less familiar with their political environment. Taking over that role might make things harder to manage. Setting these thoughts aside, Luo Wen decided to hear Morgan out. So, which king are you suggesting we replace to unify the rat folk? Morgan was momentarily confused by Luo Wen's line of thought, pausing before responding. Replace? What do you mean? Didn't you just say that if the new empire's ruler was one of us, the problems I'm worried about wouldn't arise? After a moment of reflection, Morgan replied, Overmind, what I meant was that the queen of the kingdom of Kerrigan was once my student. I'm confident I can persuade her to support our cause. This discrepancy in understanding stemmed from their differing perspectives. Luo Wen had lived for centuries, even discounting his periods of hibernation. In terms of age, he far surpassed Morgan. Over such a long span, his worldview had completely transformed. To him, only those with a node status in the swarm network could qualify as one of us. The network ensured their absolute loyalty, sparing Luo Wen from political maneuvering, an arrangement perfectly suited to his lazy nature. Morgan, being the only other intelligent life form with node status in the swarm, was naturally considered trustworthy. When Luo Wen heard Morgan's suggestion, his immediate assumption was that Morgan was volunteering to play the ruler himself. For Morgan, however, the term one of us extended to anyone with aligned or non-conflicting goals and interests. Luo Wen quickly grasped the misunderstanding. While he trusted Morgan due to his established node status, relying solely on the old man's past student-teacher relationship with a queen was far too precarious. He couldn't entrust the future of his long-laid plans and the swarm's destiny to such uncertain terms. Morgan noticed Luo Wen's hesitation and offered further explanation. Overmind, your previous strategy of minimal interference worked well. Your mysteriousness allowed you to engage with the rat folk effectively. Perhaps you could maintain this approach while interacting with them. But before proceeding, I'd like to ask a few questions to refine my idea. Luo Wen twitched his antennae, signaling Morgan to continue. Overmind, after my death, how did I end up in this bug body? When you mentioned replacing a king, does that mean I could leave this body and transfer into a new rat folk body? You don't know? Luo Wen asked. Seeing the confusion in Morgan's compound eyes, Luo Wen recalled that Morgan had been unconscious when his consciousness was integrated into the swarm network and then placed in this body. During the earlier data transmission, Luo Wen had only shared information about the current situation and future plans, omitting details about the swarm network. Moreover, Morgan's network access was restricted to the lowest level, allowing only basic communication with higher UPS. This oversight was likely Luo Wen's mistake, but he wouldn't admit it. Shifting perspectives, Luo Wen brought Morgan into the swarm network, letting him view the data now embedded in his consciousness and experience his new form as an energy entity. I can place your consciousness into the body of another swarm unit, including a rat folk, Luo Wen explained. Then why did you put me in a bug's body? Morgan asked. Would Luo Wen admit it was simply a whimsical experiment to see how an intelligent being would react upon discovering they had become a bug? Because there were no spare rat folk bodies, only bug bodies available, Luo Wen said after some thought, crafting a plausible excuse. Morgan, though skeptical, didn't press the issue and instead asked, if the body I inhabit dies again, will I return here? This question stumped Luo Wen. Even transferring consciousness into other swarm bodies had been a first-time experiment with Morgan. He had no idea if the process could be repeated after another death. As the first outsider to arrive here, I can't say for certain, Luo Wen admitted. But you could test it. When you leave, find a spot far away and try self-terminating. That way, we'll know for sure. Morgan chuckled dryly. Overmind, while I'm much younger than you, I'm still considered old among the rat folk. I believe younger individuals, more suited to this task, will eventually come along to test this question. For now, let's leave it a mystery. The two exchanged knowing smiles, both recognizing a shared reluctance. In this moment of mutual understanding, no further words were needed. Although their encounter was brief and their exchanges limited, Luo Wen found himself quite fond of Morgan, particularly because he considered the rat folk elder as one of his own. Perhaps this fondness stemmed from how long it had been since Luo Wen had meaningful interaction with anyone. Morgan's earlier remark about leaving such questions for the younger generation gave Luo Wen an idea. Since Morgan had managed to find the door, it stood to reason that more rat folk could eventually locate it too. If Luo Wen hadn't mistakenly interpreted those earlier intrusions as hostile, Morgan wouldn't have been the first to succeed. This realization addressed the swarm's deficiency in intelligent life forms. Moreover, thanks to the swarm network, these individuals would remain absolutely loyal to him, allowing him to proceed without concerns of betrayal. In time, the swarm's intelligent members would grow in number. Luo Wen could even establish a dedicated research institute, allowing him to pursue any scientific inquiry without relying on the rat folk civilization. Such an arrangement would be far more convenient than covertly guiding their development. Even so, Luo Wen decided to continue nurturing the rat folk civilization. They served as resources, after all essential for producing the swarm's own intelligent life forms. Additionally, they provided a useful cover. Should alien species visit this planet, the swarm, still confined to its home world, was too vulnerable. Having an overt civilization in place would reduce the chances of the swarm being discovered. The probability of such an encounter was slim, but Luo Wen prided himself on his expertise in caution. With these thoughts, Luo Wen lost interest in unifying the rat folk under a single empire. When Luo Wen shared his ideas with Morgan, the elder paused to consider before responding. If that is your goal, Overlord, then unifying the rat folk empire becomes even more critical. Oh, why's that? If you wish to establish a swarm research institute, you'll require a great many scientific talents. You're not wrong, Luo Wen agreed. However, Morgan continued, I recall that for outsiders to connect to the swarm network, they first need to find the door. To find the door, they must harbor strong emotional ties, perhaps reverence or attachment toward you or your alternate identity. Luo Wen nodded in agreement, gesturing for Morgan to elaborate. Drawing on his experiences, Morgan explained, in my case, it was curiosity about the origins of the rat folk, which gradually developed into a mix of emotions, curiosity, awe, aspiration, faith, and so on. These emotions led me to the door and ultimately transformed me. Morgan paused, appearing deep in thought, then resumed, among researchers, cases like mine are rare. Most who manage to find the door are likely to be those who blindly believe in myths and worship you unconditionally. While their loyalty to the swarm is guaranteed, their contributions may be limited. Furthermore, while we are absolutely loyal to you and would never harm the swarm or your interests, we remain independent individuals in terms of consciousness. This means that internal conflicts could arise. Disputes over research topics might be tolerable, but petty rivalries and infighting are not something you'd want, I assume. Luo Wen was somewhat irritated by Morgan's bluntness. Why describe faith in him as blind devotion? Even so, he understood the elder's underlying concerns and acknowledged the realities they reflected. However, Morgan didn't know that pure faith alone wouldn't suffice. Even if someone reached the door, without unique mental talents, they couldn't complete the journey. At present, individuals with such talents were exceptional in many ways, which meant they wouldn't be mediocrities. Still, as Morgan suggested, their numbers among researchers might indeed be limited. Luo Wen shared this aspect of mental aptitude with Morgan, who considered it thoughtfully. Researchers are generally intelligent, their mental talents might be quite strong. If there's a way to train these talents, it would be beneficial. Unfortunately, that's beyond my expertise. It would depend on you, Overlord. Luo Wen wanted to explain that this talent of his had developed instinctively during a period of hibernation, and he had no idea how to train it. Nevertheless, since no one else was equipped to take on this task, he resolved to explore potential methods in the future. Shifting back to the topic of unifying the rat folk, Luo Wen realized their discussion had veered off track. He motioned for Morgan to return to the earlier point. Morgan sighed briefly before continuing from where he left off. If we collaborate with the Kingdom of Kerrigan to unify the rat folk, we could guide their scientific endeavors. Moreover, we could screen capable researchers and teach them how to find the door and knock. This way, they could continue contributing to the swarm after their deaths. How would we make these researchers believe in me? And how could we ensure that the Kingdom of Kerrigan doesn't betray us afterward? Are you relying solely on your former student-teacher relationship with the Queen? Luo Wen voiced his doubts. Morgan smiled faintly. Overlord, you may not realize this, but my current state is something many would dream of, retaining one's individuality while gaining a new lease on life after death. If researchers knew that faith in you could grant them more time to pursue their passions, they'd flock to you. As for ensuring the Kingdom of Kerrigan's loyalty, relying solely on my relationship with the Queen would be insufficient. But combining that with material incentives and a demonstration of force should be enough. Practically speaking, we have no conflicting interests with the Ratfolk kingdoms. All we require is increased investment in aerospace research and deceased researchers. Trading these for the support of a powerful ally is a fair deal. Sarah is my brightest student and a highly capable queen. I trust she'll recognize the advantages of this arrangement. Additionally, at the right moment, we could reveal information about the door and the path to her. Such knowledge would be irresistible to a monarch. Most importantly, we don't need to expose the swarm's existence. Overlord, you've always appeared in legends as a god. We can depict the swarm network as your divine realm. Faith in you would grant access to this realm after death, where one could be reborn. And I would serve as living proof of this promise. Luo Wen found himself increasingly impressed with Morgan's ingenuity. After careful consideration, he determined there were no issues with the elder's proposal. Within the rat folk's understanding, Luo Wen was already a mysterious and intangible figure. As long as he maintained his previous approach, the risk of exposure was minimal. The two discussed and finalized various details of the plan. Morgan then returned to the physical world, re-entering his insect body. The bug opposite him was no longer under Luo Wen's control. After a brief moment of confusion, it found its place and scurried off to resume its tasks. Morgan clicked his tongue twice in amusement before setting off to explore the underground brood nest. However, his unsteady gait made it clear he was still adapting to his insect body. 2 days later, a custom rat folk body emerged from its egg. It resembled Morgan's original form with 8 or 9 parts similarity, though it appeared significantly younger. This rapid production process required the brood queen to gestate the experimental subject to near maturity within her body. While energy-intensive and unsuitable for mass production, it was feasible for occasional use. By now, Morgan had become proficient at using his insect body, frolicking about the brood nest. Without warning, his consciousness was pulled out remotely, then unceremoniously thrust into the new ratfolk body. It took him a while to regain his senses. He stood, inspected his body, and muttered to himself, "Such means, how are they any different from the gods we know?" Surveying his surroundings, he noted the deep mountain location, surrounded by towering trees. Nearby, a rock bore a neatly arranged set of clothes and a small stash of ratfolk currency. Luo Wen had upgraded Morgan's swarm network permissions, enabling him to perceive the nearby lower-ranking swarm units. Through this connection, he discerned a hidden brood nest underground, likely the origin of his new body. Morgan dressed and attempted to navigate his way out but soon found himself lost. Using the swarm network, he inquired with Luo Wen, who advised him to wait patiently. As dusk fell, a sudden gale swept through, and a pterosaur materialized before Morgan. This large airborne transport unit was something Morgan had only read about in the data Luo Wen had transmitted. Seeing it in person was an awe-inspiring experience. The pterosaur opened its mouth and expelled a fleshy, meatball-like object. This was one of the byproducts of Luo Wen's earlier fungal carpet research. When fully energized, it could proliferate rapidly, enveloping living beings or objects to shield them from harm. Luo Wen had later fused it with certain large fungal strains to develop it into a functional node unit, naming it the spore capsule. In earlier times, it had been used to transport brood queen larvae, protecting them from cold and strong winds due to their weak defenses. Morgan, with higher network permissions than the spore capsule, quickly understood its use. Activating it, he watched as the meatball rapidly proliferated, forming a layer of plant-like flesh around him. Moments later, Morgan was entirely encased, leaving only a purple-gray capsule about a meter tall in his place. The pterosaur grasped the capsule with its hind claws, spread its wings, and took off. Both it and the capsule quickly blended into the surroundings, vanishing from sight. This was a new model of the pterosaur, equipped with an optical camouflage system. While the ratfolk's technological tree was skewed thanks to Luo Wen's manipulations, leaving their radar technology severely underdeveloped, their reliance on visual observation could not be underestimated. The sudden appearance of a mythical creature like this could cause a significant uproar, potentially distracting scientists from their research. The optical camouflage system had also been improved over the years. By integrating various related genes, the system's response time was now faster, avoiding delays that previously created mosaic-like distortions at high speeds. Morgan's network permissions, slightly higher than the pterosaur's, allowed him to borrow its perspective. After some fumbling, he successfully switched views. However, the pterosaur was already flying above the clouds in the pitch-black night, rendering visibility nearly zero. A wild pterosaur would have been similarly blind in such conditions. But the swarm's mental network was far more sophisticated. To regard it merely as a video feed would grossly underestimate its capabilities. Over the years, the swarm had reconstructed a mental map of reality, meticulously populating it with global coordinates. Ground-level node units served as guides, ensuring no swarm entity would ever lose its way. The number of nodes across the planet? Luo Wen could only say that even the ants outside an ordinary ratfolk household might host hidden nodes. Did anyone truly believe that someone as cautious as Luo Wen would leave vast swathes of the continent freely available for ratfolk development? Should they step out of line, they might very well vanish from history overnight. Of course, Luo Wen wasn't about to share this secret with anyone. Guided by the nodes, the pterosaur swiftly reached the skies above the City of Glory. After consulting Morgan, it landed on a nearby hill to replenish the spore capsule's energy and attach an airbag module. The fungal carpet, a unique swarm auxiliary unit, had produced countless byproducts during its development. Over the years, Luo Wen had tinkered with these, creating numerous small yet useful tools. The airbag module was one such innovation. Thanks to the fungal carpet's inherent adaptability, its byproducts could be modularized. This not only made their combinations more versatile but also reduced unnecessary energy waste. Taking flight once more, the pterosaur carried the spore capsule high above the Kerrigan Royal Palace, hovering at 10,000 meters before releasing its payload. The spore capsule descended silently. Equipped with an optical camouflage system and shrouded in darkness, it went unnoticed. At 3,000 meters, the airbag module activated. Its algae-fused genes rapidly produced hydrogen, inflating the airbag. As the airbag expanded, the spore capsule's descent slowed. By the time it reached 1,000 meters, the descent halted completely, leaving the capsule to hover in midair. Floating spore sacs adjusted their direction as they descended slowly. Tiny holes opened around the membrane of the airbag module, venting hydrogen gas from within. Finally, a spore capsule containing Morgan landed quietly on the lawn before one of the palace's buildings. It swiftly contracted into a small ball and fell to the ground. Morgan ignored it, knowing other units of the swarm would handle it shortly. This was the entrance to the Queen's study. Morgan was well acquainted with this place, where the Queen reviewed governmental matters each night. In the early days of her reign, she often invited him here for advice. For a moment, Morgan was lost in thought. It was only a few days ago that the Queen had sought his counsel in this very room. Yet after a brush with death, time felt like it had stretched endlessly for him. The surroundings were eerily quiet. As the heart of the palace, the area should have been heavily guarded. Yet Morgan stood boldly for some time without being questioned or triggering an alarm. Lying haphazardly in the nearby corners, both lit and shadowed, were numerous ratfolk guards dressed in combat attire. They had not abandoned their posts but had been preemptively neutralized by the swarm. All were still alive. This mission was to forge an alliance. Demonstrating a show of force was sufficient. There was no need for unnecessary bloodshed. A small flying insect completed the neutralization task. Equipped with stingers laced with potent hypnotic toxins, they only needed a light jab at the nape of the unsuspecting ratfolk guards to render them unconscious for about 2 hours. In front of the study door stood a grey and white-furred female ratfolk, fully armed. Even in her unconscious state, she leaned against the wall as though still on duty. Seeing her, Morgan sighed in relief. This was Tella, the Queen's chief bodyguard, who rarely left her side. Her presence confirmed that the Queen hadn't wandered off today. The swarm's scouting units had already confirmed that the Queen was in her study. Yet Morgan, still unaccustomed to the swarm's precise and coordinated operational methods, harbored a trace of doubt. The swarm, embodying Luo Wen's will, operated with a level of discipline and unity unimaginable to Morgan, whose experience was limited to the ratfolk military. Even the most elite ratfolk troops could not achieve such synchronization. Inside the study, Queen Sarah Kerrigan sat quietly at her desk, waiting. She had long noticed the anomaly outside. However, she chose not to act rashly. Since the intruders had already dealt with her guards and even disabled the monitoring room without triggering any alarms, they clearly had extraordinary methods or an inside collaborator. She leaned towards the latter theory, unable to fathom how the guards could be subdued so silently without internal betrayal. Given this, any action on her part would likely be anticipated. It was better to stay put and confront the intruders directly, to discover their purpose and to unmask the traitor. Even in death, a queen must not lose her dignity. When Morgan pushed open the door, their eyes met immediately, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The two exchanged their first unspoken confrontation. "Have you come to kill me?" Queen Kerrigan broke the silence after a moment, her voice calm but laced with complex emotions. Her gaze was sharp but devoid of killing intent. "You're overthinking, Your Majesty. I mean you no harm." Morgan observed the Queen, whose expression bore a trace of resignation to death, and spoke without theatrics. Removing the hood of his cloak, he revealed his face. The face was vaguely familiar, but Queen Kerrigan could not place him immediately. She hesitated. "You are Morgan greets Your Majesty," he said, performing an elegant bow in the manner of a nobleman. At the mention of his name, her mind drew a connection between the figure before her and a shadow in her memory. Their mannerisms were identical. However, the person she remembered was someone she had personally ordered buried. Could he be a relative of her deceased mentor? A resemblance would be reasonable, but his purpose in coming here was unclear. Questions flooded her mind. "And you are, what relation to Master Morgan? What brings you here?" she asked. If he wasn't here to kill her, he clearly had some other objective. The lengths his forces had gone to, with such a calculated show of strength, suggested his intent was significant. She dismissed the thought of her old mentor himself. It was impossible. Morgan smiled faintly. "Do you recall, Your Majesty, when you were 4 years old, hiding under the desk on the right after being punished for the first time? Or when you were 5, and just a few days ago, my musings about the gods? Do you remember?" As Morgan recounted each moment, Queen Kerrigan's face darkened. Finally, she trembled and asked in disbelief, "Master Morgan? How can this be?" Morgan remained silent. After a brief pause, Queen Kerrigan absorbed the revelation and steadied herself, her intellect reasserting itself. She asked, "Could it be?" "That's right," Morgan confirmed. "But that's just a legend. Legends often have roots in truth. Then, teacher, after death, I was fortunate to meet the gods. I offered my faith, and they resurrected me." The brief exchange shook Queen Kerrigan profoundly. Even the silent subdual of her guards hadn't impacted her as much as this revelation. Morgan observed her expression and said softly, "I understand how you feel. Not long ago, I was as shaken as you are now, but this is reality. Queen Kerrigan took longer to process this revelation, quickly reviewing every piece of information in her mind. Was it possible that an internal traitor had merely found someone resembling Morgan to confuse her? Or was the Morgan before her truly the one from her past? The details Morgan revealed were things only she and her mentor had known. If he was indeed telling the truth, then the situation was far more complex than she imagined. If the intruders were merely from the kingdom of Merican allied with a traitor, at least the fight would remain on familiar terms. But if the man before her truly had divine backing, this was an entirely different level of conflict. She had no experience dealing with gods. Against such inscrutability, she was at an inherent disadvantage. For a moment, she felt utterly at a loss. However, as the queen of the kingdom of Kerrigan, Sarah Kerrigan would not avoid what she must face. Steadying herself, she asked, "So, teacher, you didn't come here just to see me, did you?" Morgan was pleased with her composure. After all, she was his student, and her performance brought him a sense of pride. "Of course not. While I did want to see your majesty, I also have a proposal for cooperation to discuss." The queen furrowed her brow. "And, teacher, in what capacity are you proposing this cooperation? As Morgan, or as a representative of the one behind you?" Morgan smiled faintly. "Your majesty sees clearly. I am here as a representative of my god." "Then please, speak plainly. I'm curious what sort of cooperation could a legendary god propose to a mere mortal like me? After my rebirth, I learned that my fall was no accident. Moreover, it pushed the two nations to the brink of war. Therefore, I petitioned my god to aid the kingdom of Kerrigan in annexing the kingdom of Merican and establishing a unified ratfolk empire." Queen Kerrigan hadn't anticipated such an ambitious proposal. While unifying the ratfolk had been the dream of her and her ancestors, the scale of the offer was almost overwhelming, too good to be true. She didn't doubt Morgan's capabilities. The demonstration outside had been proof enough. If even the most secure location in her kingdom could be infiltrated so thoroughly, other places might as well have no defenses at all. "And what would I need to offer in return?" she asked. "It's quite simple. After unifying the ratfolk, we need your majesty to allocate additional personnel and resources to continue advancing the lunar exploration project. Additionally, we ask for permission to spread faith among the researchers." The queen was stunned by the simplicity of the conditions. They were so modest that they hardly seemed worth mentioning compared to uniting the ratfolk. "That's all. Of course, for the sake of harmonious cooperation, your majesty would also need to offer your faith." This was a last-minute addition by Morgan. If the terms seemed too light, his student might grow suspicious, so it was better to include some additional requirement. As expected, Queen Kerrigan's tension eased slightly at his words. So, they did have other motives. She had anticipated as much and immediately began forming countermeasures. She would set up fail-safes to ensure that if she ever acted out of character or against the kingdom's interests, someone would be ready to eliminate her. Tella, her chief bodyguard, was unlikely to carry out such an act, but other candidates for the job quickly came to mind. The proposal was monumental, and in just a few exchanges, the fate of another kingdom was sealed. Once the terms were finalized, Morgan bowed and prepared to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Queen Kerrigan hesitated before calling out, "Teacher, are you still Morgan?" "Of course, Sarah," Morgan replied with a smile before leaving gracefully. As Morgan exited the study, he knew though he couldn't see it that the spore capsule was already waiting for him. Shrouded as if by an invisible cloak, Morgan slowly disappeared from the queen's view. The hydrogen within the air sac had remained balanced in a suspended state. Once it enveloped Morgan, a slight increase in hydrogen allowed the spore capsule to ascend gradually. High above, an invisible claw grasped the spore capsule and whisked it away. A living person vanishing before her eyes was beyond the queen's comprehension. She had intended to observe how Morgan would leave but was unprepared for such an uncanny departure. Later, when the next guard shift arrived, Queen Kerrigan ordered a lockdown to prevent news of the night's events from spreading. Even a review of surveillance footage revealed only guards collapsing into sleep without warning. At the time of the incident, even the guards in the monitoring room had been neutralized. Without exposing the existence of a god, she had no plausible explanation for such bizarre events. Ultimately, she confided only a small portion of the truth to her most trusted aide, Tella. Together, they reframed the incident as a drill, a test of the guards' vigilance through tampered meals. Tella scolded the guards harshly, and the matter was swept under the rug. Although she believed Morgan's story, Queen Kerrigan maintained a cautious stance. She insisted the other side take the first action and provided a list of names members of the Merican royal family and their loyalists. If these people were eliminated, the kingdom of Merican would crumble into chaos, allowing the kingdom of Kerrigan to annex it with minimal cost. Morgan wasted no time. In the following days, the kingdom of Merican was thrown into upheaval. Members of the royal family and key officials across various sectors began dying mysteriously in their sleep. The cause of death was universally attributed to acute cardiac conditions, but the sheer volume of fatalities numbering in the tens of thousands over just a few days made it clear this was no coincidence. Investigations yielded no leads. Even isolating potential targets under tight security failed to prevent the deaths. The chaos was caused by a minuscule creature known as the anti-ratfolk poison stinger bug. Barely 1 millimeter long and nearly invisible to the naked eye, it resembled a spider with 8 adhesive, hook-tipped legs for climbing any surface. The bug's abdomen was almost entirely filled with a venom sac containing a ratfolk-specific toxin. A mere drop of this venom paralyzed the ratfolk nervous system, halting the heart as the brain mistakenly concluded the body was dead. The bug's stinger was a curled appendage that extended to 1 centimeter 10 times its body length when deployed. The design was adapted from the chameleon bug. The bug infiltrated the target's environment with ease, exploiting even the tiniest gaps. Once in position, it would inject venom through the root cavity of a coarse hair, administering the toxin over several minutes. This process usually occurred during the victim's sleep. The venom contained anti-inflammatory agents to prevent redness or swelling at the injection site, leaving virtually no trace. Originally devised by Luo Wen as a defensive measure, a single small flying insect could carry and deploy hundreds of these venomous bugs. With 10 brood queens producing poison stinger bugs daily, an entire ratfolk civilization could be eradicated. This was merely a test of their capabilities. As panic spread and the American kingdom descended into chaos, even the military stationed at the Kerrigan border was not spared. High-ranking officers succumbed in their sleep, dismantling the army's chain of command. The kingdom of Kerrigan was stunned by the neighboring kingdom's turmoil. Many feared the accident might spread to their own country. However, a few days later, Queen Kerrigan personally issued orders for an offensive, sending the command to her frontline troops. The war concluded more smoothly than expected. Without a functioning command system, the kingdom of Marakan had virtually lost all ability to resist. Strangely enough, whenever the Kerrigan army occupied a territory, the incidents would cease. Toward the end, Marakan cities practically left their gates wide open, welcoming the Kerrigan forces with celebratory processions. The Kerrigan kingdom's army advanced with little resistance, quickly conquering most of Marakan territory. Only some remote regions remained unattended due to the rapid pace of their progress and a lack of personnel to secure them. Both nations' sharpest minds speculated about the peculiar turn of events but dared not delve too deeply. All manner of opportunists, schemers, and rebels retreated into the shadows, too terrified to act. Sarah Kerrigan's reputation soared, cementing her authority over her domain. Even Queen Kerrigan herself was deeply shaken by the eerie incidents. So, this is the power of a god, she wondered. Despite being a collaborator, she had no understanding of how her allies had orchestrated these events, ultimately attributing it to divine intervention. The display of power served a dual purpose. It crippled the kingdom of Marakan and subdued the kingdom of Kerrigan. The demonstration was even more fearsome than what had unfolded outside her study door. Until a countermeasure could be devised, the partnership was secure. Any lingering doubts or reservations the Queen harbored were dispelled. After all, her collaborators' demands were modest. There was no reason to jeopardize the alliance over such trifles. 3 months later, following intense preparations, the newly formed Kerrigan Empire was officially established. Sarah Kerrigan ascended as its first emperor, earning the title of Empress Kerrigan, or Sarah the Great. This monumental achievement uniting the ratfolk etched her name deeply into their history. Rather than reducing investment in aerospace technology following unification, the ratfolk empire doubled down. The former scientific academies of both kingdoms were merged into the Imperial Space Research Institute, consolidating all aerospace-related personnel under one banner. Resources and manpower were allocated generously, with no expense spared, leaving analysts baffled. The appointment of the institute's first director only deepened the confusion. A complete unknown parachuted into the position, bypassing all conventional processes. According to insiders, the new director was a relative of Morgan, the Empress's late teacher and former head of the academy. Allegedly, the position was secured through personal connections with the Empress herself. The appointee's credentials were non-existent, an egregious example of nepotism. Many questioned how the Empress, renowned for her intelligence, could make such a decision. Yet, with the momentum of unification and unprecedented public approval, no one dared raise the issue before her. Though the scientific community bristled at the decision, they begrudgingly accepted it, many planning to make life difficult for the outsider. If he stumbled badly enough, he might resign out of shame. However, when the new director finally appeared, his uncanny resemblance to the late Morgan stirred memories among many. Their hostility softened somewhat. Many were students, protégés, or colleagues of the old academy head. They resolved to give him a chance, provided he wasn't utterly incompetent. To their surprise, the new director quickly won them over. Despite his youth, he demonstrated seasoned leadership, extensive knowledge, and an uncanny familiarity with his team. Time and again, he intuitively addressed their concerns, earning widespread admiration. The newly crowned empress, meanwhile, was basking in her triumph but frequently found time to consult the new director. Rumors began to swirl about an improper relationship between the two. The gossip eventually reached the empress's ears, prompting her enforcer, Chief Guard Tella, to find the worst offenders and mete out punishment over trivial pretexts. Left with broken bones and months of hospital recovery, the chastened gossip dared not whisper another word. The empress knew the director's true identity and had no intention of pursuing any romantic entanglement. Since ascending to the throne, she had lived in constant fear that the enigmatic figure behind Morgan would come to collect on their deal. Yet, Morgan only claimed the role of director for the Space Institute and never sought anything more, not even the faith offerings he had initially mentioned. At first, the Empress was convinced the demands were a smokescreen for a larger scheme. Surely the true intent was to manipulate her through faith, to brainwash her and seize control of the empire from the shadows. But as time passed, it became evident that the supposed smokescreen was their genuine goal. This only deepened her confusion. Why would a god care so much about space technology? Could the stories of gods living on the moon be true? Perhaps they had left and couldn't find their way back? With no further pressure from her allies, her fear gave way to curiosity. She began visiting Morgan frequently, driven by a need to uncover why his benefactor was so fixated on lunar exploration. Meanwhile, Luo Wen continued to expand his network of followers. Among his newest recruits were 2 former merchants. Thus, a company called Starlight Enterprises was soon established, specializing in mineral exploration and development. Starlight, an unassuming startup, seemed almost divinely blessed. Every exploration site it picked yielded rare minerals and valuable resources. The company expanded at an astonishing rate. Naturally, such success drew envy, and opportunists sought to undermine it. However, these rivals mysteriously succumbed to the same inexplicable sleep deaths that had plagued the American kingdom. The connection to the royal family's earlier actions deterred most challengers, and the few who persisted soon met the same fate. Starlight's operations continued smoothly, but what puzzled observers was its allocation of profits. All earnings were funneled into building research laboratories. These labs tackled diverse fields: biology, mechanics, environmental science, and aerospace. The company welcomed talent from all walks of life, funding projects regardless of commercial potential. As long as an idea was sound, Starlight offered unwavering support. Suddenly, misfit researchers, fringe theorists, and underfunded scientists flocked to its doors. Rival corporations were baffled. This isn't a business, it's a charity. The rat folks' currency was utterly useless to Luo Wen, and their mineral resources held little value to the swarm at present. Without the capability to leave this planet, the minerals were worthless, and once off-planet, minerals were abundant in the universe. Thus, Luo Wen decided it was better to exchange these relatively worthless assets for technology or ideas. If even 1 or 2 proved useful, it would be worth the effort. During this time, Luo Wen had been exploring methods to enhance his mental strength. Relying solely on luck to recruit followers was far from sufficient for his ambition to establish a swarm research institute. At this rate, who knew how long it would take to reach that goal? However, his understanding of this ability was limited. It was akin to how humans naturally use their arms but struggle to comprehend the underlying mechanics. Luo Wen, being an ordinary individual in this regard, found it challenging to fully grasp the concept. Therefore, he avoided doggedly pursuing this single path without alternatives. While researching ways to enhance his mental strength, he also sought other methods. His foundation in genetics proved helpful, and it led him to discover a relatively clever workaround. He developed a potion whose primary ingredient was the brood nest's blood, diluted countless times. This potion could effectively increase the recipient's compatibility with the swarm network. Simply put, it shortened the distance on the path to connection. For example, enhancing mental strength was like improving stamina, enabling one to walk farther along the path to find the door. Similarly, if someone had poor stamina but the distance to the door was shortened, the result would be the same. Due to the significant dilution of brood nest blood, the potion was inexpensive to produce but had a notable drawback: it required an extended fermentation period. Simply put, the earlier it was administered, the better. Morgan began selecting suitable candidates from the Imperial Space Research Institute. His initial targets were his old acquaintances, though he spoke vaguely about the so-called cult recruiting members. Unexpectedly, these individuals thought they had caught him in some sort of scheme and secretly reported him to the Empress. To their surprise, not only was Morgan not punished, but those accusers received a harsh reprimand. Morgan hadn't anticipated this outcome, realizing his secrecy had gone too far. He then discreetly revealed more details to these people, identifying himself and using past connections to gain their trust. Though most remained skeptical, he managed to coax or convince them into administering the potion. Meanwhile, the Empress also received a vial of the potion. Despite her busy schedule, she had nearly forgotten the matter of offering devotion. Now presented with this next step, she wasted no time injecting the potion in Morgan's presence. She had already taken precautions. Although unmarried and childless, she had designated an heir. Should anything go awry, she was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. As fate would have it, 2 months later, a scientist who had received the injection suffered a severe lab accident, dying instantly in an explosion that left his body shattered. This scientist, Kavai, was a renowned authority in engine technology. Being older, he was among those more inclined to trust Morgan and had extensive interactions with him. The allure of a second life was too great, not because he feared death, but because there was still so much unknown to explore. Although the injection had been recent, Kavai's strong mental attributes and fervent desire for rebirth resulted in his finding the door, allowing him to become part of the swarm. A few days later, a rejuvenated Kavai returned to the research institute, sparking fervent discussion within a small circle of colleagues. They began actively inquiring how they could devote their faith to the god. Morgan instructed them to read legends and imagine the god's majesty and omnipotence. Sincere faith, he explained, would allow the god to sense their devotion. It wasn't that Morgan didn't want to explain more, it was because neither he nor Luo Wen fully understood the mechanics of this faith. In truth, faith was merely a facade, one of many emotions that could connect to the swarm network. Luo Wen didn't care about their beliefs as long as they found the door. Reading legends and engaging their imagination to evoke awe, curiosity, hope, and reverence might align them with the swarm network. Whether their expectations matched reality didn't matter once connected, Luo Wen controlled their fate entirely. Within the swarm network, Luo Wen could effortlessly dominate their destinies. They couldn't hide any secrets from him. If he wished, he could obliterate their consciousness, take over their minds and bodies, or sift through their memories. However, such drastic measures were unnecessary. Influenced by the swarm network, they were absolutely loyal and incapable of harboring thoughts detrimental to Luo Wen. To this day, Luo Wen wasn't certain whether those assimilated into the swarm network were true replicas or their original selves fundamentally altered. The rat folk soon began subtly inquiring whether Morgan could provide more of the potion for their relatives. Morgan reported this to Luo Wen, who, after careful consideration, instructed him to establish a reward system. Recruiting skilled researchers or making significant breakthroughs would earn potion rewards. Given the potion's simplicity to produce, this approach motivated the rat folk while allowing them to include their families. Luo Wen reasoned that once the swarm expanded into outer space, he wouldn't be able to oversee everything himself. Having intelligent individuals to assist in management would be advantageous. As for any unsavory individuals that slipped through, they could be given a basic body to fend for themselves. If they caused trouble, they'd be transferred into worker ant bodies and assigned to menial tasks. Ordinary rat folk without value wouldn't burden the swarm, but as the foundation of civilization, their descendants might one day reach the standards for swarm nodes. Thus, Luo Wen decided to let them live happily on this planet for the rest of their lives. The reward system quickly transformed the rat folk's work ethic. Within no time, nearly all researchers over 40 at the institute had been converted. Under collective pressure, Morgan lowered the age threshold to 30 and emphasized strict confidentiality. He warned that any breach of secrecy would result in the loss of rewards or eligibility altogether. Morgan didn't need to stress this point further. The rat folk tightly guarded the secret.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.